Hello everyone, Thempirian here. It's Sunday. Time for Sunday stream. We've got Stories from Soul, the Gundog. Sorry. You can hear in a little bit. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean you're just on mute? That's fine. Anyways, hope we're all having a nice Sunday evening. It's been a pretty uneventful one. I'm a little tired. Ads are over. Batchu, didn't you tell me that ads were over earlier? Batchu, if you're going to be saying this over and over again, that's going to be a problem, Batchu. We'll see how it goes. Have to fill out disability review. Oh boy. Yeah, it's about that time, isn't it, for reviewing all that shit. Awful. Just awful. Yeah, we're feeling pretty tired today. It's not any particular reason why. It's just I just woke up tired. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I should see a doctor or something. That might be a good idea. But that would require scheduling a doctor's appointment, and I hate that. Oy vey. Ugh. Should have done some squats. I went out today and did some Pokemon Go. Granted, we didn't leave the car because my mom's like that. I would have liked to. It was a really nice day out today. It would have been nice to just get out and walk around a bit. And granted, it wasn't as nice as it was yesterday. Yesterday was like perfect. The rain was like on the verge of coming. It's here today. But it was like the rain it was like on the verge of rain, and it was just so cloudy and just like a perfect temperature. Now today the rain is here, although, earlier it was just like sunny. It was like weird. Like we were on the verge of rain yesterday, and it was just like perfectly cloudy all day. Today it was sunny, and then we actually get the rain. But we had the rain earlier today as well, like in the morning. It's rain. Rain anyone? We're back to Stories from Soul, the Gundog. This game was too good not to come back to. So we're going to hopefully try and finish it up today. We'll see if we get it there. I thought last time we played that we were just about ready to finish it. Like we were just about to the end, but apparently there's actually a lot more going on. So let's find out, I guess. Let's go. Wah! Ba 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 ba. Second half of Gundog. I think we just did 2 saves. They're exactly the same. Yeah. Okay, as you, the Chief, and Lieutenant Lord stand to attention, waiting for the captain to begin the meeting, the sound of an approaching elevator is the only noise that can be heard in the tense silence of the bridge. Last time, things went off the rails. We finally found the O'Brien, and then everything went silent. All our power just went out. We had to save the ship. And despite the fact that we saved the ship, people are still being shitty to us. So let's see how that continues. Ensign Hansen Cruis entering the... I don't know if I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. This is a Welsh name. The developers are Welsh. It might just be Chris. Honestly, it might just be Chris. Entering the bridge and reporting as ordered. Hansen states, performing a lazy salute as he steps out of the elevator onto the bridge. Did you free him? Yes. You shift slightly as you watch him enter. You knew you were waiting for someone, but why Hansen? He pauses for a moment and you see him take stock of everyone present. Your shoulders tense up and you inadvertently clench your jaw as he heads straight towards you. At the last moment, he steps to your side and takes a place in line up next to you without so much as a sideways glance. You remain on edge, but your attention is quickly taken by the captain as she finishes reviewing the readouts from the control panel on her chair and stands up. At ease. The four of you relax slightly, although, with the exception of Hansen, you all maintain a formal stance. Now that we're all assembled, we can begin. First of all, well done to all of you for your actions whilst I was indisposed. For a brief moment, the captain's eyes meet yours, and you do your best not to react. Aside from the doctor, you are confident that you're the only person on board who knew the nature of the captain's indisposition. Gonna want to start rotating your saves? Oh boy, really? On like 4 different slots? What the fuck are you talking about? How so? How do you need me to do that? Despite your best efforts, you scowl slightly. You hadn't had much time to think about anything beyond the situation at hand, but the information in the report you'd read had begun to creep into your thoughts. For safety, save at big points. And like 4 of them? Make it so you could go back. Okay. Interesting. You knew that now wasn't the time to bring it up, but eventually you need to deal with this information in one way or another. Closing your eyes and exhaling, you try to return your face to its neutral countenance, and hope that the captain didn't notice that flicker of emotion. There's one guy I used to watch who uses all save slots. That's insane. That's not normal. As you push your thoughts regarding the report to one side, you instead find yourself wondering if the captain is currently in a fit state to be organizing a mission. Your cooperation, ingenuity, and composure under pressure have been noted, and I will be recommending formal awards be applied to your records. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Vanessa not in agreement, but the rest of you remain still. Now onto the matter at hand. As of 11:45 Jovian Standard Time, a signal of unknown origin was received, which shut down not just the Gundog central computer, but also all of its emergency backup systems as well. Vanessa, yeah, she sucks. With Commander Quinn unexpectedly taken ill, Lieutenant Lord took command, and Lieutenant Thempire was able to carry out her plan to access the hangar via the external airlock. You'd been too busy carrying out an assessment of the ship's systems along with Dalton to submit an incident report, and you knew that the chief had been tasked by Vanessa with locating the unresponsive O'Brien. You bite your tongue and glance back to Vanessa, who nods again, the corner of her mouth curling upwards. The captain was clearly working from a biased interpretation of events. From there, Lieutenant Thempire was able to obtain a portable sub-terminal and the code for the reactivation of the central computer, a process they carried out successfully at 1327. Although the Gundog is now operational, we have not been able to make contact with the O'Brien. We can only assume that whatever interfered with the Gundog systems had the same impact on the O'Brien. Unfortunately, it would appear their crew has not been able to reactivate the systems, as we've received no communication from them whatsoever. They're probably just dead then. Chief Cathays, do you have an update on the O'Brien? Hello. The group turns to look at the chief as she steps forward, and you realize that this is the first time you've seen her outside the engineering or hangar. Although she stands as tall as ever, there's something about her presence that feels diminished. Yes, ma'am. We've not had any response from the O'Brien's transponder, and the normal sensors haven't been able to pick up any of the usual activity from a ship. However, You hear Vanessa tut. I love that they made the tut a sound effect. And the chief pauses briefly before continuing. That is, Lieutenant Lord and I realized that by using the infrared targeting I always like, when I first see the word infrared, I always go infrared for some reason. I don't know why. I guess it is kind of spelled that way, but you know how it is. Which one, me or the chief? This is the chief engineer. Where was I? By using the infrared's targeting sensors and the fire control, we could pick up the O'Brien itself as if it were debris. We've located it at 43 degrees off the starboard bow at a distance of roughly 300 kilometers. Resolution gets a bit scrappy at that range, but we're not seeing any external signs of activity. Yeah, I forget her last name too. I see. Lieutenant Lord, how long until we can dock with them to provide assistance? We're gonna dock? But we only just met. I think the chief is best equipped to handle that question, ma'am. Whew. Here's like a hair or something that's tickling my nose. The chief pauses for a moment. You nearly answered this question, but so should the chief and Vanessa. As the silence drags on, you begin to wonder why neither of them are forthcoming. You've known her for a few days. Not the O'Brien. Chief Cathays? Cathays, that's right. The pause only becomes more loaded as the seconds passed. While you have no idea what's happening here, you can feel the tension between the Chief and Vanessa build. Is this one of those situations we should be saving? Can't hurt, sure. Although you can tell something is going on between the two of them, you know that the crew of the O'Brien must be in a similar situation to the one you just faced, and without immediate assistance they were at risk of running out of breathable air very soon. You put up with enough from Vanessa for today and weren't about to let her petty power plays get in the way of helping your comrades. We can't. It's the engines, ma'am. They're still offline. What's that, Lieutenant? Whilst Cadet Grange and I were assessing the ship for faults and security issues, we found that the engines had failed to restart. Diagnostics show the forced shutdown put the nuclear pulse engines offline. They need to be manually reactivated. The captain lets out an exasperated sigh as she hears this information, making no effort to conceal her frustration. And how long until they can be back online? You prepare to answer with what Dalton had told you, but you're cut off by the Chief. We're looking at 6 hours, ma'am. We've been preoccupied with finding the O'Brien. So I haven't had the opportunity to begin the startup process to get them running again. The captain follows the information with another sigh. You'd always thought of her as distant or disinterested, but considering her current state, you had to wonder how much of that was her simply working her way through a hangover. Hell yeah. I see. The captain stands silent for a moment, keeping her eyes closed and pinching the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. Suddenly, her eyes open, and she stands completely upright, assuming a posture you're surprised to see from her that manages to communicate an air of not just authority, but capability. She really is a fail woman. Fail Admiral. We'll be carrying out a mission as follows. The four of you snap back to attention. Even Hansen seems to take this announcement seriously. As we're not able to reach the O'Brien with a gun dog to provide support, we'll be doing the next best thing. Ensign Chris, I'm just going to call him Chris. I think that's how you pronounce that. Because, like, I think, if I remember correctly, in Welsh, W is a vowel? Not too much. We're just discussing the fact that our engines are offline. So we need to re-spool them to get to the O'Brien. Chris and Lieutenant Empire will head over in an armored frame to provide assistance. Uh-oh! You clench your teeth and your body goes rigid. Not only would this be your second trip into space within the span of a few hours, but you'd be doing it with Hansen for company. Your eyes dart across to Hansen, whose attention remains on the captain. You can't be sure, but you swear you see a flicker of a smile on his face. We'll be working on the assumption that the same issues affecting the gun dog are affecting the O'Brien, so Lieutenant Empire will take a portable sub-terminal, locate the captain or second in command, and then utilize their access codes to assist the chief engineer in reactivating the ship. If there are any complications, or too late, then our second priority will be to obtain the O'Brien's black box. At the very least, we can hopefully gather some information on what's out there that could immediately disable 2 Swift-class ships. Lieutenant Empire, Ensign Chris, do you understand? The pair of you salute and in unison respond, "Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain," without an exclamation point. Chief Cathays, I want you to provide a fully charged portable sub-terminal and guidance on removing a Swift-class black box. After that, prepare Gundog 1 for launch, and then I want those engines back online. Understood? Yes, Captain. Lieutenant Lord, you'll be overseeing this mission. Understood? Yes, Captain. Very good. It's 16:03. The mission commences at 16:30. Dismissed. With this final instruction out of the way, you all salute the captain and then turn to leave. The chief is the first of you to reach the elevator, and she steps into one without waiting for anyone else, presses the button for her destination, and disappearing behind its 2 doors as they hiss shut. Without paying you any attention, Vanessa and Hansen both step onto the remaining elevator, with Vanessa hitting a button as soon as the pair have boarded. As the doors close, you see her turn to Hansen, cross her arms, begin to speak, but her words were cut off before you can hear them. You remain on the silent bridge with the captain, who you hear return to her chair. Oh, God, that's awful. It's like everyone just takes the 2 elevators and we're just kind of stuck here going, I guess, man. While you wait for an elevator to return, you go over what you might need to do in your head. It'll be the chief's responsibility to get you a charged portable sub-terminal, and Hansen and Dalton will be responsible for pre-flight checks. Don't worry, she's just as bitchy as she looks. Aside from getting a spacesuit from the hangar, you realize you don't really have anything you need to do before the mission starts. With less than half an hour to go before you'll be taking off, you don't have much time to do anything else either, though. You might have the opportunity to visit a few other crew members to check in on them, you think, but it might be a push to visit everyone. Eventually, the elevator the chief left in returns, and the door hisses open. Yes, Lieutenant, can I help you? You thought you know what you want to ask the captain, but in the moment you find the words catching your throat and you're not suddenly unsure of yourself. You got a lot of questions, but not a lot of time. Doesn't help that some of these questions are more dangerous than others. I have a mission to prepare for and need to be boarding that armored frame with Ensign Chris soon. If you've got something to say, I suggest you do so quickly. I don't have a lot of time to complete this mission plan, so I can't talk with you for long. Based on the captain's terse response, you decide you should focus on the one thing that's most important to you right now. Okay, so we're saving here. This is interesting. No, it's not, because, well, wait. She didn't know that, though. Like, it makes sense that he was here, because then he could be assigned to the armored frame. But she didn't know about that. This is going to kill us. She's going to murder us if we do this. And maybe this, too. I think these two are the only ones that are safe to ask. Do we want to ask about the original mission or about Chris? We did save. We did save. It takes you a moment to work up the confidence to ask the question as the captain fixes her gaze on you. Eventually decide the best approach is simply to be as direct as possible. I read the report, Captain. Report, Lieutenant? You draw a deep breath. You'd come for this, there was no sense in turning back now. The report in your desk, ma'am. It was there alongside the access codes. Captain looks deep in thought, trying to understand what you're talking about when the captain's expression takes you completely... Oh my god. Completely by surprise. Her normal look of lazy indifference instead replaced by a savage glare. What the fuck? Feel a chill down your back as the temperature of the whole room drops. What were you doing reading that report? The captain asked through clenched teeth. It was in amongst the access codes and fell out. You had no business reading it. Respect, Captain, that report, Lieutenant Empire, is not just restricted, it is personal, has nothing to do with you. So searching for the captain strikes you like a slap in the face, you feel an intense anger flowing through you. Nothing to do with you? With respect, Captain, that report has everything to do with me. I was part of the Calyx armored frame flight, and so is Hansen. You see the captain's brow furrow. She continues to glare at you. Eventually, she stands up from her chair and walks to the far side of the bridge. Captain's silence drags on, unbearable now that you're finally at this moment. I just want to know why, Captain. What happened? Why did you send those ships forward? Lieutenant, we've all made mistakes. Her use of the word mistake makes you want to scream, as though that's to actually explain what she's done. The phrasing makes you inarticulate with rage as you try to interject, but find yourself lost for words. Now you have an armored frame to be boarding, and I have a mission to be complete planning. Unless you want to make a mistake of your own, I recommend you prepare for your upcoming mission. Now is not the time, Lieutenant. Captain. Dismissed, Lieutenant. Your fist clenched and your mind racing, you stand in silence with the captain meeting your glare with a cold and composed stare. Despite the rage you feel churning through your entire body, you find yourself barely able to move, let alone respond. Ugh. With an exasperated yell, you turn away from the captain and head to the elevator, stepping inside and punching the button to send you to the central hub. Turn back as the doors close. The captain's cool gaze is still locked on you. As the elevator takes you to the central hub, you slam your fist into a nearby wall. Now may not be the time you decide, but soon. You pace back and forth with the cramped confines of the elevator, barely holding onto your anger. Eventually you rest your forearms and head against the cool steel of the elevator wall, exhaling deeply. I have a mission to get on with. I don't have time for this now. You swallow your anger, determined that the captain won't be able to dodge your question for long. Do we actually... Honestly, do we reload the save? That wasn't too bad. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. As the elevator doors open, you're immediately confronted by Vanessa standing in front of you, her arms crossed and her foot tapping impatiently. Well, it took you long enough, Lieutenant Them. You would? Okay. If you say so. So we want to ask about Chris then, instead? Or do you want to just see, like, all of them? You draw a deep breath and hold on to it for a moment. You're well aware of the risk of what you're about to ask, but you know that you couldn't ignore what you'd seen in the captain's quarters, especially if she was about to send you out on a mission. Okay, you just want to see all of them. Yeah, it's a bit much. For this one, we'll do it just because the captain has so much to say, but I'm not doing this for everyone. I was just looking to check with you that you trail off as you try to find the most diplomatic way to word your concerns. I want to make sure that you pause again, all right before I headed off. May I ask why you'd want to inquire about whether I'm all right, Lieutenant? Your previous conviction about the wisdom of this line of questioning begins to slowly fade under the captain's firm gaze. Just after the condition you were in, I was in your quarters, Your stomach sinks like a rock as you feel a chill move down your back as the captain's gaze strike you. Your words catch your throat and you find yourself stunned by her look, unable to move or think. Lieutenant Dempire, any condition I may have is thoroughly understood and managed by the ship's doctor, whose responsibility is to ensure I am fit for duty. Really, the doctor has the anti-hangover drugs. As such, it's not the head of security's task to make sure I'm all right. Is that understood? With no other option available, you agree, you silently nod your head before releasing a strangled, yes, ma'am. Well, thank you for your concern, Lieutenant, but that's all. I have a mission to complete. Okay. Gotta be careful about that. It automatically brings you to the save page. I know RenP games though, so that is something I am aware of. You've not been giving this thought as much attention as some of the other matters that it felt more pressing. Both Cassie and the sickbay, the thought of the Gundog remaining in what could be extremely dangerous territory didn't set well with you. It's regarding our original mission. Based on current events, once we secure the O'Brien, what will our plan be? How many RenP games have you played? Several. A decent amount. Have you played Clinical Trial yet, Sarge? Ooh, we should do Clinical Trial on stream, maybe. Oh, fuck, that would go crazy. That's like a 5-hour game. We could knock it out in one stream, probably. Well, Lieutenant, the Gundog's task is to provide backup or support as necessary. So what happens to that plan largely depends on what's happened on board the O'Brien. Yeah, there's like a ton of RenP games. If the crew are as resourceful as you and are alive and well, our task will be to get the O'Brien operational again. From there, we'll do our best to identify the source of whatever happened and alert JCF HQ. Of course, if those on board the O'Brien weren't as fortunate as we were, then the threat posed to a single Swift class would be deemed too great and we'd make a report whilst heading back to more secure territory. Meaning that if everyone on board the O'Brien is dead, then our mission is already over. Why do you ask, Lieutenant? Your stomach sinks as a sudden realization hits you. Once again, the outcome you find yourself hoping for most is the one where you're kept away from the action by a turn of fate. For that to happen, it needed to be like last time. Oh geez, this one, I do kind of like this outcome. You find yourself almost nauseated at the fact you trade the well-being of everyone on board the O'Brien for both yours and Cassie's safety. Despite that, you couldn't stop yourself from having that thought. Lieutenant Dempire? Oh, no particular reason, ma'am. Just looking to plan ahead. Very good, Lieutenant. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I got a mission plan I need to complete. Of course, ma'am, thank you. That you step away from the captain resumes inputting information in the control panel. Okay, let's do the Chris one too, because I'm very curious about that one. And then we'll decide which one we go from there. After a moment, your mind settles on what had been bothering you the most during the meeting. I was just wondering, I know Ensign Chris is a part of the mission, but that wasn't planned until the end of the meeting. What was he doing here? It's just, I'd have thought that'd be obvious, Lieutenant. Much like yourself, Chief Engineer Cathays and Lieutenant Lord, Ensign Chris was a vital part of the effort to reactivate the Gundog systems. At least that's how I understood events from Lieutenant Lord's report. You should have known. Is there something I'm unaware of, Lieutenant? For a moment, you consider asking the captain exactly how it was that Vanessa had reported events until you notice her finger began to drum on the control panel. Oh, no, Captain. In that case, I'm sure you understand both our respective responsibilities and allow me to get on with mine. Oh, Lieutenant, she calls you back. Good luck with the mission. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, shit. Okay, that's probably the best one then, because she's like happy with us and tells us good luck. And also we have information about how Lord buttered the bread, as Sarge is putting it. As the elevator doors open, you're immediately confronted by Vanessa standing in front of you, her arms crossed and her foot tapping impatiently. Well, it took you long enough, Lieutenant Empire. You sidestep her and make your way to the central hub. As you do, she turns to follow you. My apologies, Lieutenant. I didn't realize I was needed so urgently. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Empire. Your frustration with Vanessa had cooled over the past few hours as you spent time with Dalton and had been carrying out duties that kept you well away from her. Funny that her surname is Lord, too. Yeah. Back in her presence, you remembered how tense things had gotten between you on the bridge and over the radio. Lieutenant Lord, I've got a mission to be preparing for. Is there anything I can help you with right now, or can I get going? It's nothing much, Lieutenant. I just wanted to say that you did a good job in getting the gun dog operational again. Something about Vanessa's manner makes you slightly uneasy. Considering how she'd behaved recently, praise was the last thing you'd expect. Let's just say fucking... Okay. We'll take Sarge's advice here and save, but let's just fucking say thanks. Let's not be antagonistic about this. We're adults. If she's gonna be a little petty bitch about it, who gives a shit? Yeah, definitely Wobbler. Yeah, thanks. I did what I had to do. And for that, you received a much-reserved commendation on your record. You roll your eyes and begin to walk away again, unwilling to deal with whatever mind games Vanessa was attempting to play. Wait a moment, Lieutenant Empire. All I wanted to do was congratulate you, and you deserve it as a member of the crew who's gone above and beyond. What's this about, Lieutenant? You ask, your patience thinning rapidly. Straight to the task at hand. That's what I like about you, Lieutenant. Now, a proficient, able crew member like yourself, you know what it means to do your duty, but you've seen how the captain and her second carry out their affairs on the ship. What are you getting at? All I want to know, Lieutenant, is whether you think that crew members like yourself, Chief Engineer Cathays, Cadet Grange, and the rest deserve a competent commander. Okay, so we'll save over this one. Your recent discovery about the captain comes back to the front of your mind, but instead of answering, you make a move to walk past Vanessa, fully intending to not get involved in whatever she's planning. Lieutenant Lord, I really don't have time for this. Based on your recent conduct, Lieutenant, you seem pretty reliable, so I wanted to let you know ahead of time. I'll be keeping a close eye on this mission to see who's capable and who isn't. It's important to know who you can trust to do what needs to be done, after all. Anyway, nice to talk with you, Lieutenant. Good luck on the upcoming mission. With that, Vanessa turns on her heel and heads down the four-side thoroughfare, leaving you alone in the central hub. Oh, Lieutenant, do your best. I'll be watching. I like the... we can really quickly go to sickbay, I think. The elevator door slides open, you raise your hand to shield your eyes from the aggressive glare of the sickbay's powerful lighting. As you come to expect, the strong scent of clinical disinfectant pervades the room. It's possibly for Vanessa to try to come onto you there? That's funny. As harsh as it is infinitely preferable to the powerful odor of the captain's quarters. Scanning the room, you find that everything is in order. Doctor sits at his desk absorbed in data pad. All the medical supplies are carefully arranged in the cabinets, and the surgery room continues to look immaculate. Don't gotta save at every juncture, just ones that feel important. That one felt important. The only thing out of place is... There they are, Ian! Yes, she's awake. Cassandra, who'd been idly laying back on one of the beds, playing with her hair, had seen you the moment you stepped in the room and swung her legs around to the side of the bed, launching herself off it and towards you. I heard all about how you'd... Ah! Whoa, Cassie, careful. You dart forward just in time to grab her before the stumble she'd taken turns into a fall. Alright, let's get you back to the bed. Ah, thanks, Ian. In one swift motion, you scoop Cassie up in your arms and carry her back to the beds, setting her down on the one that she'd just been lying on. I just realized I have my head on this whole time. Doesn't really matter for this game, though. Whatever. Like, all I'm in the way of is the item and talk buttons, and that doesn't matter. Okay, I think I could have made that journey on my own, you know. Well, better safe than sorry, right? Still looking after me after everything you've done already? My hero. Your cheeks go flush, you look away for a moment. The captain's acknowledgement of your actions had been so perfunctory that it had barely registered, but Cassie's wholehearted praise of you has you feeling sheepish. Okay, well, I guess we're taking off the hat. By the way, I did put cooldowns on all of that shit now, so you can't spam them anymore. Yeah, I had to take away your rights, because you abused them. I did add more 7TV emotes though, so and I added a couple more commands. I do need the water, yeah. Your cheeks go flush, you look away for a moment. Captain's... Oh yeah, we already did this. No, it wasn't a big deal, it's just what I had to do. I'm pretty sure everyone else would have done the same thing if they were in my position. Don't sell yourself short again, it's a big deal. Saving an entire crew from a complete system failure with no chain of command isn't exactly something we get trained for. Plus, I didn't hear anyone else going on a spacewalk from one end of the ship to the other to get the equipment they needed. If doing all that doesn't make you a hero, I don't know what does. You smile and look back to Cassie. As self-conscious as you feel being called a hero, her assessment of events isn't wrong. Thanks, Cassie. I'm pretty sure I should still be thanking you, Ian. I don't think Vanessa could have carried me down here like you did. You bite your tongue at Cassie's mention of Vanessa. You had a strong feeling Vanessa wouldn't have even tried. You pushed the thought from your mind. You don't have much time with Cassie being your mission, before your mission is due to begin, and the last thing you want to do, to be doing is think about Vanessa. Don't worry about it. How are you doing anyway? Oh, me? I'm doing great, aren't I, Doc? Although he doesn't look up from the datapad, you see a flicker of recognition in the doctor's face. No, Miss Quinn, you are not doing great. Oh. You had a sudden and intense migraine followed by an unexplained extended loss of consciousness, which in turn has been followed by persistent and ongoing headache. I would not look to describe your condition as great. Cassie, why didn't you tell me you're still feeling bad? Oh, come on, what are you, my doctor? No, Miss Quinn, they are not your doctor. It's an expression, Doc. So I've got a bit of a headache right now. I bet it's nothing. It's probably because I pulled a double shift to cover the captain without eating anything but a bag of chips and 3 chocolate bars. Oh my god, Cassie. What the fuck, dude? She's got... that. With that statement alone, I have decided that Cassie has T-girl swag. Cassie. Miss Quinn, you'd advised me you'd stick rigorously to the NutriShake schedule I'd laid out for... Okay, everyone. Jeez. I know, but here I am, hydrated and full of electrolytes on doctor's orders. I'm gonna be fine. We love a wreck of a woman. Yeah. So anyway, how are you doing, Ian? Are you able to finish your shift now that Gundog's backed up and running, or have you made sure everything's okay? Well, actually, we've not been able to make contact with O'Brien, so I've been ordered to head over there in an armored frame. Oh no, honey, that seems really... with Hanson. Oh, honey. I'm sorry. How are you feeling about it? It's fine. I mean, you mull over the prospect. Traveling in a cramped cockpit with Hanson was never been your first choice to get the O'Brien. But then again, it wasn't like there'd be a room for you two to become into blows in there. At the most, there'd probably be some uncomfortable conversation. Anything you'd try would probably happen once you got back to the Gundog. It'll probably be fine. I know if there's one thing he takes seriously, it's his piloting. I don't think he'd start a fight while we're sharing the same cockpit or anything. There you go. It won't be too bad then. Besides, once you're on the O'Brien, you can get to work helping the other crew and ignore him. Well, that's the other thing. It looks like whatever's happened to the Gundog has happened to the O'Brien. Since we've not been able to identify any activity coming from them, there's a good chance that their crew hasn't made it. Oh no! Yeah. Hey, come on. They may not have got their ship back up and running, but maybe they've got their own savvy chief engineer who's figured out a solution to keep them all safe. And on top of that, they're really lucky they got their own heroic security officer who's saving the entire crew right now. If they're really lucky. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure they'll be fine. You do your best to match Cashie's enthusiasm, but you hadn't forgotten the chill in the air of the Gundog just before you got it back online. One of the first signs of the ship wouldn't be able to sustain its crew for much longer. That had been over 3 hours ago. Hey, Ian. Whatever happens, it'll be alright. You've already done incredible things today. Way more than anyone would have expected. You're gonna be alright. Thanks, Cassie. Besides, you said you'd book us tickets for that new water park in the Europa cluster. I'm not gonna let anything happen that'll stop us from going. Now get out there and nail this mission, Lieutenant Empire. Yes, ma'am. Alright. Let's get to the armor frame before we, I think it's the force side. Hold up. We can just use this. What about the chief? Well, they said to not talk to too many people. The game told me not to talk to too many people. As you make your way into engineering, there's unlimited time. Awesome. I love when games tell you things. Fuck around and eat a burger. Now I feel like you're not actually telling me the truth. As you make your way in the engineering section, you relish the various sounds coming from the new now functioning machinery, the thrum of moving parts, the buzz of electrical systems, the repetitive pulse of various cooling systems. With your newfound appreciation for the activity taking place all around you, you wonder if this is how the chief feels. There's a chiefy for eating burger, but right now, on that subject, hey chief, are you around? You call out doing your best to shout over the noise. Chief? We had a moment, get no response. You can't see her anywhere. Must be in the engine room. Yeah, I figured. Moving from the engineering section into the engineering rooms, the first thing that strikes you is the huge turbine machinery that fills the majority of the area is now still. You got so used to the constant motion and regular thrum that after your first few security reviews, you stopped noticing it. But now that it was absent, the stillness of such a huge space made you uneasy. The only saving grace was that the cavernous structure of the engine room no longer filled with the sound of the engines. You could hear the chief's analytical monologue echoing across the expanse. You wouldn't have had to do much more than follow it to its source to find her. So that's the deflectors, 1 through 7 calibrated against the background gamma and signaling baseline. Now if I can... Hey Chief, how's it, and no blockages in the coolant flow, no warping in exterior heat sinks either. Chief, Oh, it's you, Lieutenant Empire. Don't you have a mission to be getting ready for? Well, yes, I thought I'd check in on how you're doing before I had to leave. Oh, well, everything's as fine as it can be down here. Loss of power didn't do any damage as all the failsafes for a hard shutdown kicked in, so because of... Not the ship, Chief, I wanted to check in on you. I'm fine, Lieutenant. I just need to get these engines back online. Would have had them online already if Lieutenant Lord didn't have me waste all that time finding the O'Brien. Once I told her we could find them using a fair targeting sensor, she should have left it up to Gunner D's and let me get on with these things. I could have gotten back to figuring what's causing the problems with our long-range communication systems by now. Maybe even... That's something else I wanted to ask, Chief. What's happening between you and Lieutenant Lord on the bridge? I've seen what she can get like, but I didn't think she should have to be that way in front of the captain. Alright, Lieutenant, you know what? I've seen what you'll do for the ship and the crew, so in my book that makes you alright. So I'm going to let you in on the secret in case you hadn't figured it out already. The only reason any of us are on the ship is because the JCF doesn't know what to do with us. Oh, we're all freaks. Freaks and geeks here, folks. Not bad enough to dismiss or court-martial, but too much of a liability to crew anything important. She's also got a scary face, yeah. And I know that includes me. As a union woman, I've butted heads with enough of the brass that they use every trick in the book to get me out of the way and onto my last warning. So when Lieutenant Lord realized how pissed the captain would be that the engines hadn't been reactivated, she threatened to pin this whole mess on me. As she reported the decision to delay the engine's reactivation as mine if I didn't back up her story. Whole thing makes me sick. Some of us have actually important work to do and don't have time to be playing games with the crew to worm their way to the top. As much as I hate going along with it, I'm stuck for the time being. Jeez, I didn't realize Vanessa could be so... But don't worry about me, Lieutenant. I'm a big girl. You are. You literally are. I can look after myself. That's literally my thought process too. Like, I'm an adult. She's an adult. Who gives a shit what Lord's doing? I'll figure out some way to deal with her. You just worry about getting back from the O'Brien safely, you hear? Thanks, Chief. Don't mention it. Although one thing, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Don't interrupt me when I'm clearly in the middle of something extremely important. Yes, Chief. Now get out of here. Yes, Chief. Okay. As you walk by the mess hall, you stop to take a look inside. Everything seems to be operating as normal, from the lazy spinning of the extractor fan to the food vendors cycling through illuminating different options. At the table and facing away from you is Haru. Oh, Haru's here. You watch them as they idly swirl the contents of their cup of coffee before taking a sip. If they've noticed you, they aren't letting on, but from the looks of it, they seem to be deep in thought. You don't particularly have anything you want to ask them, but then again, you decide maybe you got to check in before you head out. Haru's always in here. Ensign Rumney. Oh, Vampire, what's going on? What's it here like you stopping by the mess hall? Hanson told me he was taking you for a ride over to O'Brien. Picking up snacks for the trip? I was just checking up on some of the crew before I left, making sure everyone's doing okay. Oh wow, what a professional. I'm doing alright. I was sleeping in my quarters when the power went out. Didn't even notice until Hanson started banging on my door. That's good. Glad you're doing okay. Yeah. Vampire? Yes, Ensign? Thanks for helping Hanson out. Oh well, you know, it's my duty. Right? Is this a beautiful butch lesbian or a man? Beautiful butch lesbian. Non-binary, sorry. Close enough. Did you give your girlfriend a candy? I haven't had an opportunity to get a candy. Oh well, you know, it's my duty, right? Yeah, I guess it is. Still, he's my flight partner. So if you did him a solid, you did me a solid. Keep it up. Maybe you aren't a coward we think you are. Haha, lighten up, Lieutenant. Jeez. Here's an opportunity for candy. Yeah, we gotta grab one. Alright, Ensign, if you're okay, I'll leave you to it. Don't be like that, Lieutenant. You just need to chill out. If you need help with it, you can stop by my quarters at any time. Hello? Not that hungry right now, but I bet you know who would appreciate this. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's the second time they've offered, I think. I think it's hangar time? As the ship's gravity disappears, you slowly float down the final few steps to the hangar. Medical bay? We already went there. I don't need to give them the candy immediately, do I? I do? Why? God damn it. You all are children, and she is too. Once your almost weightless feet connect with the steel flooring of the catwalk, you kick off it and towards the guard railing, grabbing it before you float past and bring yourself to a stop. Ahead of you are the typical sights of the hangar, but for the first time since you boarded the Gundog, its expanse is filled with noise and motion rather than the usual near silence and stillness. You see Dalton floating from one segment of the furthest armored frame to another, clearly in the process of carrying out his pre-flight checks. As he arrives to each new part, he opens up an access panel, checking the hidden machinery and mechanisms underneath, and then slams the panel closed, occasionally stopping to take one tool or another from his belt to apply adjustments to the frame's inner workings. Alongside the erratic slamming of panels and whirring of electronic tools coming from Dalton, you also hear the back and forth bickering between Hansen and Vanessa. A lot of plot is going to happen. I mean, we'll simply give her the candy eventually. You watch as Hansen, donning his flight suit, snaps at the lieutenant and kicks off. Look, yeah, let's go. Everyone hates Vanessa. Let's go. I was worried that Vanessa was going to team up with Hansen and shit. Snaps at the lieutenant and kicks off into the empty space of the hangar, swiftly followed by Vanessa, who does not let up or whatever she's trying to discuss. Glancing at your watch, you see it's almost the scheduled time to depart and start the mission. No use putting off any longer, I guess. Unless... Yeah, exactly. Very funny that it's just like... Hey, what are you still doing here? Don't you do a rescue to pull off? Well, I thought I'd check in one last time before I left, make sure you're really okay. Ah, you sweetie, but I'm really fine, totally fine. Not fine. I am currently under supervision to assess the treatment, extent, and potential cause of my ailment that I may be suffering from. I suspect Vanessa's not getting support for a mutiny without you. Yeah. However, my condition is currently stable, does not appear to be life-threatening. Although I could think of something that could speed up my recovery. Yeah, babe? Oh, you mean something like this? That's exactly what I was thinking of. Look at that. Look at that. Since I'm so good at treatment, maybe I should consider a move to the medical corps. Now that I think about it, it might suit you. You're always literally like that nurse uniform. Shut up! But now that you've solved this medical emergency, you need to focus on getting ready for your mission. Get out there and nail it, Lieutenant Dumpire. Yes, ma'am. We got an achievement for that. Okay. I still think I could have done it afterwards. As Hansen and Vanessa continue their argument, oblivious to your presence, you maintain your grip on the guardrail. It's almost time for the mission, so you could you could get ready to depart. But if you've got anything you wanted to do before you left, now would be the time. I should talk to Dalton. Doing your best to not draw attention to the squabbling Hansen and Vanessa, you wait until Dalton turns your way and then wave at him, gesturing for him to come over to you once you've caught his attention. Yeah, I have already missed one. Hey, Dalton, how are those preparations going? Oh, Lieutenant, preparations are, at ease, Cadet. Yes, Lieutenant. Sorry, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. Everything all right, though? Oh yeah, everything's fine, thanks. It's just that this is this is the first time I've actually had to prepare an armored frame for a real mission. Every other time has been for a drill or a test or something. I really don't want to screw it up. Hey, take it easy, Cadet. I'm sure you've done a good job. What if I've done something wrong? Then you and Instant Chris would... Slow down a second, Dalton. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. No problem, Cadet. Just take it easy. But tell me, have you ever screwed up any of your armored frame drills before? Well, no. Or any tests? No, I guess not. So why do you think you've done something wrong this time? I mean... I'm sorry, I guess I'm just getting a bit nervous. It's alright, Cadet. We all get a bit nervous the first time we have to do something for real. Yes, it is. But I've seen how hard you work and what the Chief puts you through, so I'm sure you've already got it all done up to her standards. Thanks, Lieutenant. Although she always makes me double check the actuators. What if I've forgotten the actuators? Ah! We could talk to Vanessa. Oh, okay, they both do the same thing. I think we've done everything then. Yeah, there shouldn't. Oh wait. There should be the gunner guy. I forgot about him. As the door to the fire control slides open, you're met with a familiar sound of tuning music escaping from Dylan's oversized headphones, letting you know that the gunner's at a station. Looking around at all the illuminated screens and flashing readouts, it appears that everything here is back up and running as normal. Although there's so much information on the display, you have no idea if that's a correct assessment. Leaning slightly to catch the glimpse of Dylan, you can see that he's currently zoned out in appreciation of the track he's listening to, oblivious to your presence. Knowing that we recently had his personal sanctuary intruded upon by both Lieutenant Lord and the Chief, it feels cruel to disturb him, but if your years of being a security officer kicks in, you find it hard to resist the urge to check in. Hey, Dylan. Warrant Officer D's nuts. Dylan? Yes? Latest report? No update on the... Oh, hey, Lieutenant. Sorry about that. I've just had the Chief and Lieutenant Lord crammed in here with me shouting at each other about finding the O'Brien. Lord wouldn't even let me perform the search with my headphones on, against regulations, like it makes a difference between what I can see. I didn't sign up for that kind of stress. Anyways, what's up? I didn't sign up to be a gunner for that kind of stress. Oh, nothing much. I just thought I'd check in on you, see how you're doing after everything. Well, you know me, Lieutenant. As long as I get to listen to my music, it's all good. And as long as Lieutenant Lord never comes in here again, I guess. Ugh. What about you, Lieutenant? I heard you got you to thank for getting the gun dog back on her feet. You doing all right? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I've been too busy with running a sweep of the ship to stop and think about it, really. Well, with needing to do a spacewalk and all, rather you than me, Lieutenant. Closest I want to be to get to space is seeing it through these monitors. Yeah. Anyway, if it's okay with you, Lieutenant, I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on the O'Brien. I was right in the middle of a gnarly Trish and the Replicant song. Mind if I get back to it? No problem. Take it easy, Gunner D's. Thanks, Lieutenant. Okay, now we've definitely talked to everyone. Wait, that's Dalton. Fuck. Oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. That's true. I should. Come on. Okay. Hanson. Alright. Time to depart. Although the prospect of the upcoming mission makes your stomach drop, you take a deep breath in, holding it briefly and exhale slowly, calming yourself. Gathering up your resolve, you kick over to the storage lockers near the hangar entrance and remove a flight suit from one, pulling it over your normal uniform. It had taken you much longer to get the suit on earlier, but thanks to that unwelcome refresher, you now slide it on relatively effortlessly. After closing the clasp on the last of the suit seals, you take the helmet from the locker and tuck it under your arm, turning back to face the main hangar. Hanson and Vanessa's bickering doesn't seem like it'll end anytime soon, so with a weary exhalation you float forward, vault over the guardrail and kick off it, sending yourself towards Hanson's armored frame. Lieutenant Empire reporting for duty, you announce loudly as you grab on the shoulder of the armored frame. Stopping in the middle of what she was saying to Hanson, Vanessa turns to face you. She then pushes off the hangar ceiling and heads towards you, not waiting to arrive to begin her lecture. It's about time you arrived, Lieutenant. You're due to depart in a few minutes. What exactly do you think you're doing turning up this close to the mission start time? I'll remind you that I'm responsible for overseeing this assignment. I won't have a lack of timekeeping impacting the outcome. Before she can get much further in her tirade, Vanessa's cut off by Hanson, who floats in between the two of you and into the open cockpit of the Juno. Ensign Chris, we're ready for departure. She'll bitch no matter what, of course. He states lazily before disappearing in the armor frame, taking Vanessa's attention away from you and back towards him. And don't forget, Ensign, I'm counting on you. Vanessa calls into the cockpit. If Hanson answers, you don't hear it. Well then, Lieutenant, have you got everything you need for the mission? I don't see you carrying a PST or a guide from the Chief on removing the O'Brien's black box, didn't you? Hey, Lieutenant. The Chief's loud call comes to the hangar entrance, and you see her heading towards you with a large off-white object under her one arm in the middle of the folder in her hand. As she's halfway across, she launches the object at you. Although you manage to grab it with your free hand, its momentum pushes you back into the armored frame, and you hit it with more force than you'd expected. It takes you a second to recover. Once you do, you realize that the Chief's just pitched a briefcase-sized portable computer at you, the PST. We got it back, yay! By the time you're able to find its handle and get a grip on it, the Chief arrives at the Juno and holds onto the machine. I had to grab the one you left in engineering. I've charged it up, but these devices get pretty thirsty, so it took a little while. And here's instructions for removing a black box. O'Brien's a Swift like the gun dog, so there shouldn't be any difference in procedure as long as you follow this to the letter. Ahem. Ignoring Vanessa, the chief proffers a vanilla folder containing a few sheets of paper. Rearranging your hold on your helmet, the PST, and your grip on the armored frame, you just about manage to take the folder from her. We got a lot of... Do we have a bag of holding here? What's going on? Him. A him, whimper. You glance back to Vanessa, who hovers behind you, an increasingly deep scowl forming on her face. Before you have the opportunity to acknowledge the lieutenant, the chief lays a hand heavily on your shoulder and returns your attention to her, almost making you drop the folder. Don't forget, Lieutenant, the PST needs access verification to open doors, so your ID won't work on the O'Brien because you've not been assigned to it. As an adventure game protagonist, you're covered in Velcro. True, yeah. You'll need to use the ID of one of the O'Brien crew to get anything working. Oh, right. Thanks for the heads up, the chief. If that's the case, would you mind hanging on to these until I get back? Sure thing, Lieutenant. Anyway, I've got engines to be reactivating. Although I've already queued up the startup reactions, so now Chief Engineer Cathays. Right, we both got things to be getting on with. Good luck out there, Lieutenant. With the final pat on your shoulder, the chief launches herself out the armor frame and back towards the hangar entrance. Chief Engineer Cathays! Vanessa yells while she's using you to pull herself forward, her lower lip quivering with anger. She watches the chief pass over the guardrail and towards the stairwell leading out to the hangar. Although she remains silent, you can see the rage building in Vanessa, her slight frame seeming as it could explode at any second. Oh boy, an ad break is incoming. As subtly as possible, you attempt to make your way to the Juno's cockpit without attracting her attention. You've already noticed that Dalton has disappeared from view, and you hope to achieve the same thing before the lieutenant can direct her scorn at you. Unfortunately, as you lower yourself into Juno's cockpit... Oh, we're stretching, apparently? As you lower yourself into Juno's cockpit, the casing of the PST strikes the armored frame surface, resulting in a loud clang that reverberates through the empty space of the hangar. Going somewhere, Lieutenant? So we'll get a save going here. And I think this will be a good spot to go ads. So I'm going to go ads, and I'll see you in a second. Bye.
Night of the Lepus. Rated PG.
now, a special bulletin direct from American International. Is it too late? Is our planet doomed? Life as we know it at an end? Right now, Godzilla is laying waste to New York, Rodan is attacking Moscow, Manda is smashing London, and Peking trembles under the wrath of Mafra.
Okay, back at it again. I do appreciate it, Sarge. Doesn't need to happen anymore. You don't need to tell me about the ads anymore because now Batchu does it. And it'll tell me when it's done for everyone instead of just you. No. I appreciate it. It was very helpful. And I set up something that does it so you don't have to anymore. Let's just leave quickly, I think, right? Hansen Chris, like Chris Hansen? I mean, it's... I guess, yeah, right? Is that the joke? Yeah, Sarge is going to become a Luddite. Sarge is going to become a Luddite trying to destroy Batchu for stealing his job. Your mind races, you try to come up with a good way to extricate yourself in this situation. The concept of getting another fight with Vanessa right now is something even worse than the thought of sharing a cramped space cockpit with Hansen. Luddite story arc coming soon. Yeah, we're going to have a whole, like... There's going to be a whole story on the Vampire Ian channel. It's going to be an ARG. It's going to be a Luddite ARG. The concept of a Luddite ARG is also kind of funny, too. So does Sarge. I just took Sarge's job away, right? Sarge also has an understandable motive. I just took his job away. Like it took their job is no longer there. That is true, Wobbler. My only form of income. Lieutenant Empire heading out. Good luck with commanding the mission, ma'am. You announced, throwing out the best salute you can manage considering how full your hands are. Get out of here, Lieutenant. Vanessa hisses, turning back to you and launching herself in the armor frame and turn it towards the hangar entrance. Watching her float away, you breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that you managed to avoid another conflict with her. Turning towards the cockpit entrance, you make your way inside, pulling the lever that closes the hatch behind you. He respects us a little bit now, because we saved his ass. Vanessa has no such, like, compassion. No such sense of respect. Oh, the fucking UI changed to the armored frame. With the hatch closed, all you can hear is the gentle hum of the frame's subsystems. Once inside, your eyes quickly adjust to the low light, with the only source of illumination being the occasional backlit dial or readout. You pause for a moment and grit your teeth. This is the first time in years you've been inside the cockpit of an armored frame. It might be a newer model, but it was pretty much exactly how you remember it. Stepping back to the present, you do your best to head off the thoughts as you know will follow. You're reminiscing by taking a look around the cockpit to see where you would be sitting. Although the majority of Juno's cockpit is taken up by the pilot seat, which sits in the center, mounted on a series of shock absorbers, there's a space on either side which allows for the addition of a temporary passenger seat to be mounted on the pilots. Sure enough, Dalton has attached this fixture onto the right-hand side of the seat currently occupied by Hansen. You stash the PST in the file the chief gave you at the rear of the cockpit. Once they're out of your hands, you pull on your helmet, fastening your suit's final seals and then strapping yourself into the passenger seat. Whilst you do up the buckles, you look across at Hansen, who you realize hasn't said a single thing since you entered the cockpit. You've been too preoccupied with getting away from Vanessa to notice, but now you're actually paying attention to the ensign. You see his chest is rapidly rising and falling with every breath. On top of that, his hands both grasp the flight sticks, squeezing them tightly and release them, a motion he repeats over and over. Oh shit, does he have PTSD too? Whoa, that's crazy! The traumatic thing wasn't just traumatic for me! I finally have exteriority! Despite the fact you're looking right at him, he hasn't noticed you. Instead, his focus seems purely on the monitor in front of him. Hey, Ensign Chris? Are you, okay? There's a slight delay, but after a second, you ask Hansen. Hansen releases his grip on the flight sticks and turns to face you. The intense expression he'd just been suddenly replaced with his normal countenance. What? I was just asking if you were okay. Of course I'm okay. What are you talking about? We're not all cowards like you who can't even launch an AF. You take a deep breath in and exhale slowly as you look away. You weren't sure what you were expecting, but at least Hansen seems like his normal self. Thankfully, any follow-up from him was cut off by Vanessa's face appearing on the comm screen and her voice on the frame speakers. Oh, great. I do still love her little image here. That's great. Gundog 1, this is Lieutenant Lord. It's 1630 Jovian Standard and the mission has begun. Please confirm you're ready to launch. The normal way to react to the cockpit, looking like you're going to collapse, being completely unengaged in everything, completely dissociated from everything, and then having to snap back to reality and put up your facade again. Definitely normal shit going on here in this cockpit. Copy that, Lieutenant Lord. This is Ensign Chris from the Gundog 1. All systems ready for launch and waiting on authorization. Understood. Authority granted. Stand by whilst you're transported for takeoff. Although Juno's monitors haven't turned on yet, you can tell that the reverberations you're feeling are coming from it being lowered from the hangar and out of the underside of the ship. Activating all systems. Now. All at once the monitors come to life, illuminating you and Hansen with their glow. Gundog 1, ready. Gundog 1, releasing restraints. Gundog 1, launching. Once the armored frame is free of its restraints, Hansen slams the flight sticks forward in unison, sending the Juno hurtling away from the Gundog and causing it to shake with the acceleration. So wait, if all of us are like little misfits that can't be trusted on a normal ship, what's Haru's deal? Is it just that she's too promiscuous? Or they? Are they they? I don't know their pronouns. As the cockpit shutters, you unconsciously grab on the straps keeping you in the passenger seat and squeeze them tightly. With the frame continuing to accelerate, you do your best to keep a neutral expression, but despite this, Hansen looks across from you and notices your grim appearance. She's too flirty. Yeah, that's what I figured. What's the matter, Lieutenant? Feeling flight sick already? No, I'm fine. You lie. Sure. Just sit back and... Shit back. Whoa! Just sit back and see watch how a real pilot handles an AF. And he crashes it. Although you thought Hansen had launched at maximum thrust, he somehow manages to find an extra burst of acceleration, causing the cockpit to shake further, doing nothing to help the nausea you feel. Slipped her way to the bottom. True. If you throw up, Lieutenant, your helmet stays on. Eventually, Hansen eases up on the acceleration and juddering stops. Although you're still slightly nauseous, you slowly begin to feel less like the little food you'd had time for today will be reappearing in your helmet. Haru's just like that to you. Maybe? It's possible that Haru's here by fluke. Kind of like me. Like, from what I understand, my character was just put here because of Cassie. They just like to see you squirm, maybe? As the Juno continues to cruise forward, you and Hansen both sit in near silence of the cockpit. With no real indication of distance between you and the O'Brien or the speed you're traveling, it's difficult for you to keep track of time where the journey drags on. Fair enough, Ferret Lord. Well, yeah, we are, but we don't show it, apparently. Like, when I recall at the beginning, we were doing fine. We were, like, on regular assignments. And then Cassie pulled some strings to put us on this misfit ship. There's no way for you to be exact, but it feels like at least half an hour has passed without neither of you saying anything. This is so funny. Like, just like the normal cockpit, the cockpit. I fucking stumbled into that one and it was incredible. The cockpit. Eventually, the oppressive silence coupled with your increasingly desperate desire for a distraction forced you to think about something you never thought you'd be willing to do. Willingly start a conversation with Hansen. Ooh. I don't know about telling him about the report. This is a big save situation. As the two of you continue to sit in silence, you watch Hansen make occasional minute adjustments to the flight path of the Juno. You realize something. When you'd read the report in the captain's quarters, you'd been shocked, hit with a gut punch of realization. What happened to you at the battle above Lunar could all be traced back to one woman, Neris Bartholomew, your captain. Except it wasn't just you who'd been there that day. You weren't the only one who was on board the ship that had been affected by her actions. Hansen had fought for his life like as Calic flight was wiped out around him, and he'd had to survive in the combat zone for over 12 hours. Telling Hansen about the report is probably how you recruit Hansen to Vanessa's mutiny? Probably, yeah. What had happened to Hansen, what he blamed you for, it hadn't been your fault. Now finally you knew whose fault it was. It's not going to make him change his mind on you. The realization hung over you as you grappled with the situation. It's not like you were any closer to dealing with this information. Was there even any way of knowing that you could bring closure? That knowing could bring you closure? It couldn't bring back Calic Flight or any of the other pilot or crews. The ship had been lost. But still, if someone else had known, would you have wanted to tell them to tell you anyway? Tell you? Would telling Hansen do you any good? Would it do any good for him? These thoughts almost overwhelm you as you try to wrestle with what you should do until suddenly you just blurt out. When I was in the captain's quarters, I found a report. What? Oh shit, it's got animations! You take a deep breath. You started now and there's no going back. When I was in the captain's quarters looking for the codes to reactivate the gun dog, I found a report in the captain's desk. Yeah, okay, why are you telling me this? It was about the battle above Lunar, 4 years ago. As soon as you mention the battle, you hear Hansen take a sharp intake of breath and his flight sticks creak as he squeezes both of them. In an instant, his whole body goes rigid. It was about the reason the enemy were able to outflank us, why they were able to break through the E field. You see Hansen's expression shift into a grimace, but he still doesn't say anything. It was because Captain Bartermuse. She was Rear Admiral Bartermuse back then. She made an order that pulled the ships away from our rear defensive line. It left us wide open. It's why... Why the hell are you telling me this? Hansen yells, his fist lashing out and striking the control panel to his left side. Because it was her. She's the reason. She's the reason why we had to deal with what we dealt with. She's responsible. Who cares? What difference does it make? The whole time it was... I know what this is. This is just you trying to worm your way out of your responsibility. What? No, it wasn't my fault. It was... Shut up. Don't try to get out of this. It doesn't matter why it happened. You weren't there. You weren't there when we needed you. You were... It wasn't my fault. Just shut up. This time Hansen's fist connects with the side of the seat that yours is mounted to, making the whole thing shudder and activating shock absorbers. With that, the two of you fall back into uneasy silence. This time, though, you have no desire to rekindle any conversation, instead allowing the silence to stretch on for the remaining duration of the journey. Okay. Maybe he would fight you in this cockpit. Not quite, but he got close. Okay. This is what I really want to know. What's going on with Haru? What about, Haru? How long have you known Haru? What are you asking? I'm just asking how long you've known Haru. Why? Are you into them? Them. They, them. What? No, I was only... Oh man, I can't believe you're into Haru. They're gonna love this. I'm not into Haru. Does Quinn know? Ensign. Oh man, maybe she does. Maybe that's why you're asking. Damn, no wonder you're asking. I knew you two were both freaks. Just shut up, Ensign Chris. So, you start before trailing off quickly as Hansen doesn't acknowledge you at all. How long have you been on the gun dog? Hansen gives you the briefest flicker of acknowledgement, but doesn't take his eyes off the main monitor. Haru's probably a unicorn. Maybe. What? I was just asking how long you've been stationed at the gun dog. Why? You're only seconds in this conversation before it, and it's already one you're beginning to regret. I just, I thought I'd ask. I heard people talking about your piloting, and yeah, well, people can say whatever they like about my piloting. It doesn't make a difference because I've been stuck in this joke of a ship for a year. Not that it matters. Every other pilot in the JCF is doing nothing but drills right now, so who cares where I am? The fresh and comfortable silence hangs in the air between the two of you as you mentally scramble for a response. So what are you doing on the ship anyway? How'd you screw up? Your first instinct is to fire back that you aren't a screw up like him, but you can't admit that Cassie had you transfer put through as a favor without the risk of getting back to Vanessa. I didn't screw anything up, just got transferred here short notice to fill the role, that's all. Whatever, Lieutenant. You don't get dumped on the gun dog unless you screwed up or are defective. So what is it? Neither. Yeah, sure. You know what, I'm just gonna... Yeah, we're just not even gonna talk about this thing. As the two of you continue your flight towards the O'Brien, the quietness of the Juno cockpit adds to the sense of tension you feel between yourself and Hansen. Despite not engaging with or even acknowledging you, you can't help but feel a sense of pressure. Hansen's simple presence continuing to put you on edge. You mull over a few potential topics for conversation, but can't come up with anything that wouldn't sound weird or forced. Eventually, you resign yourself to the fact that the rest of the journey will just have to continue on this way for as long as it takes. You shift in your seat and adjust one of the belts slightly. With a sigh, you make yourself as comfortable as you can, settling in to the silence. Enjoy the silence. With no other sounds beyond the almost imperceptible background noise of the cockpit and the Juno's monitor showing nothing but stars, your mind drifts, bouncing from thought to thought. Oh my god, we're really flickering out of existence here. The warmth of the cockpit and the gentle vibrations caused by the shuddering of the Juno's engines cause your thoughts to idle and slow. Eventually, without realizing, you begin to drift off to sleep. You're almost completely gone when both you and Hansen sit upright and fix your attention on the main monitor. Although there's nothing to see beyond the stars and the visual indicator, you know that this means that O'Brien is close by. We're here. Hansen mutters to himself as he begins to flick switches on the control panel to his side. You watch silently as he works the pedals and flight sticks to reduce the Juno's speed. Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock on the objective. I repeat, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock on the objective. Awesome, dude. Hansen scowls at the communication screen as it returns nothing but static and an indication it hasn't picked up on any incoming signal. He quickly resets the switches on the control panel before activating them again. I repeat, Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock on the objective. Do you read? Piece of junk. His foot strikes the paneling underneath the main monitor, causing it to flicker momentarily, but does nothing to help obtain a signal. With the O'Brien now visible on the screen, you remain silent as Hansen continues to deactivate and reactivate the Juno's transmission systems. Good signal loss is not a good thing for a signal to be. True. Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We got target lock on the objective. I repeat, Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We got target lock. God damn it, Lord. What the hell are you? Hello? Hello? This time, Hansen's fist strikes the main monitor. Thankfully for both of you, the reinforced glass of its screen remains undamaged. You move as far away from Hansen as the restraints of your temporary seat will allow. You always knew he was hot-headed, but that didn't make it any easier to deal with. Very awkward. Oh, man. This is not going to go well, but I'm going to try and calm him down. Hansen continues to attempt re-establishing contact with the Gundog. Each time he does, his efforts are met with the same familiar static. Come on, what's wrong with this piece of crap? Gundog, come in! Ah! Hey, come on, take it easy. You tell him, holding up your hands, palms forward in a placating gesture. Don't you tell me what to do in my framed empire. Hansen snaps back, continuing to flip switches and occasionally strike the controls. Ensign, that's not going to do any good. Yeah? What do you know? You can barely contain the long, exasperated sigh you feel building inside you, but you manage to keep not to express it, knowing it'll just set Hansen off more. Instead, you tell him what you remember the Chief telling you earlier. Before all this started, the Chief said she was having problems with the long-range communication systems. It was causing issues with our transmissions to the O'Brien as well as our targeting system. It's probably not fixed yet, might have even been made worse when the power went out. So what, we're out here with no mission control? You pause, crossing your arms and shrugging. I guess so. Yeah, of course. Can't expect anything to go to plan when that ship's involved. This is Gundog 1 in case anyone out there can actually hear us. We're approaching the JFS O'Brien. We're carrying out the visual inspection of the O'Brien now. With the O'Brien now close enough for you to actually make out his finer details, Hansen decelerates the frame, bringing it to a near complete stop. Deftly adjusting the Juno's orientation, he then begins to circle the Swift-class ship, and the two of you focus on the monitor, trying to identify anything out of ordinary in the O'Brien before you get closer. Wait a second, is that? You point to the O'Brien's main airlock, and Hansen quickly sets his camera to zoom in on it. Wide open. Looks like someone tried the same stunt as you. No, that's not it. I closed the secondary airlock behind me. Both of those are open, which means the ship must be completely depressurized. Yeah. If this happened when the power was off, none of the emergency bulkheads would have been able to close. The two of you sit in silence, both considering what you just found out. If the same thing had happened to the O'Brien as a Gundog and someone to open both airlocks when what little breathable air was left in the ship would have been sucked out into space. We've still got a mission to do. Come on. You nod silently in agreement with Hansen, apparently sobered by that realization. As Hansen, apparently sobered by that realization, moves the armored frame towards the airlock. You know, it's really hard. It's pretty difficult to read text sight unseen sometimes. This isn't necessarily the end, you think? If some of the crew were lucky, they might have been able to get their spacesuits on before they ran out of air. They'd be running low on oxygen by now, but this is Gundog 1 docking with the O'Brien. Oh my. Now only meters away from the other ship, Hansen brings the Juno to a complete stop with a surprising amount of delicacy. has it reach out with one arm, grabbing hold of a protrusion from the ship and anchoring itself. All right, let's go. In a well-practiced motion, Hansen releases himself from the seat's harness, moves it forward, and grabs the lever to open the cockpit's hatch. As soon as it's open, you feel a rush of the cockpit's air escaping. Meanwhile, Hansen pulls himself out and steps out into the airlock. Having a slightly harder time with the straps of your harness, it takes you a few moments longer to release yourself. Once free, you gather up the PST and the instructions the chief had given you before making your way out to the Juno. Out of the Juno. The two of you tentatively make your way from the airlock itself to the room beyond. Holy fuck. Although nothing is obviously broken or wrong, the fact you're standing in an area identical to the one the gun dog but open to space and completely uninhabitable sends a shiver down your spine. He looks very funny this way. He looks very silly in this uniform. You look to Hansen and see him mouthing something you can't hear. You continue to stand there in confusion as Hansen wordlessly gestures at you until he looks exasperated. Takes you a moment, but you realize what's going on and reach up to your radio and your chest panel, flicking the switch that activates it. Come on, why wouldn't we know what to do about that? It's about time you figured that out, Lieutenant. We literally already did this. Why wouldn't we know this? Hansen's voice crackles over your helmet speaker. Unlike the Juno, where the cockpit was pressurized so you could hear each other, you now find yourself standing in a complete vacuum where no sound can travel. So what's the plan? You turn to survey the empty void of the airlock. The first priority given by the captain was assisting the crew of the O'Brien to get their ship back online, but judging the current state of things, you weren't sure you had much luck with that. The plan. You say to yourself more than the Hansen as you go over the current situation in your mind. That's right, Lieutenant, the plan. Right now you've got rank, so without Lord screeching down our comm lines, this is on you. Unless you're after a trip down memory lane and want to sit in the Juno's cockpit whilst I do everything. A mix of shame and anger swells into you as you bite your tongue to not snap at Hansen with the first thing that comes to mind. Stow it, Ensign. Despite the way he said it, he wasn't wrong. With nothing coming from the gun dog, you're now the highest ranking officer involved in this mission. Alright, the first priority was to assist the crew. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be in this part of the ship, but we still need to try. Since I've used the PST before, it's going to be easier for me to carry out that search. Whilst I'm doing that, you can start removing the ship's black box. You hold up the manila folder that the chief had given you on the gun dog, and Hansen takes it from you, clumsily flicking through it with his gloved hands. It's on the bridge, huh? How are we going to get up there? Same way I done the gun dog. Come on. You turn around and head into the ship, eventually arriving in the central hub. Okay then, Lieutenant, what now what? As you walk past Hansen to where the maintenance hatch is located next to the elevators, you take the opportunity to quickly switch your radio off, telling Hansen exactly what he can do next, then switching it back on. What's next, Ensign, is this. You run your fingers down the seam between the panel and the wall and quickly find the catch. Unlike the one on the bridge, you're able to fit your suit's fingers into this one and you quickly release it. As the hatch comes away in your hands, you wait until you feel the sensation of air rushing out of the crawlway. Unfortunately, you feel nothing, confirming one of the fears you had about the ship and her crew. Placing the hatch down, you turn to Hansen, saying nothing about your discovery and instead gesturing to the ladder. At the top of this ladder, you'll find another panel like this one that leads into the bridge. To release it, all you need to do is push on the catch from the inside. Think you can handle that? What do you think, Lieutenant? You're not dealing with some dumb security officer here or anything. Let a pilot show you how it's done. With a swagger that's only exaggerated by the bulk of his suit, Hansen strides past you, steps into the access tunnel, and heads up the ladder. You take the opportunity to turn your radio off again and tell him what you really think about pilots. Awesome, dude. Once you've done, you switch it back on in case he sends any transmissions. Now you've set him to work, it's up to you to try and find any survivors in the Orion's crew and use their help to get the ship back online. You look around the empty central hub, the same silence that previously filled the gun dog has now filled your helmet. After a moment of contemplation, you head towards the first place you think might be fruitful to explore. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. You reach out into the maintenance crawlway and grab a rung on the ladder. Stepping forward, you place your feet on another rung that you can barely see, and then, instead of following Hansen up, you start moving downward. That's all true. As you descend the crawlway, eventually it becomes completely dark. The only indication you're given that you reach the bottom is you bring your foot down, you unexpectedly stomp on a floor panel. Now at the bottom of the shaft, you grope around in the darkness, looking for a catch that will release the panel by the elevator into the sick bay. After a few minutes of sliding your palms around you blindly, your suit glove catches on something. You investigate it with your fingertips to confirm that it's what you're looking for before releasing it, grabbing the panel as it falls away and placing it on the side as you step through the sickbay. Oh, Jesus. With no rush of air to indicate that you're depressurized the room, you're almost entirely certain you know what to expect, but what you find goes beyond that. Behind the desk set to meet those who enter the sickbay, you see a crumpled form of someone wearing a white coat much like Dr. Rosarium's. Quickly make your way over to them, but as you do, you stop momentarily as you feel something crunching underneath your boots. Looking around, you see that the doctor's surrounded by broken glass. Taking stock of the room, you realize that the cabinet at the far end of the sick bay are all still locked, but the glass panels have shattered and their contents scattered. Instead of trying to puzzle out what's happening, you turn your attention back to the doctor, kneeling down by them and gently turning them over. You're faced with a woman who seems to be in her mid-50s, her sandy hair done up in a loose bun with errant strands tucked behind her ears. You notice that of the two lenses set in her round wire-framed spectacles, one is cracked and the frame set askew on her face. Though her pale blue eyes are wide open and staring at you, they do not move and she does not blink. Her skin is pallid, matching the cool blue of her eyes. The striking red of her lipstick stand out in the dramatic contrast. You stay holding the doctor for a moment before gently laying her down, and as much delicately as you can manage in your bulky spacesuit, you close her eyes. As you stand up, you exhale deeply. Although it was almost certain this would be the scenario you'd be facing for most of the ship since the central area had been depressurized with no safety measures engaged, you've been holding out hope you find crew members alive and well. Despite the sight of the doctor, you still hold on to that hope. As you survey the room, you turn your attention back to the glass underfoot and the shattered frontage of the cabinets. What happened here? As you head towards the back of the room to examine the cabinets, you feel the crunch of glass fragments under your feet. Although the floor is scattered with various boxes and bottles of different medicines, there's something in particular that catches your eye. You squat down and pick up an open packet that you recognize, NutriShake Mix. As you turn the pouch over in your hand and look inside, you find it's completely empty of the powder that it should contain. Placing it back on the floor, you look around and realize that whilst all the boxes of medication are all still sealed, the packets that you can see are torn open are all NutriShake packets. Would someone really do all this for NutriShakes? No. No one in there right now, no point in opening that door. All vacant. Who could have done this? Could whoever have done this been in for treatment? The ship's doctor looks like she was involved in a struggle down here, but I can't tell whether she died before or after the ship was depressurized. Interesting. Use. Stand over to the doctor trying to see if there's any clues to what happened to her beyond the crack in her glasses lens. To survey her, you notice that unlike Dr. Rosarium, she doesn't wear her stethoscope around her neck or any key card around on a lanyard. Hang on her key card. The thought reminds you of the chief's instructions that you need to use a key card from a member of the O'Brien's crew if you were to going to activate any doors with the PST. You steal your resolve and aware what you need to do, but not finding the concept altogether pleasant. Sorry about this, Doctor. Squatting beside her, you pat the doctor down. Although the thickness of your spacesuit's glove make the task difficult, you do your best to be respectful. Eventually, you reach the doctor's waist and feel a protrusion from her side. Opening her white coat, you see an internal packet, and after a moment spent trying to fit your gloved hand inside, you manage to grab a hold of something and pull it out. Yay, key card. You stand up and read the name on the back of the card. Dr. Esri de Boer. You unclasp a pouch on the side of your suit, deposit the card, and then close it again. The doctor won't have the clearance to let me access the central computer. Okay, we're hydrating. A very talky game requires a lot of water. Doctor won't have any clearance to let me access the central computer, but maybe this will let me find someone who does. Thank you for your help, Dr. DeBoer. I'm just sorry we didn't get here sooner. Walk up to one of the cabinets with a broken glass frontage and gently pull on its handles. You expect that it's still locked, doesn't budge. Then your feet among the various packets of medications and appear to have basically pulled out of the cabinet. You can see the selection of NutriFix packets all torn open. Picking one up, you check its contents to find it's completely empty. Could this really have happened over nutritional supplements? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's all Deep Space Nine references. If you made your way back into to the maintenance crawlway, you work your way up to the darkness, the dull straight starlight from the airlock that illuminates the central hub, barely illuminating the exit above you. As you continue towards it, you pause as your radio hisses into life. Hello, Hansen? Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. Yeah, O'Brien too, yeah. Cassie, what are you doing on this? We're picking up your signal. Have arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates. Over. Cassie, what are you? Oh. We read you. That's a sweet voice you've got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. It's good to finally... This is the thing we saw earlier. What? This is from when... Roger that, JFS O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. We're picking up your signal. We've arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates. Over. We read you. That's a sweet voice you got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. It's good to finally... The snippet of conversation between Cassie and Lieutenant Bashir... Again, Bashir is another one. Loops a few times until eventually fading into static. With as little explanation as why the transmission started, it ends. What would be transmitting that recording? I assume we can't get into engineering because of the lack of keycard. Just like you said in the Gundog a few hours earlier, where the aft thoroughfare should transition to the engineering department, instead all you see is a gigantic blast door. It's a double reference. Hell yeah. From experience crawling underneath one, you know that there's no way you could ever hope of moving it manually. On top of that, there's no point in attempting to open it before you have emergency access codes. With the battery power the door took to open, you probably shut it yourself in engineering with no way to get back out. Though you had Dr. DeBoer's card, which should afford you access, you still need those codes. Turn back and move away from the door, making your way back to the aft thoroughfare. Okay, so we need to go... to the foreside thoroughfare. Heading away from the central hub, you slowly make your way into the darkness of the foreside thoroughfare. As you peer into the gloom, you're able to make out the vague shapes of the outline of the corridor's familiar features. Jesus. Despite the darkness, thanks to O'Brien being a swift class like the Gundog, you're already familiar with its layout and what to expect. While that does help to some degree, the deep shadows that fill each doorway and the pool of darkness that grows deeper towards the far end still gives the corridor a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. You're almost entirely unable to make out the door that leads to the fire control, causing your exploration of the corridor to feel like a step into the unknown. You pause and cast your torch around the passageway. Torch. UK people detected. As you ponder where to head next, you feel gentle vibrations reverberated through your suit. In the vacuum, you can't hear anything that makes noise, but you can feel that what seems to be like a set of footsteps coming up behind you. You turn back to talk to Hansen, impressed by the speed at which he's removed the black box. Oh, are you already done, Hansen? Where you've been expecting to see the ensign, there's nothing but emptiness. Hansen? You spend a moment or two looking around, even going so far as to return to the central hub to see if he's approached you, then doubled back. Hansen? This isn't a good time to be pulling practical jokes, you mutter to yourself as you switch on your radio. Ensign Chris, what were you just doing down in the foreside thoroughfare? Huh? What are you talking about, Lieutenant? Ensign, I just heard you walking around down here. Have you finished retrieving the black box already? You want to get yourself checked out, Lieutenant? I've been up here the entire time. Don't go cracking up on me, Lieutenant. His smug-ass little icon is really good, yeah. You look into the gloom and then turn back towards the central hub one more time, seeing nothing but the familiar features and their shadows. Are we in an aliens situation, or an alien or aliens situation? You have to tell me if we're in an alien or alien situation, or else it's entrapment. Must just be some loose component or something. Or maybe it's the ghost of the O'Brien's crew ready to drag you away. Ooh! I imagine he's going, ooh! Get back to the task at hand, Ensign. Roger that, Lieutenant. Okay, so we want to go to Crew Quarters 2. You approach the captain's quarters at the end of the corridor and see the same Jovian insignia as the one on Captain Bartholomew's door. Below it is a nameplate which proudly presents the O'Brien's captain's full name, Paul Henry Gerard. Is that anything? I mean, it sounds a lot like Jean-Luc Picard. Is it like you're supposed to rhyme with that? Or not rhyme. It doesn't rhyme really, although Gerard kind of does. But it has a similar vibe. It is also a lot of first names, yes. With Dr. DeBoer's keycard in your possession, you move towards the captain's door and lay the PST off to the side. You've been saving the PST's battery for when you confirmed a surviving member of the crew and genuinely needed it. But the chance that the ship's captain was in there, as well as their card and access code, was too great to ignore, and you were willing to use the battery power for it. Alright, let's go for it. You kneel down beside the terminal. Paul Henry, you got got by that sub. Oh, really? That's funny. You kneel down beside the terminal linked to the captain's quarters and begin the well-practiced process of connecting the PST and going through its menus, eventually selecting the unlock function. And now, with a sense of trepidation, you unfasten the pouch of your belt and take out the doctor's key card. As a security officer, your card had enough authority to access every room short of the central computer, even the captain's. You weren't entirely sure that the doctor's card would be sufficient. Without much of an alternative, you slide Dr. DeBoer's card into the slot and hold your breath. Thankfully, you see the door begin to slowly slide open. With an exhalation of relief, you stand up. Once the door is open enough to allow you through, you make your way inside. As you'd expected, Captain Gerard's quarters are almost identical to Captain Bartolomew's, with a few small differences. The smell, I imagine? Like the lack of any open bottles of liquor. As you walk in, you look around. Seeing no immediate signs of the captain, you move over towards the bedroom portion of their quarters, only to find an immaculately made bed and the same basic features as the one you'd see in the captain's quarters on board the Gundog. You hear a giant wish of air and a scream. Yeah, exactly. Like, if the guy is in here, they're dead now, right? Because I just opened the door on them. Well, if they're not here, there's only one other place they can be. Leaving the bedroom, you walk past the desk and into the door to the bathroom. You gingerly knock, but after realizing that with no air, no one would be able to hear that you bang on the door and wait for a response. With no answer forthcoming, you slide open the door, finding nothing but a pristine bathroom. Well, I guess they're not here then. The captain's desk, just like Bartolomew's, it's got a terminal and what looks like a telephone, probably a hotline to the bridge. I think I like Captain Gerard's desk ornament much better than Captain Bartolomew's, though. What could be in those files? Let's find out. You hesitate for a moment, considering whether or not you should pick up the files in front of you. Although in normal circumstances doing such a thing would result in severe disciplinary action, you reason that these aren't exactly normal circumstances. Anything that could be explain what had gone on or help the O'Brien had to be investigated. Besides this, you think, it's not like this would be the first report you'd read today that you shouldn't have. You take the file in hand and read the heavy printed text on the front. JCF Naval Report, JFS O'Brien, Mission Log 132, 0804 214. I don't remember what time we have in our current mission. Flicking through the report is made difficult by the clumsiness of your spacesuit's gloves, but you manage to quickly skim your way through the file's contents. You scan the pages of the general day-to-day ship operations to see if you could find anything out of the ordinary. As you work your way through the logs, a few curious entries in amongst the expected information catches your attention. April 8th, PC 214. JFS O'Brien's routine patrol path adjusted to investigate erratic Higgs fields distortions in outer limits of the JCF territory. April 19th, PC 214. Investigation reveals significant residual boson distortion inconsistent with the standard JCF drive output. JFS Gundog dispatched to support with the investigation. April 21st, PC 214. Continuous sweep of the area surrounding distortion finds unknown object, not recognized as Jovian, Martian, or Solar Federation. Alien situation. Ensigns Butte and Stett dispatched to retrieve object onboarded at 1927 JST. April 22nd, PC 214. Long-range communication systems remain down. Source not yet identified by Chief Engineer DeForge. DeForge? Not LaForge? DeForge? That's great. Jesus Christ. Every single character is a fucking reference. It's great. O'Brien moved to rendezvous point to meet JFS Gundog for duty transfer. April 23rd, my birthday. PC 214. Rendezvous with JFS Gundog behind schedule. Chief Engineer DeForge investigating unknown object for potential cause of communication failure. Destructive investigation authorized. Maybe there's a Gundog in the Starfleet? Maybe. Sounds like they ran into similar issues as us about around the time they took whatever this unknown object is on board. Unknown object, huh? Oh. I don't want to. Okay. As you head in the bedroom, you take the time to look around thoroughly. You hadn't liked doing this in Captain Bartolomew's quarters, and you didn't like doing it here anymore. Working your way from left to right, you check the large chest of drawers before moving on to the bedside table, then eventually the area around the bed. Despite a rigorous check of the room, you don't find anything interesting or useful. Just personal effects of the captain that you can't help but feeling guilty for rifling through. Damn. Although you can't think of anything important that you might find in the captain's bathroom, you feel a compulsion to search it anyways. Despite a thorough examination, the only thing you finally didn't have with you when you entered was an in-depth knowledge of the captain's choice of bathroom products. Great. There's a time and place for thinking about my civil heritage now, isn't it? Okay. Okay, so not a lot there. Fuck. Well, then where would anything be? I know I can't. I wish I could just see. I know I can't use it for fast travel. I just want to know what I'm even able to look for. I guess the hangar. To make your way through the gloom of the floor-side thoroughfare, you guys violently knock on the low gravity warning sign just before the double doors that lead in the ship's hangar. Placing the portal subterminal by your feet, you hammer on the doors with your fist, hoping that if anyone's in there, they'll hear your signal and reciprocate in time. About around 10 seconds of this, you stop and press your helmet against the door. If there's any noise in there, the vibration should be traveled through the door and into your helmet, allowing you to hear it. I guess there's no one's in there. Hey, can you hear me in there? You call out, resuming your hammering at the door when you get no response. Hey, whoever's in there, we're from the JFS Gundog. We're here to rescue you. Can you hear me? There's definitely someone in there. Though you're still not getting an obvious response, the knowledge that someone is in there fills you with a sense of urgency, and you hurriedly set up your suit's radio to broadcast. This is Lieutenant Ian Dempire of the JFS Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew of the JFS O'Brien. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Ian Dempire of the JFS Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew of the JFS O'Brien. Doesn't seem like anyone can hear me, but if there's a chance the commander's in there, I need to take it. Although there's a chance that they may not be in a spacesuit yet. If I open these doors now, I risk pulling them into a vacuum. There may be something I've missed that could let me get the access codes more safely. It's really tempting to just charge in there and grab them, but I could only do that. There's no other option. Have this sorted out soon, whoever you are. Access code talker, true. You exhale slowly as you look at the door of the O'Brien's fire control. On the Gundog, Dylan has its music on to keep him occupied. Whoever was assigned to the station on the O'Brien probably wasn't so lucky. With this thought in mind, you carry out the process of hammering on the door, resisting your helmet on and giving it another go after getting nothing but silence in return. After a few attempts, you hear nothing coming into the room. Beyond, you step back. Mentally cross... You go to the chat with Hanson? Not yet. That's why I didn't go in yet. Mentally crossing this room from your list of potential safe havens on board. Standing in front of the door that on the Gundog would be the entrance to Xander's quarters, you begin to feel a bit queasy. You've been doing your best to not to think about how, aside from some of the lucky coincidences, this could have happened to the Gundog instead of the O'Brien. Despite your best efforts to keep that thought out of your mind, you can't help to dwell on it, seeing a door that could have been Cassie's. It's not that it could have happened to the Gundog instead of the O'Brien. It could have happened to both of you. Who spends their free time on the other side of this door? Is it as much of a mess as Cassie's room? How close were the two of you from having this happen to you? Now's not the time for that. You mind yourself, starting it out loud to force the thought away. As you focus back on the task at hand, you repeat the process you've been using to check for signs of life or crew activity. Unfortunately, you get nothing back. Let's go mess hall. Given the time when the Gundog and presumably the O'Brien had blacked out, you knew there shouldn't have been anyone in the mess hall. Despite this, you also know that it wasn't uncommon for crew members to disappear from stations briefly to grab a quick pick-me-up or treat, especially if their duty was quiet. And especially if that crew member's name was none other than Cassandra Quinn. You go through the routine of hammering on the door, waiting for a response, and continue to batter it with your fist just in case you hadn't been heard the first time. Despite your best efforts, you don't manage to get a response. Alright. Really, the only place left to check is the bridge. Making your way up the ladder towards the bridge, you find your progress slowed by the bulk of your spacesuit as it catches against various protrusions that stand up in the wall of the shaft. By having to stop multiple times to free yourself from these obstacles, you eventually see the faint outline of the entrance to the bridge above you. Clearing the remaining distance without incident, you step out from the hatch and onto the bridge. Oh, jeez. The absence of any signs of depressurization, when you removed the panel in the central hub, as well as what you'd seen in the sickbay, had prepared you for what you knew you were about to see. Knowing you're about to see it, however, did not make it any easier. At the station on the left, you see the slumped figure of a young man. From his uniform and general appearance, you recognize him as Lieutenant Bashir, the officer that Cassie had been speaking to moments before the power went out on the Gundog. Unlike when he'd appeared on one of the Gundog's view screens, the man you see now has clearly suffered from what looks like either a small explosion or a massive electrical shock. The front of his uniform was at its best singed, and at worst completely charred, as was his skin on his face and hands. You grimace at the thought of what could have happened to you as you turn your attention to the captain's chair. There, slouching to the right, was the ship's captain, a rictus smile on his face, having seemingly suffered a similar fate. Whatever had happened to these two, it looked like something entirely different to what had happened to the doctor in the sickbay. Although she had clearly been injured by something or someone, the cause of death for these two looked much more obvious. Although the question remained, how? You pause for a moment. You'd almost put your hand down on the headrest of the captain's chair, but you quickly move it away. If something had electrocuted these two, then pretty grim, right? They died as they lived, inside O'Brien and out of breath. You almost fell backwards in surprise as Hansen's voice sounds from inside suddenly from your helmet speakers, and he appears from the far side of the bridge, having emerged from underneath the control station on the right. Easy, Lieutenant, it's just me. What, never seen what a fried human looks like? You take a deep breath in and exhale, catching the breath that Hansen had just scared out of you. Has he? Damn it, Chris, what the hell are you doing hiding underneath there? Following orders, Lieutenant, remember the plan? Hansen lazily waves the folder you passed on to him at you. Wait, these guys look like they've been electrocuted. Based on where they are, did you check? Loosen up, Lieutenant. Power's not on. What's there to check for? You can't help but be amazed at Hansen's cavalier attitude towards the risk of a painful death via electrocution. Alright. How's retrieving the black box going? Not bad. I managed to get most of the casing undone, but there's a lot going on in there, and this suit doesn't make it easy. What about you? Find anyone? You turn to look at the captain, Lieutenant Bashir, for a moment before looking back at Hansen. I checked the sick bay and found the ship's doctor. She's dead too. Aside from her, these are the only two crew members I managed to confirm. It's not looking good. Guess that keeps things simple. No survivors. We get this box and we get out of here. What, you want to hang around here a bit longer? This is a whole crew, Hansen. Some might still be alive. Guess you better get looking for them then, huh, Lieutenant? Ease up, Lieutenant. I can say this from experience. If everyone's dead, there's no use wishing they weren't. It's not going to bring them back. But if you're going to find them, you should get moving. Probably not much air left anywhere on the ship, even if they're lucky. With another shrug, Hansen walks away from you, heading back to the control station that was hidden under where you entered. Let me know when we're leaving, though, all right, Lieutenant? Yeah, he is being pretty reasonable here. Okay, so last thing to do, I think, is hangar. Dr. DeBoer's keyboard, I'll be able to access the hangar. There's a chance... Yeah. We gotta just do it, because there's not another way. We've been through everything, I'm pretty sure. Where were we on saves? I don't remember. I think we're safe to clear this one. What if we just make another one? Fuck it. Yeah, okay. Open the door. Alright, let's see who's in here. You unlatch the front of the portable service terminal or sub-terminal casing and activate the device, watching pensively as it runs through the startup sequence. Once it's complete, you hurriedly run through all the necessary options as quickly as you can, doing your best to ensure that you use the least amount of battery power necessary. One last thing. Quickly unfasten the pouch you placed the doctor's key card in, withdraw it, and slot it into the device. With the same infuriating slowness as all the others, the door to the hangar began to move. You waste no time in standing up and working your way through the tight gap, for the doors are even a quarter of the way open. Noticing the absence of any signs of depressurization, you continue to force your way through the doors. As soon as you're through, you vault your way down the stairwell, skipping increasingly more steps at a time as the gravity disappears until you're eventually floating past entire sets of stairs altogether. Setting your radio to broadcast with one hand and grabbing the guardrail in front of you with the other, you call it into the dark void of the hangar. Hello, is anyone in here? Hello? This is Lieutenant Thempire from the JFS Gundog. We've come to help. Hello? You peer through the darkness, straining to see any signs of life. You knew that you'd heard activity in here from the other side of the door, so where were they? Unknown signal. Hello? What the fuck are you? That's not an alien. That's an Ava. That's an angel. You stand frozen in place, unable to move your legs, unable to speak, as a huge, machine that has just pulled itself out of the darkness looms over you. It's unlike anything you've ever seen before. No ship, subtle, armored frame, or worker pod that you know of looks the slightest bit like this. As you will yourself to do something, anything, the thing in front of you remains totally motionless, until suddenly, something deep inside you tells you that you've only got moments to react to whatever is going on. What? Huh? Try to communicate? You slowly raise both of your hands. I should have saved. Palms spread, take a step forward to the thing. This is the craft that the O'Brien pilots have recovered. You might be a member of the crew who had taken shelter in there, you reason. I'm Lieutenant Dempire from the JFS Gundog. We've come to help you reactivate the O'Brien. You wait for a response, but neither hear nor see anything that indicates whether whoever's on board has acknowledged you. Whoever's in that thing, I'm Lieutenant Dempire from the JFS Gundog. We've come to... You pause, having just noticed the sparks of electricity appearing around the most forward protrusion of the machine. In a few seconds, you see it illuminate from the inside of it by an intense light. What? Acting entirely on instinct, you launch yourself sideways, only just in time to avoid a searing beam of light so bright you involuntarily squeeze your eyes shut and look away. Maybe it just communicates in death phrase. I think you're right. As your vision returns, you look at where the beam had been focused and see warped and molten metal surrounding a deep gash that runs along the part of the catwalk that you'd been stood, and then up the wall near the entrance. Through the vertical slice taken out of the wall, you could see the beam had penetrated all the way to the rear of the stairwell, slicing through the first set of steps in the progress. Looking back to the machine, it just torn through the interior of the O'Brien with ease. You see the same electrical sparks of glowing light at the front of the craft. The same survival instinct which makes you dive out of the way is the last bullet that kicks in and pushes you up the catwalk at the split second before another pulse of lightning lances from the machine, liquefying the steel where you stood moments before. Grabbing the edge of the entrance in the stairwell, you redirect yourself and push off the wall, sending yourself up past the halfway melted set of stairs towards the door into the thoroughfare. As you stumble into the corridor, you grab your radio. Hanson, get to the Juno right now. We need to leave. You yell as you bolt for the central hub. Hanson, do you hear me? We need to get off the ship immediately. Hanson! You scream one last time before sprinting down the remainder of the store-side thoroughfare. Holy fuck. As you pass the boundary in the central hub, the corridor behind you is illuminated with another intense flash of light. You don't turn around, instead of continuing at speed to the airlock where the Juno had been left. You're really lucky. Yeah. Honestly, that is like one thing, is like, this couldn't have caused the problem unless it has some severe hacking shit on it, too. Hanson, I'm serious. We need to leave now before the ship's torn into pieces. Get off the bridge and get down here. With no response to Hanson, your mind races. You're doing your best to formulate a plan when you look back at the floor-side thoroughfare and see it scored with huge cuts that run from the floor to ceiling, the liquefied metal of the ship's structure framing their paths. Ah, damn it. The same instinct that saved you in the hangar kicks in, you return towards the airlock, racing through the open entrance, the stairs you can see in the distance. As you head towards the open cockpit of the armored frame, you try to remember the startup sequence that let you pilot it out of here. You begin to climb up the Juno's chest, you see the pilot seat empty. God damn it, Chris, where are you? Save. Looking back towards the entrance of the airlock and seeing no one in the distance, you know you have a choice to make. We gotta get Hanson. Ah! You cry in frustration, slamming your fist into the cockpit hatch. Despite every instinct you have screaming at you to run, you know you can't just abandon Hanson. Regardless of his personality, he's still a crewmate. Your eyes fix on the corridor leading into the airlock as you wait for him to appear. You know he hadn't received your radio signals, but he must have seen what was happening to the ship from the bridge. Come on. You mutter, your right leg beginning to twitch with anticipation. Part of the ship, part of the crew. Why are we waiting for Hanson instead of grabbing him? As the beam of energy tears through the airlock floor and sealing you barely react, you made your decision. You're going to wait for Hanson until the last second possible. Chris, you asshole, you better get yourself at the Juno right now, or I swear to God You'll what, Lieutenant? At the entrance of the room containing the airlock, you see Hanson, black box under one arm, running at full speed towards you. I'm here now. Guess it's a shame I won't see that discipline you had planned out for me. Ensign, shut up and get us out of here. Whatever you say, Lieutenant. Not the time, Chris. One swift motion, Hansen pulls himself to the cockpit entrance and disappears inside. As soon as you enter after him and quickly begin buckling yourself in the passenger seat. In just a few seconds, Hansen pulls a lever that seals the Juno's cockpit and works his way into the entire startup through the entire startup sequence. Even before the main monitor is active, he pulls back into the flight stick so you feel the rumble of Juno's engine moving the armored frame away from the ship as the main view screen switches on, showing the O'Brien shrinking into the distance. What did you do? 1 minute I'm pulling out the black box, and the next minute I can see a light show going outside and some kind of laser beam nearly cuts me in half. I didn't do anything. There was something in the hangar, and then it went off. It was tearing the whole ship apart from the inside. Oh my god, are we already another ad break? Damn. So you tripped an AF's weapon system or something? Can't let you anywhere near those things without you causing problems. You're about to continue your protest at Hansen when you see a column of light penetrate the surface of the O'Brien. Dog, a Swift-class ship like that is not going to have this kind of energy weapon on it, right? What the fuck? That's it. There's got to be some sort of new prototype AF or something. I've never seen a weapon like that. Tore through the O'Brien's hull like paper. What the hell kind of weapon is that? No idea, but we need to... warn the Gundog, probably. Get back to the Gundog right now. What? And leave that thing out here? Whatever that thing is, it's just shredded the O'Brien from the inside out with a weapon we never encountered before. Our comms are out, and if it takes us down, it gets the drop in the Gundog. They'll sunk in seconds. Hansen looks from you to the screen showing this strange craft atop the O'Brien's hull, and at a moment's deliberation, turns the Juno towards the Gundog and sets off at maximum thrust. If we can warn them, maybe Dylan can get it on the long range systems and take it out with the cannons before it... Damn it. You grip tightly onto the seat as Hansen struggles to reorient the armored frame. Something had just struck you, hard. As the ensign regains control over the Juno, you see the enemy machine disappearing into the distance on the main monitor. That thing just slammed into us and took off like nothing happened. What the hell is it? It's heading straight to the Gundog. Go, now! What do you think I'm doing? Hansen barks as he resumes maximum thrust, causing your machine to judder and shake. As the enemy shrinks in the distance on the Juno's monitor, Hansen doesn't let up on the speed, maintaining the high level of acceleration. The tremors you can feel in the cockpit grow more intense the faster the armored frame moves. Grabbing onto the straps holding you in place with both hands, you pass your eyes over the readouts in the cockpit's various dials and sub-monitors. Warning, warning, alert, warning. Almost all of them are flashing warnings or alerts, with the needles on the majority of the gauges deep in the red. Chris, if you keep this up, the Juno's going to fall apart. Slow it down. Hansen smirks at your order, scoffing as he somehow finds more acceleration that increases the vibrations to the point that you feel like they'll shake you to pieces at any moment now. This is my Juno, Lieutenant. Don't tell me how to treat her. She's not as delicate as she looks. And we're going to need all she's got to get back to the Gundog before that thing. Chris, if we get back and we're dead, yeah, you can write me up to the captain when that happens. You groan and close your eyes, trying to ignore the beeping that started and the high-pitched whine you hear coming from the back of the cockpit. You're aware of every second that passes as the two of you race back to the Gundog, the tensions worsened by the near-constant screaming of the warning systems. With Hansen in control, all you can do is hope that you get back in time before the Gundog can cut to pieces by the weapon you'd seen making short work of the O'Brien. You've lost track of how long you've been pursuing the enemy, but suddenly some jarbled static bursts from the speakers and a shrill and panicked voice reaches at you. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Lord of the JFS Gundog. We're under attack by an unknown enemy unit. Any JCF ships in range, please respond. This is Lieutenant Lord. This is Gundog 1 approaching the Gundog 1 at... Gundog at... Chris, where have you been? Get back to the ship right now. We're under fire from something. Hansen rolls his eyes as he's cut off by Vanessa's demand. Roger that, ma'am. Gundog returning now. Jesus Christ. Shaking his head rather than following up the answer, Hansen quickly flicks a few switches, and you receive the readouts from some of the monitors which display information about the armored frame's weapon systems. As he does this, you turn your attention to the main monitor. In the distance, you can see small lights flickering in and out, surrounding a point in space on the on-screen readouts to inform you this is the Gundog. With the Juno approaching the ship at speeds, you can see that the lights are actually rounds being fired from the Gundog's point defense systems, a collection of rotary cannons mounted on turrets along the ship's exterior. You can't tell from their short bursts and the erratic shifts in the direction they're firing, or you can tell rather, that the machine you ran into on the O'Brien is moving both quickly and unpredictably, with the automated cannons unable to keep up. Lord, this is Gundog 1. We're back at... Chris, what the hell is this thing? How would I know? Ugh, useless. You hear Hansen mutter something under his breath, too quietly for the communication systems to pick up. Just destroy it. We're already taking some heavy hits with the port toll. Yeah, I get it. Just tell Dees to watch that anti-air. As the Juno closes in the Gundog, you watch... Oh my god, look at that. You watch the trajectory of the shots being fired at the point defenses, knowing that they are indicating where the enemy machine was, not where they were, rather than where it is. Based on the speed at which it's moving, you know that if you're going to have a chance to take this thing down, you need to figure out how to way to get ahead of it. You're about to make this observation to Hansen, but you see a deep focus on his face. His eyes tracing the path the enemy moves along as it weaves around the barrage coming from the ship. With a sudden flurry of motion of the controls, Hansen adjusts the armor frame trajectory, sending it soaring uncomfortably close to the Gundog's bridge, just in time to intercept the strange craft as it rises up from the far side of the ship. And I guess we have to go BRB now. See you in a second. Very tense part for the ad to come up in. I hate ads.
The War of the Gargantuas and Monster Zero.
It was a good opportunity to go fill my water up again, though. I will say that. Holy moly, I've gone through 3 whole bottles of water this stream already. Oh, I just realized the fucking, the text is getting covered up there. Okay, I'm kind of... Hold up, real quick, I'm gonna... This is a weird thing to do in the middle of a stream, but it's bugging me. Okay, so There we go. And then we just hide the other one. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. I've been meaning to do this anyways because Master Duel had the same issue where my life points were covered up by the thing. So I want to have two different versions, one for games where it doesn't matter and one for games where it does matter. You know? Okay, let's get back to it. With a sudden flurry of motion on the controls, Hansen adjusts the armored flame's trajectory, sending it soaring uncomfortably close to the Gundog's bridge, just in time to intercept the strange craft as it rises up from the far side of the ship. We're using the same evasive maneuvers. Amateur. Hansen yells. Slamming down on the pedals, Hansen positions the I almost said the Guno. Oh my god, the Guno! Fuck off, dude. I can't call it that. The Guno has the cockpit. Fuck. Over the top of the enemy, and you hear a heavy click as he pulls the trigger on the right flight stick. Too easy. That was really loud. Whoa! That's super cool. Whoa! That's really cool! As the rounds from the machine gun slam into the targeting... That was not a machine gun, those were rockets. Into the target, Hansen presses down on the button from the left flight stick, sending a volley of missiles roaring away from the Juno's shoulder pod and then directly into the enemy, engulfing it in an explosion. Doesn't matter how powerful the machine is if the pilot's no good. What? Yeah, unless it can just resist everything because it's advanced fucking technology. As the smoke clears, staring back at you is the machine you just seen hit by a swarm of missiles, each one individually powerful enough to destroy another armored frame. Instead of being totally destroyed, the craft looks completely fine. You don't even see a hint of a scratch mark on its armor. What is this thing made of? Hansen snarls, pulling the trigger on the right flight stick again, this time emptying the entire magazine into the target. Uh-oh. As if totally indifferent to the Hansen's assault, the craft turns to face you, and you see an increasingly bright light begin to build in front of it, with sparks and crackles of electricity running along its nearby surface. The rocket should be crotch-mounted? Yeah! Just like the Fortress Skyfire, or whatever the fuck it's called. Move! Don't tell me how to pilot! The ensign yells back at you as he navigates the Juno away from the beam that tears through the space you just occupied. Only seconds after what felt like a moment of triumph, the tables have been so thoroughly turned you find yourself being slammed from side to side as Hansen executes a rapid series of maneuvers in an attempt to escape the enemy's pursuit. Huge beams of energy blast into space around you every few seconds as the Juno dives, climbs, rolls, and banks. As he weaves through the hail of bullets coming from the Gundog's own defensive systems and the attacks from the enemy machine, Hansen's breathing grows faster and faster. Hansen, we can't outrun it. We're going to need to figure something out. His eyes flickering rapidly back and forth from monitor to gauge and his hands switching quickly, sending the Juno darting from place to place. Hansen doesn't seem to notice you at all. Skyfire isn't a rocket launcher, is a bomb rack. That is true. Hansen! What? This isn't working. We need to do something. Don't tell me how to pilot. Stow it. You can't keep this up forever. We need to figure something out. As you yell at Hansen, you get thrown into the side of the cockpit by a high-speed turn that he pulls off just as the huge beam passes overhead. Illuminating the cockpit as its brightness fills the monitors. Come on then, Lieutenant, what do you have in mind? Okay, there's about to be the decision. True, I'm very helpful. Okay. Dalton's creation. You rack your brain trying to come up with some way to stop this impervious enemy. You just watched it take that direct hit from the frame-busting missiles and come away without a scratch. That didn't harm it, and nothing else the Juno wields will be able to do it will stop it. Your thoughts race as you try to come up with a solution. How do you destroy the invulnerable? That's it. What? If the missiles won't take that thing down, nothing else we've got is going to be able to destroy it. Great, so what, Lieutenant? You think we just surrender now? Let it destroy us? That's not what I mean. If we can't destroy it, then we need to change tactics. We need to try and disable it. Hansen glances across you with a sneer, clearly about to criticize your idea, but before he can respond, his attention is taken by another blast from the enemy's energy weapon, which he evades at the very last moment. Dalton's been working on a compound to seal hull breaches, but he's been turning it into ammunition for the Juno's main gun too. Or main machine gun too. If it works, we could trap this thing. That stuff's made the set hard enough to act as a new hull. There's no way it could escape. Hansen scoffs at you despite being in the middle of carrying out a maneuver involving sudden braking, dropping downward through space, and letting the enemy machine fly overhead so he can fire another volley of machine gun rounds at its underside. If it works, Lieutenant. Well, if it doesn't, are you going to... oh shit, is there a... are you going to trust that? Have you got a better idea, Ensign? That's what I thought. As the Juno continues to shake from the strain of its engines, its engines are under, and the sudden spins and turns Hansen's making it perform, you manage to lean towards the communication system and press down on the button that allows you to broadcast. Gundog, this is Gundog 1. Patch me through the cadet Grange. Don't touch my controls. Shut up, Hansen. Shut up, Hansen. I repeat, Gundog, this is Gundog 1. Patch me through the cadet. What do you want, Empire? We're just about to send Rumney out, but the launch pads are damaged, so they're coming out the main hangar door. Deal with that thing for a few more minutes. Nothing we've got on the Junos are going to be able to stop it, Lord. Just put me through the Dalton. He's busy getting Haru's AF out there. I'm in charge of this operation, Empire, so don't go distracting my... Lord, shut up. Put me through the Dalton right now. Lieutenant, we're doing our best to get Haru out there. We just need a... Dalton, forget about Haru. Did you manage to make any more of your sealant ammunition? Huh? Oh yeah, I managed to make enough for 2 whole magazines, but... Send it out now. Yeah, but Lieutenant, I've not tested... Now, Dalton. Yes, Lieutenant. The cockpit shudders as the armored frame breaks suddenly, followed by a tight corner it takes around the rear of the Gundog out of sight of the attacker. Although you're slammed backwards, Hansen remains focused and unleashes a barrage of machine gun fire just as the enemy soars past you. As you recover, you glare at Hansen. Was that necessary? Never waste ammo, Empire. Before the other craft can respond, Hansen quickly maneuvers away and you see the empty magazine eject from the Juno's machine gun. Hansen's very good at his job. Yeah, apparently. Grange, send the ammo out of the supply launch, heading 0 Mark 30 full thrust. Yes, sir. 0 Mark 30, launching for 4 minutes. Get it done too, kid. Get it done in 2, kid. Yes, sir. Ignore it. Whatever. With the enemy back in pursuit, Hansen brings the Juno up to full thrust as he navigates the armored frame above the Gundog into a location you know has the most point defense coverage. The pressure from the sudden acceleration pins you against your seat, but you manage to turn to look at Hansen, the mocking he'd just given Dalton at the forefront of your mind despite everything. You watch as Hansen's eyes flick rapidly to the different screens and readouts within the cockpit, his hands moving almost too fast to perceive as he feathers the flight sticks to simultaneously evade the fire from the Gundog and the attacking craft. Ah! Jump scare! Ah, scary! You turn back to focus on the main monitor and see the enemy machine heading straight towards you, a charge that Hansen evades with a feint at the last possible moment. You sigh, thinking that it probably wouldn't be a good time to distract the pilot. Yeah, literally. As the attacking craft speeds away into the distance before stopping suddenly and turning on its axis to head back towards the Gundog, Hansen turns the Juno and speeds towards the front of the ship, moving to the location he's instructed Dalton to send the ammunition. With the main monitor now focused on the main hangar doors, you can see Dalton, just as ordered, sending a supply launch rocketing towards you. The launch, a little more than a large sled with a series of thrusters attached, speeds through the void towards you at the smooth motion Hansen moves to meet it. And in the smooth motion, Hansen moves to meet it. He deftly manipulates the armored frame's hand to grab it, the machine gun magazine tethered to it without needing to stop. Pulling back just in time to evade another blast from the enemy cannon, Hansen slams the flight sticks forward, sending the armored frame tearing through space and towards the opponent. This better work, Empire. Before the craft can evade, Hansen brings a machine gun to bear on it and holds down the trigger, the rounds all meeting their mark. Fuck yeah, dude, look at that. As the shots land, the enemy machine is engulfed in a sudden expanding mass that billows outward from the point of impact and spreads all over its surface. Within seconds, the attacker is encased in the thick coating of Dalton's compound, which sets it suddenly as it expanded, leaving the craft's long appendages visually struggling against the material's restraining properties. Hey, that stuff's not bad. Kid's done good work. But we're not done yet. Hold on, Lieutenant. Despite being almost entirely encompassed by the sealant, your foe is still heading right at you. Where the hell do you think you're going? Hansen yells, sending the Juno straight towards the enemy. You're not going anywhere! With an impact that reverberates violently through the cockpit and the armored frame slams into the oncoming craft. Go to hell! Whoa! They got swords in this shit? Dagger. Not a sword, dagger. You watch as with a rapid sequence of button presses on the right flight stick, Hansen commands the Juno to let go of his machine gun and draw its combat knife. The whole armored frame shakes with each impact as Hansen drives the knife over and over into the small portions of exposed armor showing amidst this massive sealant. Your world becomes a You gotta have a giant dagger, that's true. I was like, of course it does, yeah. But like, I get to see it though. That's the cool part. Your world becomes a cacophony of noise with the clash of the knife on the armored surface of the enemy machine. The screams of the Juno's engines as they struggle to counteract the other craft's thrust, and the various alarms and warnings all fill the cockpit. 60. Down. You. Or go down, you. Ah, hell. 60. Let's go. Suddenly you're forced back into your seat with a rush of acceleration. Hansen, what's going on? You just about managed to turn your head against the force of the thrust to see Hansen shunting the flight sticks back and forth and stopping the pedals. Its engines must have cut out, but the controls have gone on ours. I can't stop them. As Hansen continues to struggle with the controls, Vanessa screeches at you over the radio, sounding more panicked than ever. Chris, you're heading straight for the hangar. Change course, Chris. I'm trying. Chris, you're going to... Uh-oh. Is Vanessa dead, though? Return from the O'Brien. Hey, we did it. April 23rd, my birthday. Planetary calendar 214. Despite Ensign Chris gaining an advantage against the unknown enemy craft to detect the the GFS Gundog with the Guno and the cockpit. Detect the JFS Gundog. A mechanical failure in the engine of the Juno 3 resulted in both the unidentified machine and the armored frame crashing into the ship's hangar. Lieutenant Empire and Ensign Chris were both quickly extracted from the armored frame and sent to the ship's sick bay. Upon being cleared for duty, Lieutenant Empire is ordered to the hangar to help secure the enemy craft. Outer Jovian space, the hangar of the Jovian patrol ship, JFS Gundog. You stretch your neck from side to side and roll your shoulders as you wait for the captain's judgment. Dr. Rosarium has done his best for your neck injury, for the neck injury you'd acquired during Hansen's less than textbook landing, but the captain had been insisting that her sole security officer return to duty immediately. Hi, Haru. What's up, Haru? How you doing? This game's good. You should play it. You have access to it through the Steam family. As a result, after a cursory once-over, the doctor had given you an anti-inflammatory injection on one side of your neck and an injection of painkillers on the other side before sending you on your way. Yeah, it does it. Strange, huh? This has left your neck numb and you with the vague sensation that your head could become detached at any moment. But at least you're up and about. Surveying the hangar, you know you should be thankful for this miracle. Haru is literally in this game. That's true. There is a character named Haru and they're non-binary. Isn't that cool, Haru? Both Hansen's Juno and the craft had been fighting had entered the hangar at full thrust. If Dalton hadn't thought quickly and activated every single piece of arrestor gear available, the two machines would have torn straight through into the belly of the Gundog. They're also very horny. Yeah, they keep flirting with me for some reason. On top of that, they'd slammed into the storage container that held the tank they'd been keeping the experimental high-density foam in, causing it to rupture and coat the attacker in the substance and adhere it to the hangar floor. With the machine stuck in place, it didn't take long for the Juno's engines to burn out as it pushed against the immovable object. You make a mental note to give Dalton your thanks later. Not only had the rounds loaded with the substance worked perfectly, it had saved you, Hansen, and possibly the entire ship. What this did mean, though, is that the mysterious assailant which had torn the O'Brien to pieces had nearly done the same to the Gundog, was stuck, irremovably for the time being, right in the middle of the hangar. It had shown no activity since it went dead just outside the Gundog, but having one of those eye-like camera exposed didn't leave you... That's true, Haru. Dalton's gonna have so much work fixing the Juno. Yeah, it is what it is. Is this craft secured, Lieutenant? Oh yes, ma'am. To be honest, Cadet Grange's foam has done most of the work for us. With the amount of that stuff that's covering it, I don't see it making any move anytime soon. Even the tethers we use aren't really necessary. When we get back to Europa Colony, it'll probably be easier to remove the entire hangar block to get this thing rather than carve it out. Goddamn. Is that so? Yes, ma'am. You wait for a moment as the captain allows your response to her rhetorical question to hang in the air. As far as capturing enemy technology goes, this could have certainly gone more smoothly. The bolt of anger shoots through your body. As if you have any right to criticize things going badly. Yeah, that's the thing. It has a death laser. I don't care about it moving. Does the death laser work still? You immediately suppress the reaction as the captain turns back towards you. Regardless, you've done good work today, Lieutenant Dumpire, Cadet Grange. Oh, ma'am? Yes, thank you. Dalton, who'd been lurking at your side like a nervous shadow this entire time, squeaks, the unexpected compliment taking him completely by surprise. I mean, that is, if the container hadn't been in that area, then we wouldn't have lost so much hangar space, and I'm sorry that you swiftly but gently elbow the cadet in his side. Which is the thank you, ma'am. Very good, cadet. I like the smirk she does, it's cute. Well then, the captain once again leaves a sentence to trail off half-formed. Whereas this manner of speech had previously left you disconcerted, with its indication that there was something the captain was holding back, you found yourself no longer bothered by it. Whether this was because you're used to it or simply too tired to be perturbed was a matter you hadn't quite decided on. Dalton, on the other hand, was still clearly terrified of the concept of being in such close proximity to the captain to the point where his nervousness was palpable. If it wasn't for the rustling of his jumpsuit caused by his nervous fidgeting, you felt there might be a good chance you'd be able to hear his heartbeat racing. Has the chief... Ah! Has the chief... I finished my assessment of the craft, Captain. Ah! Dalton, calm down. Calm down, buddy. With the amount of grace that surprises you, the chief, having appeared from underneath the catwalk, grabs on the handrail and effortlessly redirects her momentum, planting her feet firmly on the walkway you're all stood on. Thank you, Chief Cathays. And your assessment? Hard to say. Never seen anything like it. General structure is totally different from the humanized construction you see on AF. Whatever materials this thing is made of don't line up with what we see on Martian or Terran machines. Even the samples of that titanium made on Lunar didn't have the kind of durability this thing showed. Has Dalton actually fucked up to get assigned here? He just seems like a very competent young engineer. I think it's because he's just too nervous. He just ended up here. Based on the combat data from Chris AF, even that'd have to be torn apart. Plus, no indication of a traditional drive system with which your security assessment, Chief Cathays. You stiffen as a wave of realization hits you, caused by a painful twinge in your neck. As soon as you'd gotten out of sickbay, the captain had ordered you to secure the craft. In your current state, it's still running on leftover adrenaline and recently dosed up on medication, you'd follow that order to the letter, completely forgetting about assessing any potential risks. Right, yes, Captain. There's no sign to indicate that the craft is active anymore. No measurable electronic activity, no reading to suggest any inactive reactor. Looks like the whole thing has been totally shut down. The only reading that showed anything was a boson count. It's surrounded by a massive amount of residual distortion. No idea why, though. You need a whole engine to put out the amount I'm registering around it. As far as I can tell, Captain, whatever this thing might be, it's not doing anything anytime soon. Boson. I see. And the pilot? If there's anyone in there, they aren't getting out. I've checked over all visible portions of the structure, and there's no trace of a cockpit hatch or entry panel. With how strong Cadet Grange's compound is, there's no way to be able to break through. He must have gone pretty heavy on the cyanoacrylites, huh, Cadet? The chief asked with a wink. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. It's a good thing, Cadet. If you hadn't, this thing might have been able to tear its way out and continue its rampage around the ship's insides. The macros ruined my pronunciative potion. Yeah. God, Monster Factory is so fucking good. Best way I could put it, Captain? I hope they've got enough oxygen and emergency rations in there to last them until we get back to Europa, because we aren't getting them out. And you, Lieutenant? You'd hope that the chief's explanation would suffice, but the captain has turned her attention to you expectantly. Try to add something else. Hold up. I feel like I can add something else. The fact that I could tell her about the fucking camera eye. Well, I think that in addition to what the chief said that, yes, Lieutenant? You don't know what you tried to add why you tried to add something to the chief's statement. The more you tried to think, the more you realized that you just how exhausted you were, mentally and physically. You turn to look at the crash craft and catch a glint as the hangar light reflects off one of the eye-like camera lenses. Thank you! Tell them about the camera lens! Totally different than anything you'd see on an armored frame. I don't think we can count on this thing playing by our rules. Oh? Whatever this thing is, it doesn't look like any AF I've ever seen, doesn't behave like one either. The amount of punishment it stood up to out there, I'm not sure we had anything to do with it going offline. And if that's just the machine, I wouldn't make any assumptions about its pilot either. You look back to the captain just as she turns her attention to the machine. The captain takes a moment and moves to the railings and places her hands onto them, resting what little of her weight remains on this low gravity on the supports while also drumming her fingers against them. As you watch Captain Barnaby, you see the brief glimmer of a spark in her eyes, this slight change transforming her in front of you from the consistently disinterested Captain you know to a canny, analytical version of herself. A good point. One you didn't take when you played. It's literally like it was just like it literally was looking us in the eye until the captain moved in the way. She turns back to face you, pivoting on one hand she keeps on the railing. In that case, our priority is getting this thing back to Europa Colony where it can be investigated properly. The less time we have this on board, the less risk it poses to us. Chief Cathays, I want those engines online now. Cadet Grange, I want Ensign Chris Juno fully operational and combat ready. If this decides to reactivate, I want to be ready for it. Lieutenant Thempire, I want you on active patrol until Ensign Chris is out of sickbay. You, Rumney, and Chris will be carrying out patrols around the clock until we dock at Europa. This thing has shown itself to be full of surprises. Just because we can't see a way for a pilot to get out doesn't mean there isn't one. Carry out a normal patrol and then report back to me. I'll be in my quarters writing this up. Understood? 3 of you snap to attention and throw a salute in perfect synchronization. Even the chronically fidgety Dalton manages a perfectly still professional countenance. They love the word countenance in this game. I approve. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very good. Dismissed. With a shove against the railing, the captain launches herself towards the hangar entrance, and the 3 of you drop your stiff postures as soon as she's out of sight. Hell of a day, huh, Lieutenant? You roll your shoulders once again, trying to get rid of the stiffness that's working its way in the back of your neck. Cress. Is that how it's pronounced? Cress? Not Chris? Had to look it up. That's putting it mildly. As you think back over the duty, it feels like it's been a week long with everything that's happened. I feel like you haven't slept in that long either. Okay, so Cress. We'll go with Cress. You're not wrong, Chief. As you look back to the enemy craft, you can't help but feel like its exposed camera lens is pointed straight at you. Swallowing nervously, you turn away. The unwavering mechanical glare fills you with a sense of dread. So what do you think? Is it really out of action? Like I told the captain, as far as I can tell, this thing isn't going anywhere soon. Still doesn't mean I want to hang around it when it's with it glued to the inside of my hangar. The sooner we get back to Europa, the better. Yeah, no, I didn't. I should have asked Emlyn. I know a Welsh person. I could have just asked. And to do that, I need to get the Gundog's engines up and running. So I'm going to head back to the engine room. We've all got jobs to do. No time to stand around and chatting if we want to get our unexpected passenger back to Europa Colony. Cadet? Chief? The main thruster module on Chris's Juno is completely fried. Don't bother trying to salvage it. It's going to need a wholesale replacement. Understood? Yes, Chief. All right, then. Both of you, get to it. With that, the Chief launches herself onto a nearby railing and towards the hangar entrance. Much like you had with the captain earlier, you watch as she disappears, relaxing slightly when she's out of sight. As you look around your surroundings, you see that Dalton has already made his way to Hansen's Juno, leaving you alone. You kick off the catwalk and begin to gently drift towards the hangar exit, taking one last look back at the hangar before you leave. The once unstoppable machine now sits totally still in the center of the hangar. Despite being encased in the rock-hard compound, the misgivings you felt about how out of commission it was were hard to ignore. You've never seen or even heard of a machine with the capabilities it had demonstrated, and although the Chief had assured the captain it wasn't going anywhere, you weren't so certain. Beyond that, the thought of the pilot concerned you the most. What kind of person did it take to pilot something like this? Your attention lingers on it for a little longer before you turn your attention back towards the exit. Exactly. Time for patrol then. Let's go ahead and talk to Dalton before we leave. Hey Dalton! You shut across the hangars, you shove off the railings toward him, hoping that giving the cadet as much notice as possible won't spook him. Lieutenant, how could I help you, Lieutenant? You sigh inwardly. Although he wasn't alarmed or shocked, you could tell he was still more nervous than usual. Nothing to worry about, Cadet. Just part of the patrol, making sure I'm checking in on everyone. How are you doing? I'm doing all right, Lieutenant. Thank you. You sure? Didn't seem possible for Dalton to be more apprehensive, but looking at him now, you could see something was eating away at him. Are you sure about that, Cadet? Well, is the security officer also the fucking counselor? What's going on here? I'm using my psychic powers to tell that there's something wrong with him. In the span of half a sentence, Dalton goes from a bundle of nervous energy to totally deflated. I don't want to be here anymore. Everything's gone wrong and it keeps getting worse, and I don't have to be here all alone with all the things, and I'm so scared I don't want to be here anymore. Oh my god, he's got a crying face. I don't want to be here anymore. Hey, Dalton, it's all right. Don't. Taking it back, you tentatively move towards the cadet, raising your arm to lay a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Dalton bats your hand away, simultaneously wiping his eyes with his sleeve, smearing tears across his face. No, I'm fine, Lieutenant. It's just sorry. I'm just a little bit stressed out. It's been like enough, but I need to fix the... You move forward again, but just before you can reach him, he spins, preparing to kick off the Juno towards the crates on the other side of the hangar. Grab him! Anchor yourself with one hand, you reach out with the other, grabbing the back of his jumpsuit a second before you can get away. No, Lieutenant, I've got to do that. You strain for a moment against the force of his momentum, but your grip holds, you draw him back to you. Lieutenant, Dalton, it's all right. Having done nothing to stop himself, the force of you pulling Dalton leaves him to slowly float into your chest. It's gonna be okay. Aww. As Dalton floats limply in silence, you keep your grip on him, but don't say anything, not wanting to push him before he's ready. I'm sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get so worked up. It's just been a really stressful day and finding it a bit tough. You move back slightly, giving yourself enough space so you can look Dalton in the eyes. Or you would if he wasn't dejectedly avoiding eye contact. Hey, Cadet, like I said, it's alright. This job's not easy at the best of times. It's fine to be stressed out. I know, but I really shouldn't be. You release your grip on his jumpsuit, laying a hand on his shoulder instead. Come on now, it's fine. You're right, it's been a really stressful day. We're all feeling the pressure right now, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that. For being honest, I'd be more worried about anyone on the ship who's not feeling the strain. But the chief and the captain and you... Trust me, Cadet, everyone is feeling it at the moment. Turning away from you to look at the strange machine amongst the massive foam at the other side of the hangar, the trainee engineer sighs despondently before looking back at you. But how do you deal with it? You can't help but smile at Dalton's question. I wish I could tell you. Oh. But hey, you move your hand for Dalton's shoulder instead of patting him reassuringly on the arm. You're doing good work. I know it's tough, but let's focus on what you gotta focus on. Let us worry about the rest, okay? Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll do my best. That's all you can do, Lieutenant, or Cadet. Laying on another deep sigh, Dalton turns back to the engine model he'd been preparing to remove, grabbing onto a handle sticking out of the open machine maintenance hatch with one hand, rubbing his still teary eye with the back of the other. I should really be... Of course, no problem. So now we're getting the timed conversations in, like, regular-ass conversations. I think we're safe to save on this one. You've been ordered to carry out a security patrol by the captain, and with you being up to speed with what's going on in the hangar, that means fire control was your next stop. Game is heating up. True. As you step into the small room, you're surprised that Dylan turns around immediately. Hey, Lieutenant, did they send you up to check up on me? Just a standard security patrol, D's. How's it all going? Normally placid warrant officer rolls his eyes theatrically, slumping back in his chair to gesturing to the monitors all around him with visible frustration. Oh, you know, great. That's also true, Wobbler. It's a fucking RenP game. It's not good to actually heat up your computer. I've been ordered to remain on high alert, but the issue with these long-range targeting systems is even worse than before, so I can't actually do anything unless we got a target in visible range. Which means I've got to keep looking at every one of these screens all the time and nothing else. So you know, living the dream. What's wrong with the long-range systems? As if I know. Same thing as before, just worse. That's how the enemy got the drop on us. We didn't know they were there until they were right on top of us. Otherwise, I might have been able to get shots in from the main guns. Might have been able to do something against that machine at least. Not like the point defense cannons were any use. I swear I almost got it so many times, but it moves faster than the cannons could, and even when I tried to lead the target, it was too erratic to figure out what it would be. Ah! With a groan, Dylan slides further in his chair and kicks off the floor, sending the chair spinning into a slow circle. As he rotates, he glances over at all the monitors before turning back to you. But yeah, anyways, the long-range targeting system is almost completely useless right now. It's been fuzzy since this morning, but it got way worse when that thing showed up. It's like frying our systems, just being on the ship. Awesome. I've tried to ask the chief to take a look at it, but she's still busy with the engines and everything else going on, so like... He looks over the top of his glasses at you and shrugs. It is what it is, you know? Man, Dylan over here is running out of it is what it is, I think. I think he's starting to run out of it is what it is. Dylan makes another rotation, this time gently brushing his hand over the targeting system controls, shifting their focus slightly as he rotates past them. So what's up with you, Lieutenant? Got pretty gnarly out there, huh? You alright? Take a moment to rub your neck. You noticed it was beginning to stiffen and the pain was creeping in around the edges. Hopefully whatever the doctor has given you will hold out for a few more hours. He looks 12, but he's cool. Yeah, not too bad, Deez. Thanks for asking. That's good, yeah. I could see Hans and Juno through the cameras. Pulled some pretty sick maneuvers. You must have been really hanging on in there. You think back to how you've been thrown around in the cockpit by some of Hanson's stunts. The experience of clinging onto the temporary passenger seat wasn't one you wanted to relive soon. You're not wrong. Things got pretty wild out there. I'm just glad we made it back in one piece. Yeah, I'm, sorry I couldn't do more to help you out there with the Gundog's weapons, you know. Everything was just way too slow. You smile and wave your hand subtly to dismiss Dylan's concerns. Don't worry about it, Deez. We couldn't do much against it either. I don't think there's anything on board that could have taken that thing out. Yeah, you might be right, huh? What happens if we don't fix the foam? If we don't help Dalton fix the foam, do we just die? A silence hangs between the two of you, and you're about to make your excuse to leave before Dylan leans forward in his seat, looking you dead in the eyes and speaks in a hushed tone. So, like, what is that thing, Lieutenant? What happened on the O'Brien? Is it Martian? Terran? What's the deal? Have we got a pilot yet? You place your hands on your hips before shifting your weight on your one foot and crossing your arms instead. Whilst exhaling you deeply, you break the eye contact and look around the room at the monitors, finally looking back to Dylan, who's sitting there staring at you expectantly. Honestly, Deez, I've got no idea. Not having Dalton would have such long-lasting problems, yeah. All I know is that it blew the O'Brien to pieces and then came for the Gundog, and nothing we had seemed to be able to scratch it. I guess like the one thing you could do would be to use the get the ship's main gun. Maybe that would have deactivated it, because it clearly, like, we made it get stuck in foam, which deactivated it, quote unquote. But like it's there, like surely it could just activate at any moment. It's just choosing not to, right? I don't know. All I know is that it blew the O'Brien to pieces, then came for the Gundog, and nothing we got seems to be able to scratch it. Dylan said a loud sigh, letting his frustration obvious. Great, okay. Well, thanks anyways, Lieutenant. Guess I better get back to these monitors in case another one comes looking for its friend. Sure, I'll check in on you later, Deez. With that, Dylan turns back to the wall of monitors, and you watch him begin to idly prod the controls, adjusting and shifting views onto some screen, and alerting the focus on others. Before you even head into the mess hall, the aroma of machine-made coffee and pancakes wafts down the Forsyth thoroughfare, and your stomach begins to growl audibly. You hadn't realized how hungry you were until now, but with the scent of rich food in the air, your body begins to let you know in no uncertain terms that you are ravenous. And there they are. There they are. Haru. Is Haru still in chat? Here's Haru. As you step inside, you see Ensign Rumney leaning back lazily in the chair, slowly picking their way through a stack of syrup-covered pancakes, fork in one hand, cup of coffee in the other. They acknowledge you by looking over the doorway and raising their cup of coffee slightly before returning to their meal. Before you can say anything, your stomach growls loudly again. Does that ping everywhere? It does ping in Twitch chat, I believe. A smirk appears on the pilot's face briefly, but is quickly dismissed as they go to take another mouthful of pancake. As they carry on eating, you decide to leave them to it for the time being, and head into the room to take a look at the available options. Approaching the machine, you look over the list of menu options. You'd be surprised when you first get on board. The choice was just as extensive as the machines on the larger ships you've been on station on. The problem with that is that all the choice made it difficult to decide what you wanted to eat. Spend a minute or two going back and forth over the various menu options before narrowing it down to... So, for some reason, the achievement is for burger, so we have to go burger, apparently? Why is the achievement for burger when there's 3 options? Order a hamburger from the vending machine. Vendmate, I mean. Yeah, there's the achievement. You press a button to select the classic hamburger and follow up by choosing some specifics. They know their audience, I guess. Is this important? The answer is pickles. Always pickles. After you input the final option, you hear the machine whir into life, and it produces a cacophony of muffled noises. After a few minutes, the hatch opens and a surprisingly well-presented hamburger slides onto the plate. Once you remove it from the machine, you head to the table and sit down from Haru, assuming that their lack of conversation is a choice they'd like you to respect. Your stomach is almost roaring as you take your first bite. Despite having come from a machine and being made from entirely synthetic ingredients, the bun is fluffy and the meat of the burger is juicy. The chips would squeak together when you rub them together. Yeah! You and Haru continue your meal together in silence. Due to your hunger, you wolf down your burger in the time it takes Haru to pick up their way through half a pancake. Satisfied, you stand up and return the plate to the meal vendor. A feeling of contentedness spread through you, taking the edge off your exhaustion. Also, let's get a candy bar. You look at the vending machine and consider the available snacks. The thought of a candy chocolate bar seeming appealing to you, and you take your ID card out of your pocket, slide the machine's card slot, and key into your selection. Haru's just been vibing all game. Yeah. One of the coils spin slowly, and your bar is eventually ejected, landing at the bottom of the machine near the access hatch. Nice. I'll save this for later. Or, although Haru was keeping to themselves right now, you felt that with things the way they are on board the ship, it'd be good to check in with everyone. You pull up the seat next to the pilot, who gives you a flicker of recognition before continuing to slowly pick at their pancakes. Ensign Rumney, how are you doing? Probably better than you after that landing, Empire. Didn't think I'd be seeing you out of the sickbay so soon. A silent voice. Really interesting choice to name the chocolate bar, huh? Yeah, well, I was lucky that... So is Hansen out too? Oh no, he's still been being seen by the doctor. When left, he was taking in the surgery wing. Something about artificial ossification? Damn. How do you manage to go and break something that seriously while you're up and about without a scratch? Well, next time you see him, make sure you give him the thanks he deserves for getting out of that situation alive. If it wasn't for his piloting, the whole ship would be space dust right now. You roll your eyes and cross your arms. You know they're not wrong, but the thought of actively thanking Hansen for something. Yeah, I'll let him know. Haru returns their attention to their pancake, continuing the meal, only interrupting it with an occasional sip of coffee. You sit there for a bit longer, but the silence drags on. You decide you're probably got as much conversation out of Haru as you're going to, so you push your chair back and stand up. As you go to walk out, you hear the sound of Haru's chair as it scoots along the floor, causing you to turn back. I'm serious, Lieutenant. Make sure you tell him. You look at Haru for a moment and then mentally shrug as you turn away again. I heard you the first time, Ensign. Don't worry. What is their deal? I need to know what their deal is. I wish Hansen would have told me. They are an enigma. Yeah. Why are we still having the tense music playing, huh? I don't like it. I don't think I need to go into any of the quarters. I mean, I could just, like, real quick just go... Yeah, the thing. After you input the passcode to Cassie's quarters, the terminal outside her quarters, the door slides open, you smoothly step inside. Quick against her in the room, see that Cassie isn't here, meaning she's likely in a sick bay. Okay. Probably don't want to go in the captain's quarters anymore. You approach the captain's door with a sense of trepidation. You haven't finished your patrol, but for some reason you find yourself drawn to her quarters. You aren't entirely sure why you've come here. Maybe despite everything you know about the captain, you're looking for a figure of authority to assure you about the Gundog situation. Yeah, I guess so, but like, we're fine now. We're fine now. Well, you have your doubts. The captain's laconic ways and swift decisions give you the impression there's more capability to her than she's letting on. Maybe you come here to... She was an admiral, a rear admiral for a time. Maybe you come here to talk with the captain to reassure you yourself that that's the case. Maybe it's just that you can't resist the chance to bring up the contents of the report you read in her quarters. As you consider your intentions, you reach out and knock briskly on the door. Wait a few seconds and eventually hear your muffled voice, the captain within. Enter. Press a button on the terminal next to the door and it slides open, allowing you to step inside. As you enter, you take a deep breath of air in preparation for the malodor you've encountered last time you've been in this room. Fortunately for your nose and your lungs, the reactivation of the Gundog's life support systems includes the air scrubbers. Though the quarter had smelled unpleasant last time you were here, it wasn't due to anything that had stuck around, so now the atmosphere had the same familiar sterile scent as everywhere else. You do your best to exhale slowly and steadily as you approach the captain, no longer needing the reserve of clean corridor air to bear the smell of the quarters. Ah, Lieutenant. You stand to attention as the captain acknowledges you, although she doesn't give you her full attention. Says she continues to type something in her terminal. I take it you finish your patrol? She strikes the final keys. You hear the mechanical repetition of the printer from somewhere on the far side of the deck. No, not yet, ma'am. Captain remains silent. She leans across the one side of the desk. You hear the tearing of perforated paper. Continue to watch as she comes away with a series of pages, all connected but with folds at regular intervals where they have been neatly punctured with rows of small pinprick-like holes. Whew. She officially concertinas the pages together and then places them into a drawer on the other side of the desk, which she recognizes as the one you obtained the emergency input codes from. With an accusatory click, she locks the drawer, finally turning her full attention to you. Is there an immediate issue, Lieutenant Empire? We definitely save here. Oh, we're not asking about the report. I don't care about the report anymore, frankly. What do you make of the fucking craft? I know we just discussed it in the hangar, but what do you make of that craft? Do you think it's Terran or Martian, or... I can't say anything about that matter for certain, Lieutenant. Joseph deflates slightly. It appears your desire for clarity, answers, or reassurance would go unsatisfied. Beyond what we know about it from our engagement with what you and Chief Cathay have been able to advise, I have no additional information that might elucidate the matter. To be frank, my main concern is not what the thing is, where it came from, or why it's here, but simply how quickly we can get it to the Europa colony and out of the hangar. Exactly, Sarge. Exactly. I'm sure you're of the same mind as me on this, Lieutenant. Yes, ma'am. Very good. Is there anything else I can help with? What happened on the O'Brien? I thought now might be a good time we go over what happened aboard the O'Brien. Something you forgot to tell me during the earlier debriefing, Lieutenant? While it's true that you've given the captain a breakdown of the events aboard the O'Brien, as soon as you've been dismissed from the sick bay, there hadn't been more to the conversation that you reported to than you reporting the facts. If the captain had come up with any countermeasures or preparations to ensure the same fate that befell the O'Brien's crew wouldn't happen to Gundog, she hadn't shared it. No, ma'am. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts about any protective measures you might be able to take to keep the crew safe. Lieutenant Empire, from what you told me, the O'Brien's crew, with the exception of Dr. DeBoer, had been neutralized at their posts, correct? Yes, ma'am. With that in mind, alongside the fact we don't know what this thing is, how it operates, or the extent of its abilities, I don't see much point in trying to come up with countermeasures to weapons we don't even know exist. Do you, Lieutenant? You're a little bit shaken by the captain's apparent indifference to the threat of the machine currently sat in the hangar. But then you couldn't really argue with her logic either. Well, no, ma'am. Precisely. For now, we're stuck with whatever this craft is, and with our communication systems out of action, we have no choice but to carry on as best we can. Do you disagree with this course of action, Lieutenant? It only takes a brief moment of thinking for you to realize that she's right. For the time being, you've got no way of knowing what the machine can do, so no way of counteracting it. No, ma'am. Well then, unless there's anything else, what are we doing at the Europa colony? I was wondering, what do you think will happen when we get back to Europa colony? With a long sigh, the captain leans back in her chair and steeples her fingers. Given the nature of our cargo, imagine the Gundog will be isolated before we even reach Europa and the crew removed. From my knowledge of the JCF review process, I expect that after that there will be a lengthy debriefing, which will be accompanied by a full review of the ship's logs. It's likely we will be held separately until we can be confident another crew can be connected to the craft or the loss of the O'Brien. If they come to the conclusion we still remain under supervision, but with if they come to that conclusion, we'll still remain under supervision, but with the freedom of the colony until the higher-ups are happy that there's no need to follow up, whereupon we'll be returned to duty. If they don't decide that, well, I suppose one way or another we can look forward to an extended period of leave. Oh, the smirk is back. Whether that's in the holding cell or on Europa colony is up to whatever is decided by the investigators. You shudder at the sight of the captain's wry smile. It was an expression you rarely saw, and given the discussion, it did little to make you feel at ease. The fact that the captain mentioned her knowledge of the review process also left you wondering if that was a first-hand experience. Does that help clear things up, Lieutenant? Although it'd give you an insight on what to expect, the revelation hadn't made you feel any more positive about what you could look forward to once you return to European space. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Good. Is there anything else? I'm not talking about the fucking report. Actually, ma'am, I think it's everything I wanted to go over. Very good, Lieutenant. Dismissed. It's not important at all. It's got nothing to do with the current situation. And, you know, Hansen's kind of right, actually, right? Hansen is kind of right. It's 5 years ago. Who gives a shit? Pass through the stillness of the aft thoroughfare and head into the thrum depths of the engineering department. I'm about to interrupt her again. I promised her I wouldn't interrupt her while she's doing engineering work again, and here I am going to do that exact thing. As you make your way through, you look around for any sign of the chief, starting with the catwalks and workstations above you, then the machinery that fills the level you're on, and finally finishing your search by scanning levels below you. Hey, Chief! Chief, are you here, Chief? Taking a deep breath, you cup your hands around your mouth and shout. Chief? You wait for a moment, and with no response forthcoming, you decide you can't be sure the chief is in engineering. Despite the level of noise coming from all the various systems, it wasn't like engineering was that loud. Instead of carrying on your search for the chief, Thais, you turn your attention to the engineering department in general, quickly going through your mental list of checks to make sure make up your patrol report. As for what you can tell, everything is in order, leaving you without much to dwell on. Yeah, speaking of, do we have like, oh shit, we could deliver the report to the captain now. I assume she's in engines. to getting the engines running. Doors of the engine room slide open in front of you, and you're met with the disheartening sight of the huge engine remaining totally stationary, devoid of normal rotation. The sense of stillness that permeates the vast area you're stood in is disconcerting. The only thing breaking all the engulfing silence is the constant grumble coming from the lone figure of the chief, leaning over a control panel in the distance. Chief, everything all right? Call as you approach her. No, damn it, Lieutenant, it's not. You're a little taken aback by the chief's curt response, but also that you didn't need to press to her in order to drag her attention away from what she's doing. We'll be going to the medical room before we go to the captain. Don't worry. Oh, no? No? If I didn't know better, I'd call it sabotage, but no one else on the ship has the know-how to do that kind of thing, so right now I look like an idiot who can't get the NPEs back online. Whoa, Chief, hold on, sabotage? It's not sabotage, Lieutenant. Like I said, no one on the ship would know how to do this kind of thing. Yeah, we'll go to the command room too. Or the bridge, you mean. But I've ruled out hardware issues, and I've never seen the software do a full reset on the startup process before, so unless it's something I'm missing like an idiot, then... Chief, what's going on? Yeah. I'd gone through the entire startup process, was just about to fire up the NPEs when that machine crashed in the hangar and I had to go and secure it. Bogus. The status of everything should have held at that point until it got back, and it would have been straightforward to just enter a few commands and restart the engines, but... Chief lashed out with her boot, striking the bottom of the casing of the control panel she'd been working on. The whole process has been reset and all my calibrations and checks have been wiped, so I've had to start from the very beginning. Without the NPEs online, I can't even get the ship moving, let alone get the HFDD started. And until I get the HFDD started, up and running, I'm stuck here instead of being in the hangar figuring out what's going on with that machine. It's killing me. And every second I waste screwing around the engines is another second we're adrift in the boonies and got God knows what hanging in our hangar. Ah! The chief strikes the base of the control panel again before leaning over it and beginning a key in the commands. Even the preset function I've installed have been wiped out. It's basically a start your shipyard status. This is ridiculous. First I'm going to have to... Is there anything I can do to help? No. Oh. Nothing personal, Lieutenant, but no, there's absolutely nothing you can do to help me in this case. Well, but thanks for offering. No problem, I guess. Before you're even done responding, the Chief has turned her attention back to the full screen of diagnostics and settings and begun keying in commands, pausing to take notice of nearby readouts and then inputting more information. You make a mental note to fill in the captain in on the status of the engine startup process and decide to leave the Chief to it, since there's apparently nothing else for you to do here. Alright, so next up, let's go bridge. Where's bridge again? Bridge. Well, I've taken a look at everything everywhere I need to go. I guess it's time to report to Captain, unless there's something else I've got to go check out. Maybe it's something I missed. It's not like I'm on a schedule or anything. I'll check a few more things out. Okay, thanks for that. Wait a minute. That wasn't this way the last time I passed through here. Huh? That panel's open? Is that... Maybe Dalton didn't replace this correctly? It must have shaken loose during the battle. But it was definitely attached last time I was here. Someone vented. This definitely wasn't like this when I came through here earlier. You head over to the entrance and maintenance crawlway and look, holding on the sides, leaning into space, first look up and then downwards. The ladder extends into gloom in both directions, although you can only see up to a certain distance. You can't see anything unusual, you don't hear anything on it either. With a shrug, you move to pick up the panel, placing it back onto the wall. It takes a little bit of trial and error, but eventually you get the panel attached again. You get a few knocks for good measure. That should do for now. That's suspicious. It's bridge time. Step off the elevator into the bridge to the sound of a trill beeping coming from the control panel. Stood over the panel, typing hurriedly on a keyboard, is Vanessa. She looks over to you with a start before turning back to the keyboard and quickly entering more commands. After a few seconds of typing, she aggressively hits the enter key with a silence, which silences the beeping and turns quickly to you, looking slightly flushed. Hey, what do you want, Lieutenant Empire? At this point, you no longer have the energy to mask your exasperations and let out a sigh as you pinch the bridge of your nose between your thumb and your forefinger. I'm just carrying out the standard patrol, Lieutenant Lord, making sure everything's in order following the battle. Is everything okay up here? You lean slightly to see what's being displayed on the screen above the panel Vanessa has been using but is now stood in front of. Stepping sideways to block your view, Vanessa reaches back to the keyboard without turning around and enters a quick series of buttons and presses that shift the display to something else. Of course you're on patrol. I suspected you wouldn't be here to give your post-mission report like you're supposed to. It'd be too much to expect the Gundog's hero, the dashing Lieutenant Empire, to actually follow protocol for once. But then again, with how I had to remind you of procedure when the power went out, I suppose you might not be willfully ignorant of how you're supposed to act. It could be that you're just plain ignorant instead. You feel a familiar rising tide of anger within you, a feeling that for most of your career has been limited to encounters with Hansen, but is now becoming much more common with every conversation you have with Vanessa. Do you know you're supposed to report to the mission overseer immediately after you're dismissed for sickbay for debriefing, right? Can we just push her out the airlock? Any remaining desire you had to check in on the bridge, and Lieutenant Lord was swiftly leaving you. Yes, Lieutenant, thank you. I'm aware of the procedure, but I'm under direct orders from the captain to begin a constant patrol. Besides, I would have assumed that someone as capable as yourself would have been able to get the general picture of what had happened on the O'Brien without me needing to tell you. Or was the battle outside the ship and the giant machine currently in our hangar not obvious enough? If Vanessa had picked up on the barb in your query, she wasn't acknowledging it. Captain's orders, huh? For all those are worth. Although you initially assumed Vanessa's general aggression was just a personality deficiency, her increasingly open hostility to the ship's command structure was beginning to stand out to you as something more than just unmanaged anger issues. Make a mental note to bring it up with the captain at the next opportunity. Yes, let's go! Get her fucking court-martialed. Lucky for you, Lieutenant, I'm more than capable enough to pick up your slack, and I've already gone through the communication logs to Juno's flight data. I'm also in the process of reviewing the O'Brien's black box information. You know, I'm actually pretty impressed. I assume you've been playing the hero because of a certain someone was involved, but even I'll admit that it must have taken guts to wait for Hansen to get back to the Juno. Or was it that you knew you didn't stand a chance if you tried to pilot that Juno on your own, You roll your eyes. You've been surprised that Vanessa was giving you something that was coming close to a compliment, but of course it had to be second guessed in the very next breath. Look, Lord, and another thing. I've got to hand it to your quick thinking when it comes to commanding Ensign Crest during that battle. Without your decision to get Gadget Grange involved, things might have turned out very differently for the Gundog, but still, it's a lot easier to just sit back and tell people what to do rather than actually do it yourself, right? A lot less pressure on you. You're about to snap back at Vanessa, but your exhaustion wins out against your anger and you swallow your words. Well, Lord, I'm glad that you put your talents to good use and managed to get the assessment done without me. I've got orders to carry out, so if you don't mind, I'll be leaving. Oh, not at all, Lieutenant. I wouldn't want you to keep you from your important work. Keep it up. I'm sure your commitment to your duty will be rewarded very soon. Unwilling to put up with Vanessa's consistent contempt for much longer, you mumble a vague goodbye and turn back towards the elevators. How has she not been court-martialed? With this much contempt for everyone? How has she not been how is she on the last chances ship instead of gone? All right, it's about ad time. Have a nice night, Sarge. It is time for an ad. Let's go BRB.
The mighty pyramids of Egypt, the stupendous hanging gardens of Babylon, the Colossus of Rhodes, the mammoth lighthouse of Alexandria, the giant tomb of King Mausolus, the towering temple of Diana, the enormous statue of Jupiter, and now, the eighth wonder of the world, King Kong. The most exciting original motion picture event of all time, King Kong. Rated PG, parental guidance suggested.
Welcome back, everyone. We're back. I love having Batchu tell me when the ads are done. It's very nice. Also very nice to have breaks to give my voice a rest. Sickbay time. Even before the elevator doors open, your hand is raised to preempt the harsh brightness of the sickbay's lighting. The powerful aroma of disinfectant wafts over into the elevator as the doors slide open and the light shines brightly through the widening gap. Accustomed to both these features of the sickbay, you're no longer bothered by them. As always, everything appears in order, although you do quickly notice that the doctor isn't at his desk. Looking over to the left of the room, you see a light illuminated above the doorway leading to the surgery wing, and its largest gallery wing having been taken to a frosted effect, obscuring the view of the inside beyond some vague shapes. The doctor had been able to patch you up pretty quickly, leaving Hanson to wait for the necessary procedure, and that now seemed to be underway. Looking back to the bed, you see Cassie tossing and turning uncomfortably. She'd been fast asleep when you and Hanson were brought in, to the point where you wondered if she'd been sedated. But now she was fidgeting and groaning, apparently in genuine discomfort. Cassie? Cassie, is everything alright? You lay your hand on her shoulder and take your hand in yours. Hey Cassie, can you hear me? What's wrong? Oh, it's you, Ian. How is the mission? Did everything... Oh shit, she's infected from the brain disease of that ship, and now it's on the ship. That mech, and now it's on the ship and it's hurting her. As she lets out a scream, Cassie yanks her hands away from yours, bringing it up to her head and using it along her free hand as if trying to hold her head together. Completely overtaken by pain, Cassie thrashes around on the bed. It's all you can do to stop her from throwing over herself off of it. Hey Cassie, it's alright, it's gonna be okay. You look around in a panic, unsure what to do. Your first instinct is to get Dr. Rosarian, but it's been in the middle of the surgical procedure. You don't think you'd be able to drop everything just to come to Cassie. Cassie, did the doctor leave you anything? Any instructions, any tablets? Yeah. Cassie, come on, anything? Pills on the counter. Ugh. Without a moment's hesitation, you dash over to the countertop where you see the half-spent blister of tablets atop a box of more of the same. You grab a nearby small glass, fill it with water over from the hand washing station, and then take it over to... Don't do that. And towel it over to Cassie. Hey, Cassie, wake up and take these. Come on. You slide your arm under Cassie's back and gently bring her up to an upright position, keeping your arm in place to prop her up. Oh, hey, honey. Man, that face is crazy. These are the tablets you mentioned, right? Cassandra is still in a daze, blinks at the glass of water and pills you hold up to her, slowly reaching out to take the glass and then some tablets. Oh yeah, the doctor said they'd help the headaches. Dreamily, she places two in her mouth and you help her with the glass of water. She drains it, and after you take it off her, you lower her back down into the bed. Thanks, sweetie. You remain standing over Cassandra for a few minutes, but it looks like she's fallen in the same heavy slumber she was in when you were brought down here earlier. You squeeze her hand before turning to leave, but before you can step away, you feel a gentle grip on your wrist. Hey, come back in a bit. I want to hear about your day. Before she can finish the sentence, Cassie slumps back on the bed, releasing you. Sure thing, Cassie. Being attacked by some sort of cat hair, I think. Ugh. It's just tickling my nose constantly. Nah. I don't imagine the doctor wants to be disturbed right now. Cassie, which is something I could do for you. You and I know that. Okay, so... Ah, got it. Finally got it. Whew. That was awful. I guess it's captain's quarters time. I finished checking out everywhere the captain wanted me to. Since I'm here, should I report to the captain? Domestic cat. Well, I've found nothing else that needs reporting. I've not found anything that really needs reporting, but there's nothing else I need to do right now, so I should let the captain know I finished my patrol. I have found things reporting. I said I noted them. What are you talking about? After briskly making your way to the captain's quarters, you find yourself stood outside a familiar insignia marked door. Let the knock announce yourself before you can. Instead, you move your hand to cover your mouth to let a loud yawn. You stop midway through your exhalation, interrupted by a twinge of pain in your neck as you raise your arm. You roll your neck a few times, but this does nothing to shift the discomfort you're now feeling. Seems the painkiller the doctor given you was beginning to wear off. You sigh, which quickly turns into a previously interrupted yawn. The tiredness which you're now doing, which you've been doing your best to ignore since you returned to the Gundog, was now hitting you hard, and you're suddenly very aware of the physical and emotional toll the past few hours had taken on you. As you feel exhaustion spreading through your body, you hope that after you make your report, the captain would command Haru to take over the security detail while you get some rest. Being mindful not to aggravate the pain in your neck further, you slowly raise your hand and tentatively knock on the captain's door. Enter. Hear the captain announce from the other side. Ah, Lieutenant Dumpire. I assume you've come to me with a complete report of your patrol this time? You shut your eyes briefly and draw in a deep breath, mustering the energy to engage with the captain. Yes, ma'am. And? You release the breath slowly. Conversation with the captain could be exhausting to how little effort she's to put into them, and right now you felt the real need to conserve your energy. Having visited fire control, the bridge, and the engine room, aside from the existing issues with the long-range communication system, sensors, and NPEs, there's nothing new to report. With the exception of a few minor technical issues that appear to be the result of our battle with that craft, I can't find anything untoward or immediately suspicious. Literally wrong. There's no sign of any intruder that I've been able to observe. I see. So everything's in order? You clench your jaw and stifle a yawn. As you catch a glimpse of the captain's bed in the annex that serves as your bedroom, you find yourself desperately craving your standard issue bunk. Aside from everything being broken, things are normal. We literally observed a sign of intruder. It's true. On the patrol route, at least, yes. Good to hear. You do your best to stifle another yawn, willing the captain to dismiss you. In that case, Lieutenant, you relax slightly, awaiting the order to finish for the day and pass the torch to someone else. I want you to head to sickbay and get an update on Ensign Cress's status. You tense up again, the prospect of immediate rest now pulled out from under you. Ensign Cress, ma'am? Yes, Lieutenant. When I had previously spoken to Dr. Rosarium, he'd advised that the procedure should have been finished some time ago, and Ensign Cress should be ready to resume duty shortly after. I need to brief Ensign Cress on his new responsibilities, and I'm yet to hear anything from the doctor. So, Lieutenant, I need you to head into sickbay and find out what the delay is. Understood? You'd allowed your weariness to creep over you, but it had been bearable because of the expectation that once you reported to the captain, your duties would be done. Now, though, with another task foisted upon you, it almost felt overwhelming. With a Herculean effort, you hide from the captain. You throw a swift salute to acknowledge your new task. Yes, ma'am, understood. Very good. Dismissed, Lieutenant. Oh, boy. You maintain your posture until you left the captain's quarters, but as the door closes behind you, it's all you can do not to slump to the floor. This must be the last thing she asked for me to do today. There's no way. Literally no way. You sigh deeply and pinch the bridge of your nose, taking a moment to wallow in your exhaustion until you feel ready to face this latest challenge. Alright, let's go. Y'all ready for this? You lean back against the rear wall of the elevator and shut your eyes, savoring the brief moment of relaxation that comes from resting on the cool metal of the wall and listening to the gentle hum of the elevator's movement. You stay this way, seconds away from drifting off to sleep, until you feel the elevator begin to slow. You wearily open your eyes and push off the wall, standing upright. You lazily bring your head up to your eyes and shield them from the harsh glare you'll be coming from the sickbay's lighting. Oh boy. As your eyes adapt to the light, the first thing that catches your attention is a glitter-like shimmer from the floor at the far side of the room. Oh boy. Once your vision is adjusted completely, you realize that these sparkles are caused by the high-powered lights reflecting off the fragments of broken glass that are scattered all over the floor. Doctor! Slumped over his desk is Dr. Rosarium. As you approach him, the dread is replaced with nausea. You see his one organic eye remains open, staring straight downwards but devoid of life. Shit is happening again. Doctor, damn it! You quickly draw your electroshock weapon as you look over to the bed with Cassie on it. Cassie! Seeing her lying still, you might move swiftly over to check that she's alright and feel a rush of relief as you hear her chest rise and fall. Or see. A shiver runs up your spine as you hear the sound of someone stepping on broken glass behind you. You hold your breath, waiting for a single second, and then swing around, bringing your gun to bear on where you heard the noise come from. As you swing your arm around, it's immediately intercepted, stopping at its arc before you can aim at where the noise behind you had come from. All you have time to process is a fist flying toward you, striking you square in the chin. There's nothing you can do but stagger backwards. Within a second, you're unconscious. What the fuck? Huh? What? Wake up, Lieutenant. I said wake up, Lieutenant. Asleep on the job? You and your girlfriend are too much alike. Lord, what's... Finally, I was beginning to think that you decided to put our Lieutenant Commander in play... Well, to copy our Lieutenant Commander and play Sleeping Beauty for the rest of the mission. Cassie, is she... Ugh. In the same moment as you sit up, quickly a lance of pain strikes you in the base of your skull as you wince, gritting your teeth and squeezing your eyes shut. I wouldn't make any sudden moves if I were you. We found you knocked flat on the floor of the sick bay. Looking at the way you fell, you must have taken a serious blow. A shame. It's not like we've got a doctor to deal with that kind of thing anymore. Moving more slowly this time, you bring yourself upright and maneuver so that you're sitting on the edge of your bunk. You keep your head bowed as you tentatively feel the back of it where you'd hit the floor. Dr. Rosarium, he's... dead. You must not have got a good look at him, but someone pulled his plug. Kind of funny when... Okay, Lieutenant Lord, that's enough. What about Commander Quinn? Is she... What? You want to know more about the... You don't want to know more about the doctor? Aren't you already planning your investigation? Shouldn't you be asking if there's any information that might help you find the... Kill her. Just kill her. You turn to look at Vanessa straight in the eye and your face has a stern expression of disapproval. Just tell me how Commander Quinn is doing, Lord. She's unscathed, Lieutenant. As always, she's somehow managed to come out of things absolutely fine. We've moved her to her quarters for the time being to keep her secure. Good, okay. You rest your elbows on your knees and place your head in your hands, massaging your temples in an attempt to reduce the pain that had traveled up your neck and into your forehead. What happened? I went to sick bay and saw Dr. Rosarium on his desk, went over to Commander Quinn, and then... You remember spinning around and aim your electroshock weapon at whoever had been behind you, but you hadn't managed to get a good look at them before they knocked you out. Her plushes were protected from the intruder. True. I got knocked out. What happened after that? Well, lucky for you, Ensign Kress was in the surgery wing waking up after his procedure. He saw the silhouette of your fight through the glass and hit an emergency alarm. Although whoever it was managed to escape before Kress could make his way out of the surgery wing or anyone else could get there, that makes it twice that he saved you this mission. Maybe we should be promoting him to head of security instead? You roll your eyes at the thought while cringing internally. Having Hansen to thank for your survival is becoming an uncomfortably common occurrence. So what's the current situation then? Do we know? As you go to stand up, the same pain from earlier returns and you sit back down, wincing and rubbing your neck. We are running on no sleep at all. Like we are running on empty. We saved Hansen first, by the way. We're running on empty. We saved Hansen twice, actually. It's 2 for Hansen, 2 for us. So we're equal. We're even, actually. We are running on nothing. Being unconscious is not having a nap. What the fuck is going on? Unfortunately, Lieutenant, no, we don't know anything. With our heads of security taking a nap and everyone on high alert at their stations, we've not managed to have the chance. We should punch her in the face and knock her unconscious and see if she can do anything while she's knocked unconscious. But don't worry, Lieutenant Dunbar, we got Ensign Kress and Rumney taking care of security operations until you recover. The whole ship's on lockdown at the moment. All clearance is restricted purely to necessary duty areas for each crew member, and access can only be granted from within the room if someone wants to enter. So the captain's happy for you to take your time to recover. If Captain Barnum doesn't want me back on duty immediately, why are you here? Lieutenant, we're crewmates. Can I stop by to check in on your recovery? Come the fuck on. You shoot Vanessa a stern expression, raising your eyebrow but staying silent. Oh, fine, Lieutenant. I wanted you to understand the full stakes of what's happening right now. We're stuck out here with no communication system. Our doctor is dead. Our lieutenant commander is inconveniently out of action for the foreseeable future. We've got a hostile craft set in our hangar. And without all this going on, our captain's guidance is to just lock things down and carry on. Considering the circumstances, you'd think she'd go a bit more out of a proactive approach, wouldn't you say? Lord, what are you getting at? Nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. For now. I just wanted to make sure you were up to speed on current events in case you needed to make any decisions. That's all. Anyway, take these and get some sleep. You react with a start as Vanessa throws a small packet of painkillers to you. You catch it and turn it over in your hands. You notice the box is slightly crumpled and pull a small fragment of glass out from where it had been lodged in between the box's tabs. We'll be needing you, Lieutenant. Soon. You look up from the packet just as Vanessa turns to leave the room. I think she's the imposter. She's the Amogus imposter. Without saying anything, she exits your room and steps to the corridor beyond with the door hissing shut behind her soon after. Once Vanessa is gone, you take the opportunity to look over the packet again before placing it down next to you on your bunk. You make another attempt to stand up, although you're more cautious about it this time. Despite how gingerly you risen your feet, the pain in your neck had just still reappeared before you were even upright. With a sigh of defeat, you open the box Vanessa had given you and extract 2 tablets from their packaging, quickly tossing them in your mouth and swallowing. Okay, so I don't get a choice in that, so it doesn't matter. You slowly lie back down on the bed, resting your head on your pillow. As you lie there, you go over what Vanessa had told you. Dr. Rosarian was dead, but Cassandra was fine. Whoever had been responsible hadn't been apprehended, and the whole ship was on high alert. She can't be the imposter, might be in cahoots, but she's a known quantity. Over to the sabotage had the comments. I think Lord is dead and stuffed in the... Like, the real Lord is dead and stuffed in the rafters or whatever the fuck. And this is an imposter Lord. That's what it is. You begin to think over who the assailant could be. You couldn't think of motivation for a single crew member to attack the doctor. Although now that you think about it, the discovery in the sickbay was very similar to what you saw in the O'Brien. Was what happened there happening here? Plus, what was Vanessa talking about making decisions for? Your mind slows as the medication kicks in and your thoughts lazily drift from one subject to another. Although you do your best to keep thinking about the dramatic shift in circumstances, you feel yourself beginning to slip out of consciousness and back into the exhausted slumber that Vanessa had interrupted. The last thing you remember before drifting off to sleep is that as soon as you're waking up, you knew the first thing you had to do was visit Cassandra. April 24th is no longer my birthday! Planetary calendar 214. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant Empire awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. With no pending orders, they decide to check in with Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they've recovered from their affliction. Jovian space, Lieutenant Empire's quarters, the Jovian's patrol ship, JFS Gundog. Reaching up above you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your back and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension in your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seems that some bed rest was all you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains you'd gained over the course of yesterday. Yeah. We've been asked to mutiny a lot. Some sleep, coupled with a shower and a change of uniform, had left you feeling like a completely new person, almost as if nothing had happened at all. Although, despite how reinvigorated you felt, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Still, there was no more alerts and you'd not received any orders via your terminal, a sign you'd hoped that everything was going well. Now you were fully recovered, you had resolved to start the investigation into who had murdered Dr. Rosarium and attacked you. But first, you'd be visiting Cassie. Stepping out in the corridor beyond their quarters, you barely make it halfway into the four-side thoroughfare before an announcement sounds over the loudspeakers. You instantly recognize it as Vanessa despite the slight distortion caused by the speakers. Attention all hands, I repeat all hands, attention all hands, this is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on bridge for an emergency briefing. Sus! It's an emergency meeting, she's self-reporting. Attention all hands, I repeat all hands. The announcement is made a few more times until eventually you hear a subtle pop of the speakers indicating Vanessa had stopped broadcasting. Emergency briefing. Quickly make through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you're outside the elevator. You run through your key card through the reader and wait a little longer than usual. You only assume that whoever's on the bridge is taking a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. Makes sense, I suppose. Soon enough, the door opens, you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator listening to the dull whir of the motor, you wonder why the captain had called this meeting. Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot while you've been resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew needed to be made aware of? Oh, I'm sure it's something stupid, actually. I'm sure it's something really stupid, like some sort of mutiny. After a short wait, the door slide open, you step out on the bridge. No captain. Where you expect to see the captain, you instead see Vanessa, sat in the captain's chair and flanked by Haru and Hansen. Lieutenant Empire, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait until the rest of the crew joins us. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone is here, Lieutenant. Vanessa, this is no time for screwing around. What's going... Take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Rumney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. Lieutenant Lord just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust into the small of your back. You're confident enough that, unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came on board, this isn't a pen. You'd better listen to what Ensign Rumney tells you, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge and don't take kindly to people trying to get on top of them. Come on, man. You feel the blunt object slide around your back to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped around your shoulders. Crest should know. He's speaking from experience. Come on, man. You glance down and see that protruding out from the underneath the jacket they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large handgun. Not an electro-shotgun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Vanessa, what the hell are you? She told you to wait, Lieutenant. You'd gone to step forward towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. You quickly stop, letting them draw you back to where you stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Just let me look after you and we'll have a good time. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vanessa looks down from the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator, and after a few seconds, the doors open, revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard the announcement, and that's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the lieutenant, would you? Yes, ma'am, will do. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord, staring at her with a silent fury. All you get as response is a sly grin. It's what you love to wipe that look from her face. You know that Hansen would be on top of you the moment you tried to disarm Haru. You couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. There's a good chance he would get caught in any crossfire. Instead, you just remain silent. It's good you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard what happened to you in the sick bay. Thanks, Dalton. With her smirk looking increasingly sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop your response midway through. Lieutenant? You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you heard the same electronic chirp as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Wow, great atmosphere in here, huh? Dylan looks to all of you, but after receiving no response, he brings his headphones up over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. You hear the click of his cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. It doesn't take long after that for the chief to arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt it, instead standing silently by one of the control panels. You all stand in this awkward silence with no one either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Although you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room, and some looks shared between Haru and Hansen as they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance. Everyone remains relatively silent still. Leaning back into the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbows on one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive and then things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan, the chief, and Dalton. After a moment, the chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord, what are we... Wait for the captain to get here, Chief. It'll all make sense then. You can see the chief mulling over this response, and although it takes a few seconds, she steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. The silence on the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continues to drag on until it's eventually broken by the now familiar chirp of an access request. And here she is now. Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling an unauthorized all hands? And what are you doing in the captain's seat? There's the angry face again. The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, suspense saturating the air. You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as the realization of what Vanessa is planning hits you. Just like the chief, Dalton and Dylan, your eyes flick from the captain to Vanessa. Well, it is my seat after all. What did you just say? Striding forward with intensity and purpose, the captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike at Vanessa. Careful, Bartimeus. You don't want to get written up for striking a superior officer, do you? At the last moment, Hansen's arm had reached out, viper quick, and he'd grabbed the captain by the wrist before she could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Cress, you release me immediately. Cress, you idiot, you... Oh my god, the gun. Hey, how about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun she's been hiding under her jacket, and waves it around lazily before walking over to stand on the opposite side of Vanessa from Hansen. Now that we all understand who's in charge here, this is mutiny. Yep, they. Yanking her arm back from Hansen, the captain turns to face you while pointing at Vanessa. I said there, so... I just said it weird, because reading all this text is so weird. Lieutenant Empire, detain these three immediately. You move your hands towards your holstered electroshock weapon, but you find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. Oh, thank God they give us a time to decide here. You grab your weapon, but before you've drawn it halfway out the holster, both Haru and Hansen are pointing their guns right at you. Admirable, Lieutenant, but you're not that stupid, are you? Don't worry, I know you're just following orders like any good member of the JCF would, so I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now. You glance from Vanessa to Hansen and Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to the shades, you can see a steely coolness in Hansen's eyes, telling you that he'd have had no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's order. Knowing that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you'd be gunned down, and the two pilots are clearly willing to do so, you release your grip on the weapon and slowly raise your hands. Good choice. I won't stand for this. All of you are... Cress? Yes, ma'am? Within the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist, and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Cress! Slow down, Lieutenant. Ugh. The captain staggers backward, clutching at her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. Cress, that's enough! Damn it, Cress, stop! That'll be enough, Ensign Cress. I'm sure she's willing to listen now, unless anyone else has any other objections. That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes on a formal posture and walks into the middle of the brig. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as of 1700 Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with the Jovian Colony Fleet Convention, Section 18, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JFS Gundog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9, on the grounds that neither the captain nor her second-in-command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we don't currently have a doctor on board, I am forced to make this assessment based on my own discretion. In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention 16, Article 12, I am limiting both the previous captain and the lieutenant commander to their quarters on suspicion of treason. Lord, what the hell are you? You spring forward to grab Vanessa, your hand already on your electroshock weapon. Before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep in your stomach. There's only so many times I gotta tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. Looking past Haru at the smug Vanessa, you can see that Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at the Chief and Dylan, both of whom step backwards. If you'd care to let me explain, we're currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and incapacity. Lieutenant Lord. The captain hisses, staggering to her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now or... Ugh. With a slap that echoes around the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain, who is still unsteady, on her feet, reeling. Really, literally she is. As she falls back to the floor, Dalton moves to help her, but is quickly blocked by Haru. As I was saying, it's clear that both Maris Bardamu and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. You expect me to believe that the captain and her second-in-command are both incapacitated exactly when their clearance is needed to maintain ship operations? And that somehow an unknown craft, clearly made by our enemies, manages to make its way onto our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. Are you stupid? The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bardamu and Quinn are the traitors who sold us out. Why else would they have keep us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could that craft have gotten aboard without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when that happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care? What did he find out? Did she decide he knows too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, she's a murderer too. Lord, that's insane. How the hell could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt since you're the one that brought the Gundog back online and were with Ensign Crest during that attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means that I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you've nothing to do with this. After all, Ensign Crest didn't see anyone else in the sickbay after the doctor's murder except for you and Quinn. How could I have... Yeah, very suspicious. Still, for now, it seems like I can trust you. So, as per Section 16, Article 12, I'm announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Maris Bardamu, have the choice as to whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor and be treated as co-conspirators when we get back to Europa Colony. An agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew, who shifts nervously. Both Hansen and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet. Literally, Hansen fucking did it. Like... But that doesn't matter, because he has the gun. Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of response as an affirmative. As the silence drags on, it's clear that none of the crew on board are on board with the idea, but at the same time, it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify the risk of being charged with treachery. For you, though, this isn't about the captain, it's about Cassie. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain and Cassie of treason is... Sounds an awful lot like a no, Lieutenant. You grit your teeth and breathe in. It is a no. There's no way I'd join in your scheme. This is nothing but your personal grudge. You saw a chance and you took it. There's no way the JCF will take your side on this. It's a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. But I suppose this is no surprise. At least it resolves matters. Cress. Nothing personal, Empire. Orders are orders. Shifting his weapon focus from the Chief and Dalton to you, Hansen walks across the room, stopping only to sweep an arm out from underneath the slowly recovering captain, who is again attempting to return to her feet, sending her back to the floor. Make life easy for the both of us, huh, Lieutenant? Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Chief Engineer Cadet Grange, I want those engines back online now. As soon as they're both operational, we'll be heading back to the Europa colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you back in fire control and remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in enemy territory, and I want you on the lookout for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's that, Chief Engineer Cathays? Yes, Captain. You're all dismissed. With that, the 3 crew members quickly depart from the bridge in the single elevator, leaving you with Vanessa, the 2 pilots, and the captain. Ensign Rumney, you take care of Miss Bartermuse. Sure thing, Captain. Shoving the gun in the back of their waistband, Haru walks over to the captain and lackadaisically delivers a kick to the captain's stomach, causing her to heave and curl in the fetal position. Come on, Bartermuse, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds onto her until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forwards. Once they're both in the elevator, the pilot turns to you, looking over the top of their shoulder as the doors slide close. You made a bad choice, Empire. As soon as the doors of the elevator containing Haru and the captain are closed, the door on the other side, on the other open. You feel the muzzle of Hansen's gun as it thrusts into your back. One more thing. Keeping his gun firmly pressed to the small of your back, Hansen leans around to your side and draws your electroshock weapon from its holster. Stepping back, he slides your weapon into a pocket with a jacket before gripping his gun with both hands and returning its muzzle to the small of your back. Don't want you getting any ideas. Taking them away, Ensign. Yes, ma'am. Hansen shoves his gun. Why is he going along with it? Doesn't he hate her too? Shoves his gun harder into your back and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge and into the waiting elevator. Once in, you turn around. Hansen keeps his gun trained on you, and behind him you can see Vanessa sneering at you from the captain's chair. It's really a shame, Lieutenant. I'd had such high hopes for you. Before you're able to tell Vanessa what you hoped for her, the doors slide closed and left in silence with Hansen. Once you arrive at the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint through the ship quarters towards your quarters. Once outside, Hansen gestures towards the terminal at the side of the door. Understanding his instructions, you take out your key card, run it through the reader, and enter your security code. As soon as the doors open, Hansen snatches the card out of your hand and shoves you into the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning nonchalantly against the door frame, his boot positioned to stop the door from closing automatically, Hansen looks at you wordlessly. He remains silently for a few short seconds with a ruminative facial expression on his face until you manage to stand back up and turn to face him. Once you regain your composure, he straightens up and angles his gun towards you. You know, Empire, I was beginning to come around on you. What's that supposed to mean? Hansen smirks. The stuff you've done, you're actually kind of alright. You might not be the coward you were back in Calic anymore. Thanks. Good to know I've changed your mind. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Empire. You might not be a coward, but you're still an idiot. You should have gone with the rest of the crew inside with Lord. Now you, Bartermuse, and your girlfriend are going to get pulled up on treason. There's no way the JCF's going to believe you. Believe her. You, Lord Rumney, you're all going to get court-martialed for mutiny. I don't know about that, Empire. Lord's got some pretty serious evidence. She's got it all figured out. This is how it ends, Lieutenant. You're going down for some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. Hope it's worth it. It's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to grabbing a drink with you and Rumney back on Europa. Whatever. We'll pour one out for you. Oh, thanks. Hey, don't worry about it. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're going to have to dull trip back to Europa. As Hansen turns to walk away, you leap towards him, aiming to get your hand in the way of the door to prevent it from closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hansen pivots and once again levels the gun at you. You stop inches away from the door. Literally. Hansen, you prick. You yell, banging your fist on the door. You can't do this. What reason does he have to do this? This is like the thing. Okay, so one thing that's driving me crazy about this. What reason does he have to do this? To what end? Why? Why is he doing this? He doesn't. I didn't tell him about the captain. Why is he doing this? Maybe we'll find out later. That's the only hope we have. With your head in your hands, you turn back away from the door and sit down in your bunk, your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's mutiny, the prospect of getting court-martialed, and what might happen to Cassie. You're so angry that you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush through your mind, but you can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another, and your mind becomes a roiling storm of emotion. Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, and occasional kick delivered to the now stubbornly shut door, you manage to calm down enough to begin formulating a plan. She's not going to get away with this. April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. Following the murder of Dr. Rosarium, Lieutenant Lord takes command of the JFS gun dog on the grounds that both the captain and second in duty are unfit for duty, or second in command. As her first act, Captain Lord has Maris Barnamues and Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined at her quarters on suspicion of treason. Ship security officer Lieutenant Empire is also confined at her quarters after refusing to follow a new chain of command. Jovian Space. Lieutenant Empire's quarters, the Jovian's patrol ship, JFS Gundog. Like, this plan is so fucking stupid. I don't care what evidence she has. Like, this is the most obvious power grab of all time, and no military tribunal would actually, like, go along with this. You wince and draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour unsuccessfully trying to find the catch in the room of the panel, all you manage to do is snag your nail on an edge and tear it. With a loud exhalation, you move from your bed to the computer terminal on the other side of the room. You idly hit a few keys, but the only response you get is the screen displaying the same familiar text as the last few times you tried. Access denied. Insufficient authority. As easy as it was to hate her, you had to give it to Vanessa's credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought through. Not really. Nothing had been missed when it came to make sure you wouldn't remain in prison. That part, I guess, sure. You hadn't noticed when you awoken earlier, but someone must have gone through your quarters while you were unconscious. Small items like your nails, scissors, and metal bookmarks have been taken, leaving you with nothing to pry open the access panels. Sitting down on the chair in front of the terminal, you wondered how long she'd been planning this and how much she had accounted for. Placing your elbows on the keyboard and your head in your hands, you sigh again. You'd gone through every trick you'd learned in your time as a security officer, and none of them were helping you get out of here. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you see it's been nearly 6 hours since you've been imprisoned. You felt the rumble of the Gundog's engines coming back to life about 3 hours ago. It'll only be a matter of days now until you arrive back at Europa Colony. Waiting for you there, if Vanessa was successful, was a trial for treachery. You put your head in your hands again at the thought. There was only one outcome for a guilty verdict on that charge. Execution. Ugh. Leaning back in the chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. That'd be something you could do. I haven't got access to anything, not even my mail or calendar. It's not like it makes any difference. I've not been good with computers anyways. I always wish I could take a few minutes longer in bed each morning. Guess I wish it's come true. It's been locked the last 10 times I checked. I don't see that changing anytime soon. Suppose I've got time to need to catch up my reading now. Wonder if I can make it through the last 6 books before I get back to Europa Colony. At least I've got enough clean uniforms to last me until we get back to Europa Colony. Gotta look good for my trial. No one to talk to right now. Wait. We have Cassandra's keycard? We still have Cassandra's keycard? Wait a minute. Huh. Let's give it one more go. Clamber up on your bed and once again run your fingertips around the edge of the panel, trying to find any give or kind of catch you can use to remove the panel. Unlike the cover for the emergency mechanism in the airlock, this panel is clearly not designed to be removed by using bare hands. Without a tool, there's no way I'm getting this panel off. Great. My Tales of the Cosmic Champions book. I'm not going anywhere, so I could always take a break. Let's see, where was I? Oh yes, Fleet Commander Wang had been imprisoned on his own side because, you know what? I don't really feel like reading any, actually. Okay, let's see. Try typing in a few commands and attempt to navigate further into the terminal's interface, but every action you carry is met with the same response. Access denied, insufficient authority. Yeah, I thought so. Sighing, you run your hands through your hair, wondering if there's anything left for you to try. You're just about to make another attempt at levering the panel next to your bunk off the wall when someone knocks loudly on the door. Step back from the door, Empire. What do you want, Rumney? Just shut up and do it. With a sigh, you move back to the far side of the quarters. You moved? Yeah. Now you just stay there, Empire. You roll your eyes. What did they think you were going to do? You're like the captain's so generous. You get room service. As Haru steps back, Dylan comes across around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendor in the mess hall. Hey, Lieutenant, how's it? Whoa, let's chat there, Dees. Tray on the ground and walk away. Yeah, chill out, Rumney, whatever. Muttering under his breath, Dylan lays the tray on the ground halfway between you and the door and walks out the room with Haru keeping her gun trained on you the entire time. Dylan, come on. We could take her. Looking down at the tray, you see it's a fairly standard meal. Burger, fries, and a soda from one of the vending machines. You had to assume that Dylan had chosen this for you as you couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. Now stay where you are. With their free hand, Haru reaches for the control panel outside the door and within a second the door slides shut and you hear the click of its lock. You sigh to yourself. You weren't happy about the situation you were in, but at least they were feeding you. You take the meal tray over to the terminal and sit down on the chair, balancing your foot on the keyboard and use it as a makeshift table. At least Vanessa was feeding you. You've been starting to worry that you'd be left locked in your quarters the entire journey back to your Oprah colony with no one bothering to check in on you. After picking a few fries, you raise the burger to your mouth and bite down. Ah, what the hell? You place the burger back on the tray and run your tongue over the teeth. You bit down something hard. Pulling back the top of the burger to investigate, you find an entirely unexpected ingredient. Haha, Dylan, yes. Okay, fair enough. Good enough. Resting between the invitation lettuce and beef is a small pocket screwdriver just short enough to be hidden within the burger. Grabbing it with a napkin, you inspect it. Not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps in the panel to make up that makes up the ship's ceiling, walls, and floors, it's also got the right size head to unscrew any fixture you may come across. Oh, this is perfect, you whisper to yourself. You stand up to put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. Okay, first things first, I guess. Rock hard burger, yummy yumma. You place the screwdriver in your pocket and pick the burger back up, quickly devouring both it and the fries. All right, now it's time. Let's go. All right, let's see. Taking the screwdriver out of your pocket, you work it into the small gap between the panel and the surrounding wall. You slowly run it along the parting it for a few inches until you feel it catch on something. Following some careful movements, you hear the sound of a latch undoing. That's one. You repeat this action a few more times along different parts of the panel. Eventually the final latch is undone and the whole thing falls towards you. Nice. Let's go. You carefully lower the panel off your bed and place it on the floor so as not to alert Haru before returning to investigate what you revealed. Damn it. You cuss under your breath. Where you'd hope to see a large space that you could crawl into, we're suddenly met with a solid steel structural wall with only a few inches of space between it and where the panel had been affixed. You grip the screwdriver tighter and suppress the urge to pound your fist against the wall in frustration. You'd been so close. Despite a follow-up examination, there was no way you could get into a newly revealed space. Not that it looked like it led anywhere anyways. Well, fuck me. With a deep sigh, you step off the bed. Looks like you've had to find another way out of here. Kneeling down by the drawer, you open it, shoving your belongings to one side and peer inside. Taking out the screwdriver, you trace along every seam and edge within the drawer, and what little the underside of your bunk you can access. Unfortunately, you realize everything's welded together, leaving you nothing you could disassemble. No way you could take it apart with just a screwdriver. There's no way I could do the door. If I get the door open, Haru's on the other side, don't see them hesitating to pull the trigger. Push the terminal screwdriver in hand and pause for a moment. Although you can see the screws that fix its external casing in place, you struggle to think of any good that might be done taking apart. Just gonna leave this alone for now. Maybe it's this then? Turning your attention to the top end of your bunk, you look at the panels that sit on the back end of the shelf where you keep all your books. The only noticeable feature is your room's light switch. If there's a switch, there must be wires that lead somewhere. If there's wires, it stands to reason that someone might need to access them. What? What do I do then? Maybe try a look? I guess anything's worth a try. Huh? It's not, yeah, no. Wait, hold up, I could do, if I do that? There we go. Let's take a look. Okay, so I had to do that. It just wasn't giving me the prompt. Okay, that's what it was. You raise your screwdriver tentatively. Unable to find any noticeable seams around the panel, you turn it towards the switch, the only part that may give you some access. Okay, I'll just... You pull the screwdriver back and tumble onto the bed. Snapping and crackling noises that come to strobing lights having taken you completely by surprise. Alright, let's try something else. Fuck. What the fuck? Let's see how good Cassie's knowledge of illicit ship-based activities is. Who am I kidding? Knowing her if there's a way to break a rule without getting caught, she knows it. You inspect the floor panel below you, finding where it meets another panel and kneeling down, running your hands where there's only visible gap between the two. You take the screwdriver from your pocket and slide into the gap in the seams between the two floor panels. You slowly begin to slide it along the seam, and then it's only a few seconds before you feel it catch on something. Using your knowledge of how the catches work from the wall panel you removed, you're easily able to undo each one as you run into, the panel noticeably lifting away from the floor with each catch that's released. After a few minutes of work, you undo the last catch. All this fucking with panels can't be quiet. Maybe it's a good seal on that door. We can't open it. Despite its unwieldy size, you're able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise, revealing a 3-foot drop down into a small tunnel that disappears in the darkness in both directions. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust off your hands as you look over the passageway you revealed. We probably do actually want to save. As you stand above the entrance, you just really look around the corners one more time. See, is there anything else I need to do in here, or should I get going? Once I go, there's no coming back. I think we've done everything we can here. You gaze into the darkness that lies a bit ahead of you. After a few moments of thought, your mind is made up. It's time to go. To prepare yourself for your escape, you return to the panel you removed from the wall to its original position, making sure that all the catches are reconnected from to the mounting points. Then you prepare to do the same for the floor panel. Hey, what does it matter? If they come in here and we're not here, they're going to be like, why isn't he here? Why aren't they there? What's going on? Once it's in place, you lower yourself down into space underneath the floor. I guess it means that they can't find out which way we went. But in that case, shouldn't we leave open the bad ways? Oh, I guess they would know. Oh, jeez. You lower yourself down into space underneath the floor, kneeling down and slowly drag the panel above the opening above you. I mean, all these panels, it's definitely not sheet metal they're made of. It's made of plastic, which is going to be worse. Or it's futuristic plastic. Ooh. Takes you a few seconds to get into the correct position, but eventually you have it and all the mounts slide neatly back into the catches that are secured into place. Now in absolute darkness, you drop to your knees and reach out with one hand, groping at the darkness. You've got no idea what lies ahead, but you begin to crawl forward. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disoriented as you fumble your way forwards. Every now and again you hit a corner, a drop or a rise that adjusts your trajectory. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship's systems or your own awkward shuffling and unable to make out anything except for the dry, musty scent that has replaced the sterile smell that permeates the gun dog, you quickly lose your sense of distance and location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taken you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish the vague features of your surrounding. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible, and the seams and bolts that make up the inside of the crawlways have faded into view. Renewed by the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean, there's an opening leading into some accessible parts of the ship. Ahead of you, you speed up, taking advantage of your restored vision to make your way forward without incident. You turn on a corner and met with a shaft of light that's broken up by the slow and lazy rotation of an overhead fan. Finally, as you continue towards the light, you also see that your singular path is now divided with new routes branching off in different directions, albeit with no indication of where they might be headed. Oh, fuck. A dull rumble, complete silence, a familiar aroma, the sound of machinery. I like dull rumble. As you twist to change your position in order to examine one of the new crawlways you found, you lay your head on the wall and notice a slight but constant vibration. Running your hand along the paneling, you feel the occasional pulse of a more powerful, regular vibration. There's only one thing on the ship that creates a vibration like that. That's probably where this crawlway leads. The engine. We're gonna go get the chief! Confident that you knew where this path would lead, you resume your journey through the ship's crawlways, steadily heading away from the light and towards more darkness. Also near the chief, the armory. I don't know if we can get in there, because we don't have our keycard, we only have Cassie's. Within a mere 2 turns, you're once again enveloped in the blackness of the ship's inner workings, and you carefully shuffle forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shifts in direction catch you off guard. At first, the constant vibrations were only noticeable when you made a special effort to feel for them in the walls or floors of the crawlway, but as you continue, you start to sense them passing through you. Eventually, they turn from a physical sensation to a constant noise that fills the dark tunnels. You find yourself moving in time with the rhythm that pulses through you, inching forward each beat you feel. For every length of crawlway that you clear, the sensation grows stronger and stronger, leaving you to wonder how the engines haven't shaken the ship apart yet. Oh yeah, for sure Cassie's still work, but Cassie's can't get into the armory, only mine can, so I need to get my keycard back. It's not long before you eventually turn another corner and are met with a shower of illumination. Illumination! Everyone like Minions? Shafts of light fall around you from the grating above, all the more visible due to the cloud of dust you've kicked up in your travels. Yeah, no, only a security officer and I believe maybe probably the captain can get in there. Moving forward and looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery to know you're near the entrance of the engineering department. You tentatively test the grating above you by pushing against it with your forearm and finding that it lifts away freely with no need to unfasten any screws, bolts, or fastenings. A welcome relief from the catches and clasps you had to deal with so far. Twisting onto your back so you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise, you've only just begun to push it upwards when it slams back down into place with a loud clang. You quickly release the grating with no time swivel onto your front to crawl away, starting shuffling back towards the dark crawlways. Before you can get out of there, you see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, clanking against the steel grill from of the flooring above. Yeah, Chief! Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant Empire. With a terrifyingly effortless ease, the Chief squats down and pulls up the grating with one hand. With the other, she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the crawlway, roughly depositing you on the floor before replacing the grating. You got permission from the captain to be out and about? Chief, Hold that thought, Lieutenant. Come here. Taking hold of your upper arm with a grip far more powerful than you could have suspected, the Chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to try to free yourself, but a combination of her raw strength and you being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Chief, hey, give me a second to explain. Chief, come on. Stopping only to swipe her keycard through a terminal next to a door, the Chief continues to drag you behind her as she marches into the newly unlocked area, probably the engine room. When she puts some distance between her and the entrance, does she stop, throwing you in front of her as she does. All right, Lieutenant, we can talk now. Exactly. Have a little faith. Chief, damn it, I was trying to explain. Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this apartment's wide open. Don't want anyone catching sight of you somewhere you shouldn't be. Especially not if it gets me mixed up in this whole cluster. Impressed you even managed to find your way into the crawlways, to be honest. Don't know how you got in there, though. Access from the quarters would. As the Chief's attention pulled away from you to the hypotheticals of your escape, you assume that, given she's not raised the alarm, she's not going to be dragging you back to your quarters and handing over the ensigns. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used it too. Aha, so that's what Deeds wanted it for. He told me he needed to replace batteries on his cassette player. I told him bring it to me and I could install some extra long life military issue ones. That's cool, actually. That's based. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him, though, so just handed it over in the end. Though it was strange. No way would he pass up the chance to extend his player's lifespan. Should have known he was planning something. Probably has no idea how screwed he is if he gets found out. Get it screwed? Get it screwed? Chief, listen. Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not going to throw you in front of the new captain or her goons. Honestly, I admire the guts you've got making it this far. Have you got a brain to go with them, though? What's your plan? Going to try to raid the armory? Take the ship back by force? Or try to sabotage it, buy yourself some time? Because you listen to me, Lieutenant. I swear to God, if you screw with anything in here, I don't care if it's a deal with Lord, Chief? I'm not going to mess with anything, I promise. Good to know. I've got a job here, and that's to keep the ship running, no matter who's at helm. If you get between me and the smooth operation of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. Well, so Lieutenant, what's your plan? Barnaby's and Quinn are locked up, Lord's taking control of the ship, and crew's got enough of the skin in the game to push back. Let's hear it. You take a second to assess the Chief's demeanor. You could see she was stressed out by the situation, but from what you made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who would hand you over to Vesessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, the way I figure, everyone's only going along with Lord because they've got more or less more to lose than gain for sticking up for the captain. Her accusations, they kind of stock up if you don't look too closely. Both Captain Bartholomew and Commander Quinn were out of action when the Gundog went offline, and Quinn is the immediate suspect in the Doctor's murder. But I know there's no way Quinn could have done it. There's no way she'd have done any of it. As the captain wasn't around, I don't think that was on purpose, not with how I saw her. If we can disprove these accusations with evidence, we can show the rest of the crew. It'll get them charged as traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa easily. Even the ensigns have more sense than to stick with her. Well, you might have a point there. As it is, Lord taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action, given what actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? You're going to need some good evidence to undermine her arguments. Well, you thought the broad strokes of the plan through, but you hadn't really had time to consider the specifics. You've been too focused on navigating your way through the ship and finding your way, 2 S's there, it's interesting, where you could access. I was hoping I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief. From you? Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening. Sorry to burst your bubble there, but there's no chance I'm going to get wrapped up in Lord's games. If you want help, you're going to need someone else. Right now, I'm going to make sure these engines keep ticking. Over. If I'm lucky, I can find the chance to get the long-range communication back up and running before we get to Europa Colony.
You truly are.
Thank you for the sub, Golden Nova.
You?
It is gun-dogging. We are gun-dogging. Welcome, welcome. Chief, wait! Without giving you a chance to even try and convince her otherwise, the Chief has already turned her back on you and is striding out of the door she dragged you through earlier. Chief, You chase after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her by the unyielding muscle of her upper arm. Chief, wait, just hear me out. In an instant, the chief grabs your wrist, pulls your hand off her, and angling your forearm away from you in a way that almost sends you to your feet. I told you, Lieutenant, I got one job, making sure this ship keeps sailing. I've got nothing against you, nothing against what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now, so if you want to make it back to Europa, they're going to need my full attention. I don't have the time to get dragged into stupid little personal grudges or power plays. She's going to get us killed, dog. The chief releases your wrist, which you draw back quickly. The pain from the awkward angle had been held at, shooting up through your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to take her down myself. With that, the chief turns on her heels and strides away towards the engine room. You chase after her, calling out to her to give her another chance to explain, but your pleas have no effect. You're being completely ignored. Eventually, she arrives at the entrance of one of the engine rooms, and before you can stop her, steps through and closes it behind her, leaving you stuck on the opposite side. Damn it, Chief. I need your help. Gotta be something I could do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. The machine. The machine. Oh god, there's another ad break coming in. Although it's almost redundant given how noisy all the nearby machinery is, not to mention the constant hum of the engine, you quietly approach the door of the engine room. You run your hand over it, effectively pushing a few buttons on the access panel. Without your key card, there's no getting in. Hang on. You reach into your jacket pocket and feel the hard, thin edge of a key card. You knew that Hanson had taken yours, so this must be... You almost yell out when Vanessa lay her hand on Cassie's hip, but stop when you see her withdraw a key card from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between the thumb and forefinger with the flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. She didn't think of everything. Central computer will be accessed by the captain and a member of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card with you grab out of the air. Got the Cassandra's key card. Haha, thanks, Vanessa. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and step through the engine room. With the vast size of the area, it doesn't take long to spot the chief who stood over the large control panel. Alright, let's try again. One more again. She literally handed you the key to the key to her demise. You'd be surprised how quickly the chief had dismissed you when you'd asked for help. Although you sort of assumed she might be taking a bit of convincing, you weren't ready for her to completely reject your request like that. As you approach her, you take a few deep breaths, slowing your breathing as you feel your apprehension grow. You knew by how forceful her rejection had been that this wouldn't be easy, but at the same time, you also knew you needed at least to try and convince her to help you. Without the chief's assistance, carrying out your plan would be much more difficult. Nearing the control panel that she stood at, you let out one final long exhalation, draw yourself up to full height. Your attempt at appearing confident more in order to convince yourself than the chief. Special distributions of neutron flux showing reaction rates within parameters. Now that should mean energy release is... Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should mean energy release is... For a moment you consider reaching out to turn her towards you, but you know better than this to try to assert yourself physically with the chief. True. Instead you bring yourself closer to your more comfortable with, closer than you're comfortable with, and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Lieutenant, I told you I need to keep an eye on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Crest not take your key card? Gotta give you points for tenacity. I don't think there's any ducts or crawlways leading in here since... Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I don't know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. Alright, is this saying I need you? I need you, Chief. Chief lets out a long sigh that clearly communicates her exasperation at your persistence. You clench your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. If you push your luck too far, you know that at the very least she'll probably get physically thrown out of the room, and the lock will be manually overridden. But at the same time, you're very aware that this isn't something you can simply give up out of fear of upsetting someone. You're damn right I don't want to get involved, Lieutenant. I've got a ship to get back to Europa, and it doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there, just that it gets there. Now whatever happened to these engines during that blackout isn't making that job easy. For the last time, the Empire, get out of my way and do whatever you've got to do, but leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of the way myself? The single step, the chief is right in front of you, looming over you, her bulk filling your field of vision. You instinctively go to take a step back, but stop before you do, mustering all your confidence to stand your ground against the chief's imposing physicality. Squaring your shoulders and widening your stance, you do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want to get the gun dog back to Europa just as much as you do, but you know it's not about the ship, it's about the people on board. What good is getting us all back to Europa if half the crew is going to be put on trial for something they didn't do? What's the point of making sure the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machine, all because our pilots are playing security guard and there's no one to stop it? You don't look after the ship for its own sake. You look after the ship because of the crew, Chief. You know that. For a moment, you feel a flutter of relief in your chest, but you focus, not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. It looks like the Chief is coming around to you, but you're not convinced her yet. I know that you've got important work to do right now, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, we can't guarantee there'll even be a gun dog to get back to Europa. Besides, we all know your work is so good that these engines won't go offline if you leave them for a few hours. You'd have made sure of that. If I had better options, I wouldn't be asking you, Chief, but I need you, please. You're telling me you're doing this for everyone on this ship, Lieutenant, not just you and Quinn? That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Quinn's important to me, but I'm the ship's security officer. It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe, and I can't let them down like this. I can't. Chief inhales through closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now. No sign of unusual output. I could... Oh, it's ad time. We'll get back to this reading after the ads. BRB. Okay, back to it. Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you think Quinn and the captain can be proved innocent, why don't you just wait till we get back to Europa and bring it up at the tribunal? The chief raises a good point. Your intent was to prove Cassie, the captain, and yourself innocent, but by rights the tribunal that would investigate the mutiny would be a perfect place for that. But you knew it wouldn't be so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have thought of that already. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she would get away with it. It'll be like that time on the bridge earlier. You know that her story won't line up with what happened, and I bet that she'll have adjusted the reports to support her case. That's why I need to find this evidence now. Even if I can't convince the rest of the crew to get Barnaby's back to the captain's seat, at least I'll have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chances that evidence gets adjusted or deleted. Seeing the chief take your time to consider your points, you know you're onto something. Even if she doesn't, do you think they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story even seems like it holds water, they'll probably just write me off. But we don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure if we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa, they'll refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand up for her if they know it'll be their necks on the line. With everyone on our side, we'll stand a chance that thing reactivates. Otherwise, we might never make it back. You make some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel at that response almost makes you giddy, a feeling you temper with pragmatism. You can't be sure you've convinced the chief yet. But are you sure you want to be doing this? What? Of course, I need to. You're locked up now, but no one's going to blame security for standing up for their captain, especially after everything you've done. You certain you want to be sticking your neck out like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. Might feel that way now, the Empire. But step away for a second, give it some thought. Sometimes when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious, so you need to take some time to think it over. Might be other options, you know? I want you to make sure you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. You're serious. You know that. Part of you wants to tell the chief that here and now. But at the same time, you know that when you don't want to risk pushing her too far. You've almost won her over, and if you look like you haven't thought this through, you might undo all that you've done to convince her. You breathe out and let your shoulders drop, letting some of the tension you've built up leave your body. Yeah, okay, Chief. I'll make sure this is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. No sweat, Lieutenant. Seems like your heart's in the right place. Just need to make sure your head is too. Without hesitation, the chief turns back to the control panel she'd been working at and resumes whatever it was she'd been doing before you interrupted her. Maybe there were other options, but could any of them be as good as getting the chief to help you out? You'd have to give that some thought. Crawlways. I think familiar aroma. Because I think the familiar aroma might be the smell of booze. As you approach the crawlway that stretches out ahead of you, your nose twitches. The entire time you've been crawling away from your quarters, all you smelled had been stale musk. Not unpleasant, but a clear indicator that these crawlways were not used regularly and certainly weren't as well ventilated as the rest of the ship. Now, though, you could pick up a slight hint of something new, but also familiar. You pause to sniff the air, trying to identify the light hints of fragrance that drift your way. Taking a few deep breaths, you pick up notes of something sweet, but also the slight burning tang, topped by a chemical tinge. I think I know where this leads. Heading away from the illuminated section of the crawlway that you momentarily stopped at, you find yourself in complete darkness once again. You mutter in frustration as you awkwardly twist around another corner. The snaking tunnel and the lack of any way to meaningfully track how far you've traveled, compounding your lack of awareness of where you might be on the ship. Regardless, you continue to slowly shuffle your way through. Slowly. Hoping that wherever you might end up would be somewhere that could, in some way, be helpful in your efforts to prove Cassandra's innocence and deal with Vanessa, Hansen, and Haru. As you round another corner, you notice that the smell from earlier is much stronger now, the scent beginning to sting your nose with the back of your throat with every breath you take. I gotta be nearby now. Let's see. Reaching upward, you take your hand along the ceiling of the crawlway, and sure enough, it passes over what you recognize by touch to be a catch that secures the panel in place. That's also true, yeah. The dock is no longer managing the alcoholism. Although it takes some time of fumbling to unclip it in the dark, you eventually succeed, going on to repeat the process with all the others as you find them. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself near one of the panel's edges and raise it slightly, looking around to confirm your location. The captain's quarters. From your position, you're not able to see the Captain Bartermuse. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her, ensuring not to make any noise that might alert whoever is standing guard outside, you slowly slide the panel just far enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. You quickly draw your hand back in disgust and flick away from it, realizing you've placed it in a puddle of liquid after the shock of the sensation subsides. Laying down your hand, you take a tentative sniff. As you'd guess, it's the same smell you notice in the crawlway. The burning sensation that fills your nostrils reminds you more of acetone than of a beverage, but it's unmistakable aroma of the captain's whiskey of choice. You shift position from where you just tried to climb out and move away from the slick of whiskey, rising up into the room until you're far away enough that you won't accidentally douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as you've stood up, you look around, but don't see the captain anywhere. Captain? You whisper as loud as you dare, doing your best not to be heard beyond the confines of the quarters. Captain? You hiss, slightly louder this time. With no response forthcoming, you sigh and move away from the open panel and further into the captain's quarters. Captain, where are you? Now finding yourself in an unpleasantly familiar situation, you head over to the annex on the right-hand side of the room and lean through the doorway to look at the bed. Captain? You sigh, pinching the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not expecting much, you head over to the captain and crouch down by the bed, laying your hand on her shoulder and giving her a few gentle shoves. When you begin to push her harder, you still don't receive a response. Captain, come on. At this point, you're all but shaking her, but she still doesn't stir. That's how it is, huh? With a deeply exasperated sigh, you stand up and look down at the captain. Although the air scrubbing system is now working, you can still make out the powerful musk of the whiskey. Time to try somewhere else. If the desk is anything like last time, all the drawers are probably locked. I bet they took the captain's keyring since it contains a lot of the master switches for ship functions. Let's see. Like I thought, all locked. She's not getting up anytime soon. How the captain is right now, I don't want to risk it. Looks like half of it ended up on the floor. Dead to the world. Absolutely blackout drunk on her bed. There's no use trying. Even if I could wake her up, she'd be useless. So the captain spilled a lot of whiskey on her desk. Someone's run on the edges, pulling the floor. It must be where I could put my hand earlier. Shows the first colony fleet. Like this doesn't much to inspire Captain Bartlemews. The ship's cabin gets a proper ensuite bathroom, while the rest of us have to deal with the sanitation pods. Given the condition the captain is, I don't think it's worth risking taking a look in there. Okay. Captain should be able to afford much better stuff in her salary, but I've seen important Earth whiskeys at department stores that even I could afford. I wanted to eat nothing but synth noodles while some shore life, anyways. Wait, hold up. No, not gonna let me. So, nothing. Nothing here. Well, I guess for now we go back to the crawlways. Complete silence. Peer down the crawlway that stretches out in front of you. Cause like the machinery is going to be Dalton. Dalton's great and all. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what I'm going to get from him. Peer down the crawlway that stretches out in front of you and do your best to make out anything that might indicate where it leads to. Despite your best efforts, all you can make out is pure darkness. There's no movement in air, sound, or smell that could indicate where it leads. It's almost as it seems, you know you can't ignore it. You have to take every opportunity if you're going to free Cassie. Slowly crawl down the cramped passage, away from the light being cast downward from the shaft containing the large fan. It doesn't take long for you to find yourself in complete darkness once again. As you work your way onwards, your hands stretch in front of you, allowing you to tell where the direction of the crawlway changes. Eventually find yourself in what feels like a dead end. For sure, he's definitely loyal. I just don't know what he can do for me right now. I think I need to get something to convince him to go with us on this. To like get over his nervous nature, right? You run your hand to the right and left of the tunnel's terminus, but from what you can tell, there's no alternate route to take. Maybe you missed a turning earlier? As you start the awkward process of reorienting yourself to head back to where you came from, you reach up, feel for the top of the crawlway to ensure that you don't bang your head. Instead of the smooth paneling you expect, you place your hand on you encounter what feels like a lever. All right, let's see what this does. Crossing your fingers now to open a hatch into space, you grip the lever and push it. With surprising ease, the lever moves, and with it you feel a mechanism slide from one position to another. The panel above you shifts slightly, revealing a thin crack of light. Okay, now where are we? Ooh. Pushing open the hatch above you and standing up, you look around to see you emerge into the airlock. Climb out of the tunnel, lowering the hatch behind you, but not closing it entirely. Airlock, huh? You muse. Not exactly the most useful place to be, but it's better than being locked up. By access restricted, I can't use any of the terminals around here. If it comes to that, it's the only way to open the airlock. So, there's an appeal to depressurizing the ship to drag Hansen and Haru out of space. I don't see a good way to do it that doesn't involve me joining them. These are standard emergency survival suits. They're good for surviving space, but they won't do much against Hansen and Haru's guns. Wish I'd known there was a crawlway linking the airlocks to the hangar when the power went off. It would have been simpler going through them than getting the hangar rather than going out into space. Although these passages are more like a maze, trying to figure my way around them while the ship was without power. I would have gotten lost for sure. I would have been found until the ship was reclaimed and its new crew started complaining about the bad smell. Okay, well in that case, let's try Dalton. See if Dalton has what we need. As you come in level with the crawlway that branches off to your left, you notice some imperceptible sounds echoing off in the distance. Hold your breath and angle your ear towards the darkness that they come from and focus, trying to identify them. It takes you some time to be able to distinguish the faint sounds properly from the general thrum of the Gundog systems, but as you concentrate, you realize you can make out the whir of motors, sound of metal colliding with metal, and tools being used. It's too quiet to be engineering, which must mean that this way leads to... Moving away from the illuminated nexus between the various crawlways, you follow another twisting path of identical, indistinguishable tunnels that doesn't take you long for you to find yourself in total darkness once again. Unlike your journey from your quarters to the lit segment, it's lit. You'd just taken a break at. You were confident of where you were heading as soon as the previous muffled sounds were growing louder with every corner you turned. The erratic noises of different pieces of machinery and equipment punctuate your journey with their irregular rhythm. Unlike the constant background noise of the engineering department, this was the sound of someone hard at work. As you continue to move through the twisting shaft, you notice a strange sense of lightness to your movement, which you initially dismiss as the numbness from the time spent hunched over and crawling. It is until you push against the floor with one leg and inadvertently send yourself gently gliding forwards that you realize you're leaving the area under the influence of the ship's gravity net. Yeah, baby. Hold your arms out in front of you to ensure you don't slam face first at the end of the current length of tunnel. Thankfully you hadn't pushed with more force when you feel cool steel in your palms. Feeling around to determine the direction you'd be heading in, you next you eventually identify a turn to the right and carefully propel yourself off the crawlway wall. Soon enough, you manage to adapt this method of movement, propelling yourself by pushing off the tunnel walls or pulling yourself along the occasional pipe of protrusion. Eventually, you turn a corner, and for the first time since you started down this path, you feel a faint glow of light. Moving towards it, you realize that it's the outline of a hatch built into one of the walls. Now the sounds You hear that? Whoa. Now the sounds are almost as loud as if you're in the room with the machinery. You can clearly make out the dull thrum of the gantry crane moving from one end of the rail to the other, interrupted by the irregular sound of an impact driver. Once you make your way over to the hatch, you grasp its faintly illuminated handle and twist. As you feel the mechanism disengage, you slowly push it open and peer through the gap. As you'd expect... Has that moved? Is that slightly different than what it was before? I feel like it's slightly different than it was before, but I can't remember. As you'd expected, the noise had guided you to the hangar, which you take your time to carefully survey, looking out for Hansen, Haru, or any other members of the crew you didn't want to run into. Aside from Dalton, who was hard at work on Hansen's Juno and is completely unaware of your presence, you don't see anyone. Alright, let's go. You perform another quick scan of the hangar to ensure that it's still just you and the cadet who are around before kicking off from the nearby wall towards Dalton. You can tell he's completely absorbed in his work and it isn't until you lay your hand on his shoulder that he hasn't any idea that someone's in the hangar with him. Ah, Chief, I was just finishing off the final recoupling of the new bell nozzles and directional. Startled, Dalton swivels her face to you, the look of terror on his face instantly replaced with one of pure confusion. Oh, it's, you, Lieutenant. Wait, what are you doing out of your quarters? You're supposed to be locked up there to get the Europa. They said you're a traitor. Look, see, he's dumb. Is this a breakout? You come to take me out? It's part of your conspiracy? Oh no, help! In his panic, oh fuck. Damn it. Oh, I missed that one entirely. In his panic, Dalton shoves you away, something that. Fortunately for you, he doesn't make a solid contact, his feet instead catching it in an awkward angle, which sends him drifting away slowly despite his writhing and thrashing. Dalton, shut up and get back here. You launch yourself after him and manage to grab his ankle, anchoring yourself to the front of the Juno with your free hand before he's too far away. Despite his loud protestations and best attempts to free himself, you drag the cadet back towards the Juno. Help, help, I'm gonna be... As he continues to thrash around, it takes most of your strength to pin Dalton to the armored frame, a challenge that is made all the more difficult by the lack of gravity. Using your legs to brace yourself on a nearby safety rail, you pin him with one arm and cover his mouth with the other, making sure that he isn't going anywhere or alerting anyone. Dalton, please calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to... Cadet, get a hold of yourself. I'm not here to hurt you. That's right. Just take it easy. I'm going to let go of you now. I just want to talk. Apprehensively, you slowly release your grip on Dalton and remove your hand from his mouth. He slumps into the microgravity, remaining in place. But, Lieutenant, you shouldn't be out here. They said you were a co-conspirator with Commander Quinn and the captain, that you had to be... Who said that, Dalton? I mean, Lieutenant Captain Lord and the ensign said. And do you really believe them? Well, that's, I mean... But she said... You sigh with exasperation, holding up both your hands to stop Dalton before he spirals back into an anxious ramble. If I was a traitor to the ship, do you think I'd done everything I'd done to make sure everyone had stayed safe? Like getting the power back online, securing that machine? Look, I'm sorry I scared you, Cadet, but this is really important. Lieutenant Lord is lying about everything. Captain Barnaby and Captain Quinn have nothing to do with what's been happening, and there's no way that Quinn could have killed the doctor. That's why I'm here. I need your help too. Hey. You hear Ensign Rumney's call echo across the hangar. Fortunately, the two of you are just behind the Juno and can't be seen from the entrance. Taking advantage of this, you shunt Dalton towards them, using him as a distraction as you slip into the Juno's open cockpit and out of sight. For a moment, you consider closing the hatch, but you realize that there's no way Haru would miss that happening, and with Dalton floating towards them, they'd instantly get suspicious. Instead, you get as far back into the cockpit as you can and freeze. Whoa, geez, kid, be careful. What are you doing floating around like that? No, what's the screaming? Something happened in here? Oh, I just was, just what? What's going on here, huh? Holding your breath and staying as still as possible, your grip tightens on the back of the seat. All you can do is hope that Dalton doesn't give you away. Turn on the fucking armored core and fucking squish her head in. Anyways. Or their head in, sorry. Well, it's because I am my kid. I have trouble with this because Haru is my partner and she has she/her pronouns. So I'm talking about a different Haru here, and it's fucking me up. Kid, spit it out. Is there something wrong with the AF? I also called it an armored core instead of an armored frame. Oh, no. There's nothing wrong. Nothing. It's all fine. It's just... Seriously, what have you done? Do I need to check it out? You hold your breath and grit your teeth. Sound of what you had to presume was Haru knocking on the frame's armor rings through the cockpit. Exactly, yeah. It was nothing. I just got the impact driver caught on my jumpsuit and it started going because I accidentally hit the trigger and everything started bunching up and I gotta stop it because... Alright, okay, kid, okay, take it easy. Yes, Ensign. You all good? Yes, Ensign, thank you, I got it off by... Okay, cool, got it. Just stay calm next time, alright? Yes, Ensign, I will, sorry. Alright, well, that's it. Yes, Ensign, it is, nothing to worry about. Take it easy, kid. You remain still within the tense silence, doing your best not to move, trying as hard as you can not to even breathe. As far as you could tell, Haru had left, but you had no way of knowing for sure. I also think that our character doesn't want to kill the ensigns. They want to recruit them. Hey, Sarge. Remaining motionless, you stay hidden in the cockpit until... Lieutenant, it's safe to come out now. You feel a little guilty for your paranoia, but wanting to make sure you're ready for anything, you assume Ensign Rumney is waiting out in ambush and spring out of the cockpit. You're going to surprise him again. Fortunately, all you're met with is a still hangar and a fretful Cadet Grange. Sorry about all that, Lieutenant. I just didn't mean to get you in trouble, and it just... Looking around and making certain you're all alone with Dalton once again a few seconds before you respond. Hey, don't worry about it, Cadet. Thank you for covering for me there. Yeah, no problem. But what do you want from me for? Why are you here? I didn't want to believe what they said about you and the captain and the commander, but after locking you up, I heard it in some crevice, and I said... Do you join the mutiny? No. We're mutinying the mutiny. Dalton. Hey, calm down. It's okay. Sorry. Take a deep breath and close your eyes, sighing before you begin. Something about asking the cadet for his help seemed wrong. Though he was working on a JCF ship, he was basically still just a kid, but you knew that he had the technical skills you needed. I'm here for your help, Dalton. If I can't get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, then both the captain and Commander Quinn are going to get executed as traitors. I can't do it alone. I need the help of someone who knows all the systems on the ship, and that's you. Yeah, it is. It's crazy. You want my help? That's right. You know your way around the ship almost as well as the chief. You can help me out here. You can really help me out here, Cadet. As you talk, Dalton begins to fidget with his gloves, glancing around nervously as he does. I've just got to do something over there quickly. Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time Dalton manages to evade you. His feet firmly planted on the Juno, he propels himself towards the opposite side of the hangar, disappearing behind some of the remaining storage crates. Damn it, Dalton. You launch yourself from the armored frame towards the far side of the hangar, stopping yourself at the first storage crate you arrive at. You quickly glance over at the mess of containers, but aren't able to spot the young engineer. Quickly but quietly, you're moving from crate to crate, looking out for any sign of the cadet amongst this organization. As you pass by an inconspicuous cluster of containers, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit and the sharp intake of breath. Not yet. We mostly convinced her, but we need to, go back later after we've explored our options, apparently. You pause and turn your attention to some crates opposite where you'd heard the noise come from, giving them a few seconds of fake investigation before launching yourself towards the nook that Dalton had hid himself in. Wow! Dalton, please calm down. I just want to talk with you, okay? Dalton. Okay. I promised, Cadet, I wouldn't be here if I didn't really need your help. But right now, with Lieutenant Lord in charge of the ship, we're all in a huge amount of danger. It's not just the commander and captain, it's all of us. We don't know what's going on with this, you gesture at the strange craft, thing. We don't even know if it's actually deactivated. We could still be in danger. How are we going to deal with it if half our crew is locked up and the other half is on... How are we going to deal with it if half our crew is locked up and the other half is on guard duty? Alright, have a nice night, Sarge. All I need is a little bit of your help. If I can prove Commander Quinn innocent, that there's one major blow to Lord's justification for this mutiny. After that, we can prove the captain innocent too. From there, no one on board will side with Lord. They'll know it's up to them. They'll know it'll be them up for execution as traitor. But I can't do this alone. That's why I need you. I know the chief's taught you a lot already. With your help, I can get this done before we get anywhere near Europa. Oh, well, thank you, but Dalton, you lay your hand on his shoulder. Please. Well, Why do you want me, Lieutenant? I mean, are you sure? I'm just a cadet. I don't really know that much of anything. Are you sure it's my help you want? I just mean that maybe you should think about it is all. If that's okay. Dalton. Oh, is this a choice point? So I choose whether to get Dalton or Chief to help me? Interesting. I do kind of want Chief. I know Chief isn't as on board with it. But, I would really like her. In the time you'd taken stepping away from things over, Chief had moved on to a different section of the engine room, and instead of working on the control panel, was now intently staring at a selection of gauges and dials. A secret third option. Ooh. Reaction is nominal, no issues here. Chief, I've thought it over. Lieutenant, so what's it going to be? You certain? Yeah, I can't do this without you. Yes, Chief, I am. I know what you said, but I can't risk it. I can't risk Vanessa getting away with this. I can't risk the crew. I'm gonna do it. Well, you got a lot of spunk, Lieutenant, I'll give you that. Everything's running fine here, so I guess it's you and me now. Where to then, Empire? You're buoyant with elation at the Chief's words. I don't think that's true, Wobbler. With her on your side, there was next to nothing on the ship that could stop you. First of all, we need to show that the captain and the commander weren't intentionally absent when the blackout happened. We'll also need to prove Commander Quinn had nothing to do with killing the doctor, so we'll also go to sickbay. Yeah, good idea. We need to go back to the fucking captain's quarters and take the fucking bottle. Oh, that's why you could take the report instead of putting it back where it belongs. Fuck, we could have had the report with us. Shit. If we went there, we'd be able to... Yeah, that's a right, Chief. To get there, I'll need to head through the crawlways, of course. Can't have you strolling down the thoroughfares when you're supposed to lock up, even if... Which would happen before, the chief could clearly already switch your focus to problem solving from the ship's engines to your predicament. Unfortunately, it looked like that came with her predisposition for getting carried away and over analyzing the problem from every perspective. Oh, that's great. Chief, the crawlways. Huh? Right, the crawlways. Anyways, Lieutenant. So due to the ship's construction, the crawlway system doesn't extend to the engine blocks. It's because of how the Swift class enthusiastically lecturing you, the chief heads towards the entrance that leads back to the engineering room, going into detailed breakdown of the nature of the disconnect between the ship's hulls and its HFDD engines. You let out a sigh of acceptance and follow her. You didn't really want to become an expert on the idiosyncratic construction of the Swift class, but it was a small price to pay for saving the entire ship. It's because of the fundamental framework that's actually from intercluster small load transports. During the war, they... It doesn't take long for you to both arrive at the spot in the engineering department where the chief had first hoisted you out of the from the crawlway you'd arrived in. What that means is that, that the minimal effort, the chief pulls up the grating and tosses you in, almost knocking you back over the guardrail. Jesus Christ. Swift class could theoretically be the easiest class of the fleet to upgrade if there's any further advancements, as you hurry to enter the crawlway and replace the grating above you as chief disappears into the darkness, continuing to rattle off more about the ship's engines than you could ever hope to remember. With the grates to secure, you quickly shuffle back towards the ongoing spiel. The deluge of facts your guide in darkness as you head back into the bowels of the ship. Making your way through the crawlways as quickly as you can, you still find it difficult to keep up with the chief, who moves through the cramped confines of the tunnel with surprising swiftness. There are multiple times where you have to get her attention so that she'll slow down and not leave you stranded in the pitch-dark network of passages. Despite your constant reminders, as soon as you reach her, the chief will often race ahead, leaving you desperately shuffling to keep up. Very funny. You were finding it hard to move at speed due to the limited room the crawlways offers, which made the chief's pace all the more impressive considering her height and build. Eventually you reach a familiar illuminated area. Sweat dripping on your brow, you call out. Chief, stop! What's that, Lieutenant? We've got a few hundred meters of crawlway to get through if you want to reach the sickbay. No time for slacking. You hold up your hands as you do your best to catch your breath. Okay, yes, Chief, I want to reach sickbay. As your breathing slows, you feel more capable of talking. You lower your palms, allowing you to pivot from your hands and knees to a sitting position. You lean back against the wall behind you, relishing the cool chill of the steel. We need to go over the plan before we get there. If we just show up in the central hub and instant see us, it's all over. You're right that there aren't any crawlways leading directly to the block that the sickbay is built into, so we would need to use the elevators, which means that in terms of access... The chief's eyes dart back and forth as she begins to go over different variables in her mind. After a moment, she shifts from the crawling position she's been in to sitting cross-legged on the floor. You let out a deep sigh of relief as her attention is completely taken by the logistics of accessing sickbay without being seen. As she continues to mutter to herself, you undo the top button of your uniform shirt and flap the fabric near your collar back and forth to cool yourself. Now that you weren't trying to keep pace with the chief's unnaturally fast movements through the crawlways, you finally had time to think. Oh, jeez. And you too turn yourself to the thoughts. Turn your thoughts towards the next step of your plan. It's going to be difficult to figure out, but now it was the time to do it before you headed anywhere else. Okay, I've played enough Ace Attorney games. You spend some time kneading the muscles in your legs and the balls of your hands to work out the tension that accumulated as you crawl through the tunnels. As you work your way from one leg to the other, you listen to the chief's mutterings as she considers different ways in which you'll be able to access the sickbay. You're relieved that she's putting so much thought into it, but from what you can tell, she's only thinking about how you'll get in, not what you'll do when you get there. After a few more minutes with no indication the chief will give up on this puzzle of hers, you interrupt. Hey, Chief. But Lieutenant Dempire wouldn't be able to access that area, what brings us back to... Chief, hey. Lieutenant, I'm trying to figure out how to get to the sickbay. Give me a moment. Chief, I know we're going to need to get the sickbay to prove Quinn and the captain innocent, but right now we need to figure out what we'll do when we get in there. Right now, any part of the ship that isn't these crawlways or my quarters is risky for me to be in, so I don't want to spend any longer outside them than I have to. I'd rather discuss the plan now than leave it until we get there. That makes sense. So what were you thinking, Lieutenant? What evidence are you after in the sickbay? Well, do you remember how Lord justified her mutiny on the bridge earlier? That rat. She was saying that Quinn and Barnaby's were both out of action on purpose when the ship had that blackout. I don't see how it would benefit two traitors to be stuck on a dead ship, but she must have some way to twist the facts. Exactly. To deal with that accusation, we need to show they couldn't have survived? What does that mean? Prove they're actually unwell. Show that the two of them were actually sick when the blackout happened. If we can show that they weren't faking it, then that would be a huge blow in Lord's justification. If we can do that, then the rest of the crew will see that they're in danger just by siding with her. Even Hansen and Haru won't risk it. We can convince them with no one to back her up, Lord's mutiny will be finished. I see what you're saying, Lieutenant, but how are you going to do that? Well, I was thinking that I could vouch for them. Awesome, dude. There would be records. There'd be medical records, right? As soon as the power's back on, I took the commander straight to the sickbay and told the doctor about the captain's condition. He's always making notes on that tablet of his. Even when he was treating me after the crash, he was logging his diagnosis and medication used on it. He'd have definitely done the same for Captain Barnaby and Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Hey, good thinking, Lieutenant. Unless they took the tablet, but okay. The medical record software is like what I use to log repairs, and it's pretty watertight. Time, date, essential information will all be there. Exactly. Okay, maybe it'll be in the computer then, that you can't get rid of. Right, so we're going to need to get our hands on that. Easy. You shift from your sitting position back to your hands and knees and begin crawling your way through the tunnels to your next destination, but the Chief remains sat where she is. Come on, Chief, we need to get to sickbay. You're forgetting something important, Lieutenant. What do you mean? The doctor's murder. With gritted teeth, you shift back to your sitting position. In the excitement of thinking the solution to this whole problem, you've completely forgotten that Lord had directly accused Cassie of the doctor's murder. Even if you could prove she'd been unconscious at the time of the blackout, no one on the ship would take the side of a murder suspect. Do you know where they put the doctor's body, Chief? I was knocked out when that was being dealt with. Did they leave it in sickbay? Of course, the surgery wing has a storage unit for them. Why? Then nothing's changed. The proof we need that Captain and the Commander weren't absent on purpose is going to be in the sickbay, and the doctor's body is too. If we're going to prove the Commander Quinn didn't kill him, that's probably the best place to start, right? Can't argue with that, Lieutenant. Right, sounds like you got it all figured out. Ready to get moving? Ready when you are, Chief. That's what I like to hear. So make sure you keep up this time. Yes, Chief. You marvel at the speed and agility that the Chief demonstrates in such a confined space as she springs forward from a sitting position and disappears down a dark crawlway. Woo! Gotta keep the machine well lubricated here. Holy fuck. You, on the other hand, curse how awkward it is as you rearrange yourself back into a crawling position and head after her. Although she only has a few seconds lead on you, it only takes that long for her to disappear from sight, leaving you scrambling to catch up, following her exclusively by the sound of her boots and jumpsuit scuffing against the tunnel floor. Not a really sneaky movement here, Chief. Fortunately, you're just able to keep pace and panting and covered in a fresh film of sweat. You catch up with her just as she opens a hatch in the tunnel ceiling. The Chief bolts out of this new exit, but you're a bit more careful, listening out for any other voices before approaching the hole slowly and peeking out in case there's anyone else in the airlock. After confirming the coast is clear, you climb out and shut the hatch behind you. Not bad, Lieutenant. You kept a pretty good pace there. Maybe we'll get you up to maintenance team standards yet. You smile and nod to the Chief. You'd like to respond, but you're breathing too heavily due to the exertion and keeping up with her and the cool air the airlock catches in your throat. Instead, you wipe the sweat from your forehead with the cuff of your shirt sleeve and lean against the main airlock hatch, trying to slow your breathing. So when it comes to the crawlways that you can access, the closest of the network we've been inside will take you to the sickbay is here in the airlock. There's another door. There are others that could take us right there, but none of the access points are places that you could get to without being seen by some other crew members. So, again, you simply smile and nod, taking the opportunity to compose yourself as the Chief fills you in on all the different paths that the crawlways run through the ship. Eventually, you're ready to move on. Hold up. These words are in the wrong order. You're ready to move on, but the Chief is deep in another lecture, growing increasingly absorbed in her own subject matter. Exhaling deeply, you stand fully upright. If you want to get moving, you'll need to snap the Chief out of it. Okay, I'll just talk to her then. Hey, Chief. Now you're ready to move on, you do your best to nudge the Chief out of your latest mental distractions. I guess I could look around in some. I don't know why I would need to. But the thing about the approach is that it doesn't consider... Chief. The butt Chief. She's the butt Chief! What is it, Lieutenant? I was just considering... Sorry to push you, Chief, but we really need to get going to sickbay now. We've got only a few days until we're back at Europa. The sooner we deal with this, the better. Right. Okay then, Lieutenant, how are we going to get past the ensigns? The ensigns? Think about that for a few seconds, Empire. Where are the ensigns? They're outside my quarters. Well, my quarters, the captain's quarters, and the commander's, I guess. You reckon they'd be standing in two separate quarters when they could get the same job done by hanging out together in the four-side thoroughfare? Doesn't take long for you to realize that Chief is correct. By standing in the four-side thoroughfare, they could keep an eye on both the crew quarters as well as the central hub. Right, of course. But if they're there and we can't get any closer to sickbay without the crawlways, how are we supposed to get there? Come on, haven't you thought about that yet? You look away sheepishly. The chief was right that you haven't even considered the ensign might be an obstacle. I had. You quickly run through some ideas in your head. I guess we're going to need... Fuck, dude. A distraction. We need to figure out some way to get them away from the thoroughfare, ideally for a while. That's good thinking, Lieutenant. It's got to be easier to get them out of the way than it is for us to try and sneak past them or take them out. But I can't really think of anything we can do from here. Don't worry about that, Lieutenant. I've got just the thing. You stay here and watch for the right moment. You'll know when you see it. Okay, but... Without pausing to listen to your concerns, the chief turns away from you and strides down the hallway towards the central hub. Unlike you, she still has the freedom of the entire ship as long as no one realizes that you're both working together. You watch as she walks nonchalantly into the hub and then turns right towards the aft thoroughfare. If the ensigns notice her, there's no indication that they care as she casually walks away. You take a deep breath and crouch down by the corner of the airlock's exit. You won't miss the chief's signal, whatever it may be. Before you can even start to wonder what the chief will do, your question is answered. Oh, the alert. What is she? From your position, you see the chief storm back into the central hub and yell at the two ensigns, gesturing towards the engineering department. Ensigns, I need you in engineering right now. You can't make out the response, but the chief replies loud and clear. If you don't get moving, there'll be no one left to guard. Now get down there. Doesn't take much to convince the ensigns. You send them sprint past the chief and towards the engineering department. That's awesome. Once they're out of sight, the chief looks to you and shoots you a quick wink before turning to follow them. Get straight to the engines, Chris. Those cores need to be realigned now. Once the chief is out of sight, you dart down the corridor towards the central hub. You check both the thoroughfares, not seeing anyone, run over to the elevators. Come on, come on, come on. You repeatedly tap the button. Why are we using the elevator instead of the fucking panel? Thankfully, due to that its emergency nature, the sickbay doesn't need you to swipe your card to access it, instead relying on simply using a bioscanner to log whoever enters. Let's go already, let's go already, let's go. As the door begins to open, you immediately slide through the gap, hitting the door close button as soon as you're inside. With a sigh of relief, you lean back against the cool metal wall and feel yourself begin to move downwards. You knew there was no way the chief would have purposely created a real problem in the engineering department, so whatever they had lined up for the ensigns was probably pointless busy work. Awesome. Still had done the trick, and as long as it kept them occupied, it didn't matter what she'd done. As the elevator's rate of descent begins to slow your step forward and shield the eyes before the door opens, and expose you to the harsh glare of the sickbay lights. Now that you're finally here, you could begin. You emerge slowly and silently to the sickbay and scanning the room as soon as your eyes have just adjusted to the light. Vanessa never revealed a gun herself. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the guns and how they got them. At first glance, you don't see any sign of the attacker who'd knock over... like, unless the pilots just get guns for some reason. You don't see any sign of the attacker who'd knocked you out the last time you were here, but you're careful to check behind the doctor's desk as well as the other blind spots within the room. Once you're confident there's no one else in here with you, your shoulders drop and you release the tension you've been carrying. Without any obvious threat, you take your time going over the room. Everything was just as you remembered it being. No one had even gone to the effort of cleaning up the shattered glass that covered the floor in front of the medicine cabinets. Take a small amount of solace in that fact. If you're lucky, it meant that everything else in the room had been left alone too, including any evidence that might absolve Cassie or the captain. Okay, where to begin? Let's see. Much like on the O'Brien, the glass fronts of the cabinets that store the various medicines and treatments had all been smashed with fragments covering the floor. You do your best to avoid disturbing anything, but still manage to crush a few pieces underfoot as you look at the broken edges of the glass that remains in the cabinet doors. No blood, no fabric, nothing caught in these shards. You step back to get a better look and you hear something crinkle as you step on it. Turning back to see what it was, you kneel down to pick it up. Nutri-Shake mix. You turn the packet in your hand and notice it's completely empty, just like what happened on the O'Brien. I know it wasn't Cassie who killed the doctor, and since this is the same thing that happened on the O'Brien, does that mean it's the same killer? Could it be whoever's piloting that machine? We've not seen any sign of anyone's been able to leave it. Why would they kill two doctors just over the nutritional shakes? It doesn't make any sense. Doctor's desk. If there's any documents that will become useful, they'll be in there. As you walk into the entrance surgery wing, the first thing you notice is a typical clear glass panel that lets you inside still has a frosted effect. It's reserved for patient modesty or any procedural requiring a discretion. With the rest of the crew accounted for and no one available to do any surgeries, you only assume it was left in place because the doctor's body had been stored inside. Heading over to the emergency beds, you do a quick visual review that doesn't reveal anything unusual. Despite this, you take some extra time to go over them, peering into the little nooks and crannies of potted tops joins the frames. Pay careful attention looking for any unusual markings or damage or signs that someone else might have been around them aside from Cassie and the doctor. Fortunately, I think you can find that would be considered out of ordinary is an empty chocolate bar raptor stuffed under a pillow alongside a few crumbs in the covering. You didn't need to be an expert tracker to know who's been here. Doctor's desk. Probably best bet of finding something useful. Moving on to the side of the Dr. Rosarium typically sat, you're relieved to find the drawers are unlocked. Take a thick pile of files out of the top one and begin flicking through them, looking for anything useful. There's got to be something here. You think, but there's a huge number of documents with a stack of folders that you've taken, more than you can easily skim through. After a few minutes, you place them down on the table and try a second drawer. This time a smile across your face as you pull out the doctor's data pad. Jackpot. Pulling a sticky note off the screen and placing it in the drawer, you took the device out of. You inspect it, looking for the power button. Find and flick a switch on the back of the data pad, watching the screen slowly illuminate as the device comes to life, the sound of it drive within beginning to spin, letting you know it's still functional. Alright, I bet this will have all the information I need. Your elation is immediately wiped away as you're faced with a login prompt. Oh, come on! You place the data pad on the desk alongside the pile of files and sit down at the doctor's chair, placing your head in your hands. You had no expectation this endeavor would be easy, and you've been hoping at the very least of it, but you'd hoped at the very least it'd be simple. Unfortunately, that did not look to be the case. After taking a few moments to silently fume at the challenges that were being thrown your way, you realize there's nothing you can do but move forward. This can't be it. There's got to be something I can do. With a long exhalation, you stand up, looking around the sickbay. You'd come this far, you weren't going to give up yet. Run your hands back through your hair, you pace around one side and room the other. Why don't we check the sticky note that was on the data pad? As far as you could tell, there's no obvious proof that it has to have been the doctor's murder, but you couldn't find any proof to the contrary either. At this rate, you wouldn't be able to find anything if there's any... And there was every chance that once you left sickbay, the ensign would return to their positions outside the crew quarters. Had you risked it all for nothing? Before you could dwell on that thought, you hear the elevator whir into life, letting you know that within the next few seconds someone would be entering the room. With no time to spare, you decide to... hide. You look around the room in desperation for somewhere to conceal yourself so that you can either stay unnoticed by whoever enters or get the drop on them if necessary. With the surgery wing locked and the emergency beds nothing more than suspended platforms, you're left with one option. Just as the door slides open, you dive behind the desk, trying to tuck yourself into what little space there is underneath it. Remaining as quiet as you can, you listen to the sound of footsteps crossing the room towards your position. Footsteps come from the elevator towards the desk, fall heavily on the floor. Each one causing a resounding thud. It suddenly becomes southern. Each one is causing a resounding thud. Whoever's entering the room stops right by you. You hear a slight creak from the desk as if a great weight has been placed on it. Get out of there, Lieutenant. It's just me. I knew it. The chief appears in front of you, squatting down with one hand still resting on top of the desk. She reaches out to you and takes your hand, which yanks you out onto your feet. No need to worry about Cress or Rumney. I've got them realigning cores on a deactivated second drive coil. With the false readings I fed into it, they'll be there all day. Love the chief. Yes. Hi, Corgi. Chief is so good. Told them I'd be working on the main coil in the other room, engine room, so they shouldn't figure out I'm gone for a while. Unless they realize the readouts they're getting are on a loop, but with the 14 variations I plugged in. How's it going here? You find what you needed yet? Not yet, no. You gestured over to the doctor's desk. I found Dr. Rosarium's data pad, but I can't log in. The surgery wing's locked up, and there's no obvious evidence that points to anyone being here aside from Commander Quinn. Sounds like you've been having a tough time, huh? Yeah. You run your hands back through your hair and lean back against the cool glass that separates you from the surgery wing. I'd hope I could find something obvious, but there's nothing useful here. We can't get the doctor's body or insight into his notes. Hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You got me here. You think the ship does anything but what I tell her? No chance. Oh my god. Awesome. I'll get it sorted. Where are we going to start? Well... You look at the desk which you retrieved the doctor's data pad from and pinch the bridge of your nose. It was driving you nuts that such a potentially vital piece of evidence was locked behind a password. Something got you down, Lieutenant? Just think about the doctor's data pad. It could have everything we need on it, but without his password, there's nothing we can do. You sure you've looked everywhere? Rosarium was good with medical equipment, but no good with computers. That's also true, Wobbler. There's been a lot going on in this ship that is not what she's wanted it to do. Bet he's written his password down somewhere. Maybe there's something I missed. A vague memory returns you. You head over to the desk, opening the top drawer. Aside from the collection of plugs and cables, you already emptied it of everything that seemed important. You slid it down and moved it onto the one below it, opening it to find that without the data pad inside, all it contained was the sticky note that you previously peeled off the screen. I told you the fucking sticky note! Always check the sticky note on a fucking device like this. Oh my god. Could it be that easy? You temper your expectations as you read what's been written. Device asks you to press any key to continue. Ask Cathay location of any key, not visible on doctor cannot be serious. What'd you find? Exasperated, you pass her the note as her eyes scan the writing on it and a broad smile fills her face. I remember when he asked me about this. Laughed so much I scared the hell out of the cadet. Had to explain to the guy that the computer's instructions weren't as literal as he was treating them. Guess he just saw an instruction and followed it. He's just following orders. Stand in front of the closed doorway to the surgery ring and tap on the frosted glass. You knew the glass you used is the same kind as what's used in the window on the bridge. You're pretty much impenetrable to conventional weapons, let alone what you had at your disposal. You'd not been able to find the door's keycard. Without it, you might have been able to not have much chance getting in. Can Cassandra's keycard get in? With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and wait for it to open. Sitting met with a heart series of digital tones. Figures. Your eyes linger on the terminal for a few more seconds as you think about everything you've gone through in the past few days, involving bypassing these devices or the doors attached to them entirely. You didn't bring the PST, did you, Chief? No, but it wouldn't do us much good. You haven't found Rosarium's card, then we can't get that door open with anyone else's. Only he had the authority. You squeeze your eyes shut and pinch the bridge of your nose. I guess if they left him in there, it must be they must have taken his card on the way out. One of the ensigns probably has it, or Vanessa. Is password any? Maybe. No chance of us getting to it then. I didn't say that, Lieutenant. Your eyebrows raised as you turn back towards the mechanic. But how can we get in without... I told you, Lieutenant, this ship does what I say. Nothing on board can get in my way. What? You think I don't know how to get around every single system or device here? No, Chief, nothing like that. I just thought, damn straight. Now take a look at this. Take a look at this. The Chief moves to one side and lays a gloved hand on either side of the terminal's casing. A swift yank is followed by the loud sound of snapping plastic, and the Chief pulls away the top of the device, including its screen, which is still connected to the inner workings by a long ribbon cable. Get over here, Lieutenant. We don't have all day. Oh my god. One of these puzzles? Oh, it's a combination digital physical security unit. JUCF use them all the time, I think. Fuck, I keep hitting the accidental thing. Overreduced them, though, so when someone came up with a better system, there were a huge amount left over. Didn't make sense to waste them, so the JUCF's been using them for low security facilities or on ships where they're not expecting any problems. Oh, I see. So you do something to get the door open. That's going to be your job, Lieutenant. See, this thing works by redirecting power to the door whenever it scans the right clearance on the keycard. You can get the same thing to happen by rotating the nodes, though. Divert the power to where you need it to be. Easy. Chief, shouldn't you? Wish I could, Empire. Chief takes off one of her thick gloves and holds her hand up to you. Aside from the calluses and worn leathery skin of her palm, you notice his whole hand is shaking. Tremors are small but constant. Oh. Damage to the nerves doing too much work with heavy machineries as a girl. Oh my god, she's been doing this for so long. I'm fine with machinery or industrial grade machinery because it's military or industrial grade machinery because it's usually pretty chunky. No problem. Thank you for the follow, Grumpy Bun 91. The stuff like this, I don't have the dexterity for it. Her dexterity stat was her dump stat. So what are you waiting for, Lieutenant? Get on it. Right, of course. Let's go. Okay, so that's a have to. And this is also a have to. So let's go here. That's not going to work for us, so... we have to do this. Which means we have to do this. I see a problem here. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So we can go this. Get this here. And then that can get us across here. Awesome. There we go. Pipe dreams! The master of unlock. Oh my god! I made a fucking just take a look at this joke earlier, and then the fucking achievement is the master of unlocking? Fuck off, dude. Get out of my head. Fuck, dude. Holy shit. You hear a click as the locking mechanism disengages and the door slides open. Ha, yes! There you go, Lieutenant. Easy, right? Yeah, easy. Something like that. As you step back from the terminal, a waft of cold air from the now open doorway hits you and the chill runs up your spine. You pensively eye the entryway, taking a few steps to your right to get a better look inside. As you'd expect, you can see the doctor's body lying on an operating table. You shiver again, although this time not for the cold air. That was leaching into the climate-controlled warmth of the main sick bay. Everything all right, Lieutenant? The chief appears beside you, her hand on your shoulder. Yeah, it's fine. I was just thinking about what we have to do next. I got you, Lieutenant. Never nice seeing one of the crew like this. Yeah. The temperature just outside the door is almost as cold as the room beyond, and as the chill continues to spread, you rub your arms instinctively to warm them. You knew you'd always planned to get in there to examine his body, but none of it was possible. But we gotta do what we gotta do. This is what it is. What it is. It is what it. I think this entire crew is running out of what it is. What it is. At this point, you repeat. Okay, I was wondering if it was a talk action. Come on, Lieutenant, let's get to it. You hesitate for a moment before nodding, which the chief takes as a sign to enter. As she walks into the room, the chief becomes a vague silhouette, barely visible by the frosted glass. With her out of view, you clench your fist a few times and follow her into the room. You've never been in here before, although you'd taken a few opportunities to peek inside when the glass wasn't frosted on the few times you visited the sickbay. They weren't particularly reassuring to look at on the other side of the glass, but your proximity to the automated surgical assistants made them much more intimidating. A series of long, thin mechanical appendages were suspended from a collection of disc-like objects which themselves were attached to the room's ceiling by various supports, cables, and tubing. The room's temperature was so low you could see your own breath, which turned to condensation on certain parts of the machines, glinting with caught light as you moved around them. Directly underneath all of this was the body of Dr. Cypher Rosarium. Oh man, they're going to show it too, huh? You shudder as you approach the corpse. Although you'd encountered the bodies of the crew on the O'Brien, those weren't the people that you'd interacted with, spoken with, people you'd known. Laying here on the table, the lack of vital essence in the doctor was tangible. As sedated as he'd been when he was alive, seeing him like this made your stomach turn. And here comes probably the last ad break of the stream. I hope to God, because it's 3 a.m. now. Man, this is annoying. All right, let's do an ad and we'll be right back. Whee!
From prehistoric time, released from an icy tomb to pulverize a panic-stricken world. Now, for the first time, in one awe-inspiring motion picture, they meet the mightiest monsters of the ages, King Kong, Godzilla, locked in the most titanic battle of all time.
day was like any other. The busy hum of daily activity. People setting out on their usual routine day. Until Reptilicus. A beast born 50 million years out of time. Like nothing you've ever seen before. As it roams across the world, spreading terror in its path.
Welcome to 3 a.m. Exclamation point 3 a.m. in chat. Okay. Let's finish this up. Let's get this done. Laying there on the table. Okay, yeah, they would. As today was alive, seeing him like this made your stomach turn. The chief was feeling the same way. She wasn't showing it. All right, then, Lieutenant. What are you looking for? Well, I guess I should. There's nothing useful out of the main sickbay. I couldn't find any trace of anything here besides Commander Quinn. If we're lucky, there might be some evidence on the doctor we can use. Sure, you're a security officer. I guess that makes you something like a detective, huh? It's possible, Wobbler. Yeah, I was like trying to figure out how to say that. I realized as soon as I sent it that it's like, oh no. The edges of your mouth involuntarily curl upwards slightly as the chief's question reminds you of how Cassie had reacted to your position when you first met. She'd been so excited about our misconception that you were on ships to solve crimes that you didn't have the heart to tell her otherwise until her fourth electronic mail asking you if you had any murder cases yet. Still, neither the chief nor Cassie were entirely incorrect. The head security officer was responsible for gathering information and evidence prior to a case being handed over to an internal investigations or the military police if something happened whilst out in space. Kind of, I guess. You'd been given training in assessing a body, but only for particular surface level things. Hopefully that'd be enough. Though your training in handling what could be considered a crime scene or evidence was brief, you'd hope that about a small amount you've been taught might come in useful. You don't notice any obvious signs of bruising on the doctor to indicate they've been grabbed or no signs of any use of a weapon or either. After looking at the fingernails on the left arm and not seeing any signs of skin or blood, you're about to give up when you check his mechanical hand. Okay, so here's where the prosthetics come in. Chief, look at this. What is it? You raise the doctor's mechanical arm, twisting it slightly so you can see the back of the hand. As soon as she notices what you're pointing out, she takes the arm off of you. Knuckle joints and tops of fingers, both crumpled. Augment's military grade. He must have hit something hard for this to happen. Huh? What have you found, Chief? Take a look. Gently, the chief extracts something from the joint between the index finger and the knuckle, then passes it to you. You carefully take the small fragment off her and hold it between your thumb and forefinger, bringing it up to your eye. It looks like a small metal chip. Maybe a piece of whatever he hit? You pass it back. Maybe, but there's nothing on the ship made using something like this. Chief pauses, her brow furrowing deeper into a scowl. Except that thing in the hangar. Whoa, the thing in the hangar did it? That's crazy! What? You think this has something to do with that? The chief walks over to the nearby hand-washing station and takes a few sheets from a roll and disposable towel, wrapping the small fragment up before placing it in her pocket. Can't say for sure, but it looks like it. Why the doctor, though? No idea. You pause as you consider this new piece of information. It had given you a fresh perspective to consider, but if anything, it had just created more questions. Well, that's all I can see that looks useful. Now we found that we should take a look at his prosthetics. You think there's anything we can learn from his prosthetics? Would they keep any information about his condition or anything like that? Rosaria's augments are pretty old, but Chief reaches into one of the pockets of her overalls and pulls out a small screwdriver, much smaller than the one Dylan has stuck into your meal. Methodically, she begins to assess the doctor's right arm, followed by the edges of various panels. Eventually, she raises the arm, which yields easily, finding a series of small screws on the underside of the mechanical forearm. It is indeed 3 a.m. I will confirm. Hi, Ada. Each screw is quickly removed and placed neatly into a nearby surgical basin, followed by the panel that the chief lifts away. Although the chief is simply disassembling a piece of machinery, you can't help but feel a bit queasy if you watch your work, given the situation you're in. With the air of a surgeon about her, she continues to methodically disassemble the interior of the doctor's arm until she places the screwdriver down and pulls out a small circuit board, which remains connected by a series of wires. This. She holds the board up and turns it to face you, showing that it has a small screen and a series of buttons on the other side. Should give us a log in the doctor's vitals, but looks like the whole unit's been deactivated. Hold it for a second. As it's passed over to you, you can't help but notice the trail of wires and cables headed back into the forearm towards the doctor's elbow joint and wrist, like a series of veins and arteries. You swallow nervously, looking away as the chief continues to dissect the interior of the mechanical arm. Unnerved by the procedure being carried out next to you, but still having to hold on to the component, you close your eyes and steady your breathing. There. There's a click as she lays a burned-out battery in the surgical basin that you see and you see that a series of wires coming from the doctor's arm are now connected to a fresh-looking battery that sits just to his side. So, Lieutenant, what does it say? You look at the screen on the device. All you see are 4 flashing numbers separated by a colon. 2129. What is it, a diagnostic code? Ha! No, it's the time. But it's not. You go to look at your wristwatch. The time the power on his prosthetic failed, Lieutenant. Ah, right. Okay. 2129. So if that's when the power on his prosthetic failed, do you think that's when he died? Yeah, probably. These things run on power cells, but it looks like whatever got him took them out too. Because it's the thing from the fucking ship that fucks up hardware, electronics. I came to visit Commander Quinn just after 2130, so whoever killed the doctor must have got to him just before I arrived. Now we know when he died, maybe we can cross-reference against the ship's logs, see who was where and when, and something like that. Not a bad idea, Lieutenant. Thanks, Chief. Alright, let's... hold on. The Chief takes a small circuit board off you and returns it to the interior of the doctor's arm, carefully replacing the wiring before reattaching the panel with the screw she removed earlier. Didn't want to leave him in pieces, you know. Doesn't seem right. Yeah, of course. Okay, let's check for injuries. If we can figure out how he died, that might give us an indication of who the killer was. Or at least it could show us that Cassie couldn't have done it. Okay, let's see. Starting from his feet and working upwards, you gingerly assess if there are any signs of broken bones, swelling, dislocation, or wounds, finding nothing. As you move up his body, you still don't see anything, except that his cybernetic extended further than you're aware of, with a good portion of his left leg and chest proving to be mechanical. With your assessment continuing to be fruitless, you eventually move onto the doctor's head. Swinging back his hair to check for bumps or bruises, you notice something strange on his eyepiece. Jeez, look at this. What is it? It's subtle, but look. You gesture toward to the edges of the doctor's prosthetic where the device meets the doctor's skin. Signs of singeing and minor burns run along the edges, with the lens of the eyes surrounded by a ring of black, because he was near electronics, and this thing destroys electronics and kills anyone who's near it. Strange. Looks like the device is overloaded, but the power cell used in this prosthetic shouldn't produce enough current to shock him, even in a situation where... So you think the doctor may have been shocked then? Huh? Looks that way, but it shouldn't be possible. An electric shock. You briefly dwell on the possibilities. What do you think could have caused this? Nothing in the other room. There's no obvious damage to anything that would expose any electronics with the power to do this. Can't see anything in here that would have delivered this level of shock. Defib paddles are still on their mounts. No damage to the automated assistance. Had to have been something someone brought in. Like an electroshock weapon. Whoa, Chief. You don't think I did this, do you? I don't know, Lieutenant. Did you? No, I came in, found the doctor dead, and got attacked before I could check on Cassie. Why would I kill the doctor? Chief's hard glare drops the temperature of the room by a few more degrees as she watches you from the other side of the operating table that the doctor had just been laid down on. You'd have to be pretty stupid to murder someone and then break out and drag another member of the crew to show them evidence which showed you did it, huh? Literally, yeah. You breathe a sigh of relief, which turns into a small cloud of vapor in front of you. Yeah, you would. I guess we have our answer there. Even if it raises more questions. Now that we figured this out, leave the doctor in peace. He's not got anything left to tell us. Yeah, I'm with you there. You follow the Chief out of the room and stop by the terminal to reset the components and replace the screen. As you click the screen back onto its mounting, the door hisses shut, stemming the flow of cold air from the surgical wing into the sick bay. Just before it closes, you catch one final glimpse of the doctor. All you can think about as he disappears from view is that if you'd just gotten here a few minutes earlier, maybe you could have done something. Despite a closer inspection of the cupboard and cabinets, you don't find anything new you haven't been able to see in the last time. Nothing useful on the desk. Thought the note might be with the password, but I was wrong. Who would believe someone would be so literal about computer instructions like that? Has he managed all these years? How has he managed all these years? You can check the beds once again, but with how thorough you've been the first time around, there's nothing new for you to find. What a way to go, huh? You mean the doctor? Yeah, classic signs of electrocution. The singeing, his prosthetics all being shorted out. Looks like it was something pretty powerful. Seems like he hit something that was pretty powerful too. Way his hand was all caved in and all. Even if someone got in with the electroshock weapon, it looks like he got a good swing with whoever it was. Punch like that could take a jaw clean off. I wonder if... As the chief begins to go over potential scenarios to explain what happened to the doctor, you think about what you found. If it had just been the injuries associated with electrocution, you'd be able to assume that it was one of the incidents with the electroshock weapon. But given the condition his fist was in, as well as a small fragment of black metal that the chief said match was in the hangar, if what you were beginning to suspect was true, you had something much more dangerous than Vanessa on board. Can we talk to the chief again? No. Aside from the big stack of files on the data pad, there wasn't anything useful in that desk. I don't think those files are going to give it much help either. They just look up into admin work. No trace of any blood being spilled when whoever was smashed the glass from inside of the Nutrishake mix. Nutrisnake. Oh my god. The nutritional snakes. They're delicious. There's no sign anything else was taken either. I'm not familiar with the medicines kept on board. There's nothing obvious here. I looked so closely earlier, there's no way I'd be able to tell anyone I've been here at all. Doctor's datapad. I wish I'd written his password down or left us a clue or anything. No use wishing, Lieutenant. Keep your head in here and now. This problem's going to solve itself. It's going to be solved. It's going to be by us. Yeah, you're right. You don't know anything about the doctor to help you guess his password. Well, I guess he's extremely matter of fact, to the point, literal. I wonder. Let's give this a try. It's password, dude. It's fucking password. Because it says enter password. So I am entering password. Cyborg security is the achievement I just got. Dr. Rosarium, you cannot be serious. So what was it, Lieutenant? Password, as in enter password. A huge smile erupts on the chief's face, and she laughs loudly, giving you such a hearty series of pats on the back that you almost launch the data pad across the room. Ha! Good old Rosarium. Wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, the chief maintains her grin. We could always count on that guy to get straight to the point. Good work figuring out, Lieutenant. See if you can find something useful on that device. Will do. Medic. Contains the medical records of anyone on board the Gundog. If I go any further, I'll be looking at some really sensitive medical information, but there could be something in here that helps me. I need to make sure I'm only looking at what I need to. Here we go, Chief. Blood type O positive. Cool. Yeah, not even password 1. Shame. A shame. Here we go, Chief. Yeah, just found records for the captain that says she found her unresponsive due to because of what? Something called vasalgia? But it says she was unresponsive, so that should prove she wasn't absent on purpose. Works for us. Keep looking what else was on that tablet. We need some information that proves Quinn's got nothing to do with this too. Yeah, of course. Simple as. Recent update. Patient delivered to sick bay unconscious. At that time, sudden onset migraines and loss of consciousness. Indication of neurological condition. Will require escalation to the Colony Medical Center if scan set 3 provides no avenue for effective treatment. Diagnosed with gastric distress linked to synthetic ingredients on board food stores. Ongoing treatment substitute with Nutrishake powder. Fuck it. Recurring complaints regarding low impact conditions? No positive diagnosis to date. Possibly hypochondria. Fuck. Okay, I guess we have everything. Something wrong with that data pad, Lieutenant? No, why? Figured that after all that fuss getting Doctor's password that you might be a little more enthusiastic for reading Quinn and Captain Innocent. You gonna start taking a look and you need something more important to do. Okay. I looked at everything. Like, what, do I need to click on something in here? Do you need me to, like, fucking go through your shit? What about this guy? Severe fracture of ulna due to trauma from sudden impact while piloting armor frame. Automatic ossification procedure commenced and completed by 1923. No indication of long-term damage. Wait, he was fixed well before... Refusal to attend cognitive behavioral therapy? SSRIs? He's fucking diagnosed with deep PTSD, dog, and he's not taking his meds. No wonder he's like this. Nut allergy. Generalized anxiety disorder. Oh my god, look at his sad face in that. That's incredible. Enhanced sensory potential. Following 3 consecutive wins in Youth Frame Racing Championship. Results inconclusive. Further assessment required. What? They're psychic? They're like maybe psychic? Oh my god, it's a decent nut joke. Fuck off. Oh, run neuroimaging set 3. Okay, this is what they wanted me to look at. Let's see. Chief, I've got something about Commander Quinn. Yeah, anything good? Maybe. It says here he gave her sedatives at 21:22. 21:22, not worth living in. It was around 21:30 when I came down and found the doctor dead before getting attacked. And that's nearly 10 minutes before Rosarium's arguments were knocked offline too. There's no way she could have attacked him if she'd just been sedated, let alone kill him. She shouldn't have been in that state to do much of anything. So we've got the lieutenant commander being dosed up with sedatives and Bartholomew having, what did the doctor call it? Visalgia? When the power was off. This is good enough to prove that Lord's full of crap. Definitely, this will be really useful. There we go, Lieutenant. Think that's it? Datapad shows that Quinn and Barnaby were both out of action when the blackout happened. Then we got information on that pad as well as what we found from the doctor himself that shows there was no way she could be the killer. Should be pretty good for convincing everyone, right? Yeah. What's up? Figured you'd be excited about the solid alibis we got for Captain and the Commander. I was just thinking. We can show that it wasn't the Captain and it wasn't Commander Quinn, but... we've still got no idea who it was, right? Someone on the ship is responsible for the Doctor's murder. If we don't find out, they'll still be out there. Even if we get Captain Barnaby's back on the bridge, we're all targets, right? We need to figure out who it was. That's a good point, Lieutenant. How are you going to do it? Well, the datapad got me thinking. The Doctor had his logs, right? Not that different from the whole ship. Almost everything is logged. So we took a look at the records. We should be able to figure out who it actually was by tracking the crew's movements. But with Lord on the bridge, she'd have the ensigns on us before we get anywhere near the reports. Wouldn't surprise me if she got a panic button all set up or something. Hey, no problem there. We don't need to go through the bridge. Everything on the ship goes to the central computer. We can get over the engineering and take a look at the records there. Easy. Won't the ensigns notice? Don't worry about that. I got them kept busy in the engine rooms. I'll take a look at to make sure the coast's clear too. Thanks, Chief. No problems. Let's get moving. Following the Chief lead, you enter the elevator and the doors close behind you as soon as you enter. After a short journey in silence, they slide open again, revealing the central hub. Just follow me, Empire. If I see anyone around, I'll make sure to give you a heads up. You only manage to nod a response before the Chief confidently strides out the elevator and towards the aft thoroughfare, leaving you to follow her out. Although she makes her way towards the corridor with utmost confidence, you're more furtive, constantly looking over your shoulder and down the other corridors you pass. As you head towards the engineering department, you notice the terminal attached to the entranceway into the armory and how it's identical to the one you managed to hack into the sick bay. Chief, wait. What's going on, Lieutenant? Well? I think we need weapons. Plans to convince the rest of the crew to get them behind us before you approach Vanessa and the ensigns. What if the ensigns don't listen to reason? Vanessa's gone this far to take control. How much further do you think she's willing to keep it in? Or keep it? Trust me, I don't want it to come to this, but if it does, I get you, Lieutenant, it makes sense. The ensigns should still be in the engine room if they got any sense. If anyone else comes along, I can deal with them. You know what to do. Get going. Thanks, Chief. The Chief's assurance you won't be bothered by the ensigns. You get to work removing the top of the terminal's casing, exposing the mechanism within. Okay, so this one's probably going to be a little more tough. So that one has to happen. I think we're going to need to go up here. Oop, nope. Have to go this way. Huh. Well, now that's interesting. Yeah, that's just always going to be... That's... interesting. Oh, we can go this way. I think it's really our only option here. So we can go this way, here. Oop. No. Oop. Okay, there we go. Pipes! As you rotate the final node, the electricity is redirected and the door slides open. You quickly slip inside the room, followed by the chief. As you review the gun inside the locker, you decide on a submachine gun like the one currently in Hansen's possession. It wasn't much, but it was the most powerful weapon in the armory, and it would put you on a level playing field at the very least. You go to open the locker, but quickly stop. Something wrong, Lieutenant? These lockers set up to alarm the bridge whenever they're open, or just take a weapon Vanessa will be onto us for sure. Oh yeah, that's right. No way for me to get it out without us giving us away. Makes sense. Can't mess around with the components on these systems either. They're much newer than what's in the terminals. Hang on, Empire. You watch as the chief steps back, looking up towards the top of the lockers. Pacing from one end of the room to the other, she stops occasionally to look at the conduit or the bulb, a bundle of cables. Eventually she heads to the left side of the series of lockers and places her hand on the top, effortlessly keeping herself on in one motion. Get ready to grab what you need, then shut the door again, understood? You place your hand on the locker handle, waiting for the chief to take action. Understood. With a sharp tug, the chief pulls 3 large cables out of the wall. Now, Lieutenant. You pull open the door, fumble in the darkness, eventually grab out one of the guns and a few magazines. You place them down beside you and slam the door shut. It's closed, Chief. Got you. With a huff, the chief drops back down on the floor. You look up and past her and see that the cables have been inserted back into the wall. Just had to disrupt the circuit the room's on. Might show as a blip on the bridge. So let's go before anyone comes to investigate. Thanks, Chief. Gather up your weapon and ammunition and leave the room. The submachine gun looks so janky. Now outside, you take a few seconds to reset the components and replace the casing on the terminal, causing the door to slide shut. You follow the chief down the remainder of the thoroughfare and arrive at the engineering department. She pauses for a moment, looks around, and with the same self-assuredness continues her way towards the central computer. Follow her along the series of catwalks that lead you there, keeping a constant watch towards the engine room in case one of the engines were to emerge. Fortunately, your journey was uneventful as you arrive at the door. So what's the plan to get in, Lieutenant? Nothing complicated, Chief. You pull out Cassie's key card out of your pocket and present it to the engineer, who takes note of the name on the card. Not bad, where'd you get that? During the blackout, Lord never took it off me, and you slide the card through the reader on the terminal and the door hisses open. It looks like since they got the Lieutenant Commander locked up, they never thought to deactivate her access. Rookie, I guess they are deactivating the access that we would have had otherwise. Rookie error for Lord, but it works for us. Get inside, Lieutenant. You follow the chief's instructions and duck inside the small room with her behind you. As soon as you enter the room that houses the central computer, you know that you're going to have problems. The room was small, barely larger than the small cupboard, and there was just about a room for one person to operate the computer, let alone... Hey, Lieutenant, move over, would you? As the chief muscles away in the room, you immediately push against the keyboard and monitor. As she continues to force away her considerable heft inside, it's all you can do to worm your way towards one of the corners to avoid being crushed. Think they made these bigger, wouldn't you? Small is all you can manage as you continue to adjust yourself to try and find a position you can actually breathe in. Right, so how do you figure we're going to find out who got to the doctor, Lieutenant? Well, I take a breath as the chief shifts around. If we look up who went into sickbay immediately before me, that should give us our answer. Gotcha. Let me just... As if carefully plucking parts out of the tool dish, the chief's typing is slow but methodical. With both hands raised over the keyboard, she scans the letters and strikes the one she's after, beginning the whole process again for each following character. Awesome, dude. She's just like me for real! It takes a while, but eventually a window appears with a long list of names, dates, and times. 23rd of April, PC 214, 2130. We've got Lieutenant Ian Empire, but before that we've got Chief pauses, making you shift and regularly get a better view of the screen. No information, sick bay 2129. What does that even mean? How can there be no information? Hang on a second, The Chief's voice trails off as she resumes the same methodical process of hunting for the key she needs, slowly proceeding by typing with just 2 fingers. As a different selection of logs listed in files appears on the screen, you hear the Chief mutter to herself. Not that there's no info, it's a log just with no user data. Shouldn't be possible without, whether it's a keycard or biodata. Barnaby has to authorize every crew profile. The system shouldn't allow any dummies. Chief, hey, what is it? Silently, the Chief places the tip of her finger to the screen, pointing to a set of entries. No information, sick bay, 2129, just before I got there. You carry on working your way down the list. No information, crew quarters 5, 2102. That's Cassie's cabin. No information, central computer 2021. No information, engine room 1933. No information, mess hall 1910. No information, hangar 1850. That was just after you and Hansen crashed that Juno right into the hangar. Bringing that machine with you. You both stand in silence as the information remains on screen, flickering ever so slightly as its brilliant green stands out on the dark black of the screen. Come on, Lieutenant, let's get going. Without warning, the Chief steps back out of the room, grabbing you by the arm and dragging you with her. Chief, hang on! You struggle against the Chief's iron grip as she pulls you out of the small room and back along the catwalk, which leads back towards the engineering department's exit. Chief, wait, we can't just... Despite her gloved hand encircling your entire forearm, you manage to wrestle yourself free, taking a few steps backward as she turns to grab you again. Get over here, Empire. We gotta tell Lord what's going on. I know it's bad, Chief, but we can't just... Damn right it's bad. I don't care what's going on with you and her right now. Something's gotta be done, and it's gotta be done. Chief, think about it for a few seconds. If you go up to the bridge and tell Vanessa that she's wrong, how do you think she's going to react? If she's made herself the captain, she can act like the damn captain to get this ship swept for intruders. Quit messing around and... Do you think Vanessa will really do that, Chief? How do you think she'll react if you tell her that you figured out there's an intruder on the ship that's responsible for everything she's blaming on me, the captain, and Cassie? Do you think she'll admit her mistake? She'll be the one up for execution as a mutineer if it happens. Best case scenario, she ignores you. Worst case... I get it, Lieutenant. If we can't go to Lord, then we can... The Chief pauses and you see frustration continue to burn in her eyes until after a moment she drops her shoulders and exhales, releasing her pent-up tension. We wouldn't be able to take direct action, but we could set up an alert if the dummy ID is detected. Risk is we need to stay by the terminal feeding back to the reports, Unless... Chief, hey. The plan's not changed, Chief. We can't go to Vanessa, but if we get the rest of the crew, we can convince them what's really happened. Once we've done that, we can get her out of the way, get the captain back in command, and then deal with whatever's actually happening on the ship properly. But we need to figure out what this actually is before anything else. If we know their aim, we'll also be in a better position to deal with what's happening. So then we could... You breathe a sigh of relief as the Chief begins to mutter to herself, eyes darting forward and backward as she quickly gets absorbed in specifics of how the situation can be handled. You take advantage of her distraction to pause and center yourself. You found out a lot of what happened, but so much was just so disparate information. You need to bring it all together to figure out what really is going on. You could tell by the intense look and focus on her face that the Chief was already focused on planning how to handle the intruder once you've got the crew on her side. Her instinct for problem solving will be crucial in getting to the bottom of this whole thing. Chief. Huh, Lieutenant? We can start on the plan to deal with whatever is responsible once we've figured out who that is and what they're doing. But where do we start with that? How do we get this all figured out? Lord's first big claim was that Quinn killed Rosarium, although I don't know why he'd be the target. It's not like he... What about that being her first big claim, Chief? Right, we need to convince everyone that Quinn didn't kill the doctor. That's what's got everyone spooked. Definitely makes you and her look like the bad guys. If we prove she didn't do it... Right, so what do we know that proves Cassie didn't do it? I mean, because of the condition she was in. She'd have been completely knocked out when the murder happened. I read minutes after that tablet showed up. Shows she was sedated. The dosage, the timing, is all there. She couldn't possibly... The music! Listen to the music, dog! Do, 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 do. Fucking hell, dude. I'm literally in an Ace Attorney game. I'm being Ace Attorneyed. I was having an Ace Attorney memento earlier, so. She couldn't possibly have killed him. She was unconscious at the time it happened. That makes sense. Objection! The sedatives they use for onboard care are pretty fast acting. If Rosarium gave them the Quinn, she'd be out like a light. Got his logs, a timestamp too. Hell, Rumney and I had to carry her out to her quarters. Girl was dead to the world. Not bad, Lieutenant. I think you're onto something. Thanks, Chief. Makes sense to me. If Quinn's knocked out, there's no way she can kill anyone. Exactly. Now we got that figured out, we can... But... Hold it! Your stomach drops. You thought for a moment you dealt with Vanessa's accusation towards Cassie, but the hesitant look on Chief's face says otherwise. What is it, Chief? Laura's not going to let it be that easy. Quinn was sedated, sure, but those meds take a few minutes to be effective. What are you saying, Chief? We're going to need to stay a few steps ahead of Lord, Lieutenant. Get in her head, think how she'll argue back, but then deal with that. If you tell Quinn was tell her Quinn was sedated when Rosarium died, she'll just come straight back with, how do you know she didn't kill him before the sedatives took effect? Because they didn't. That doesn't make any sense. But whatever. Those drugs I get pretty quickly, though. You're right, she would. Those drugs act pretty quickly, though. Cassie wouldn't have been awake for long. Does it matter? Lord sees an opening, she'll go for it. So we need to prove she didn't kill him before she fell unconscious, right? Well, she couldn't have because... The cause of death? There's no way she could have killed him. You're going to need more than that, Empire. The cause of death, think about it. Whatever killed him also deactivated his prosthetics and left signs of singeing along with where his body met the metal. That could have only been done by a source of high-power electricity, something like an electroshock weapon. I didn't find one in there. No one's mentioned finding one either. So unless she got sedated, drew a previously hidden electroshock weapon, and then managed to hide it again, it's a ridiculous scenario. Yeah, that's right. I don't remember seeing one when I arrived. You didn't find one. What if Lord does her own investigation? Finds an electroshock weapon in there. She wouldn't. I searched that room from top to bottom. Yeah, but what if she did? Might not have been there when you looked, but she could still find one. That's ridiculous. She'd be planting evidence. You think that rat wouldn't? Lord's not playing fair, Lieutenant. Lord's not playing fair, Lieutenant. We need to get this bolted down. How do we know Quinn didn't hide an electroshock weapon? She can't access the armory. That's simple. She couldn't have had an electroshock weapon in the first place. You sound pretty confident there, Empire. You sure? Absolutely. She couldn't have one because she can't get into the armory. Only members of security have access to the armory, and it's the captain that grants authority to crew members to access it. If the captain never granted her access, she would never be able to get in to get one. Oh, but that's a big if. I can prove it easy enough. Running this through the terminal outside the armory will show she couldn't get in. It's the same reason I didn't ask you for your card just now. It wouldn't have worked. Like how they can't have guns. Yeah, that is true. So if she never had access, she couldn't have got her hands on one, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Even without the card, the weapons that have been taken will show on the ship's logs. If you're right, the only electroshock weapon down as taken should be yours. That's got to be enough to prove Cassie didn't do it, right? Seems pretty airtight to me, the Empire. Well, unless Vanessa claims that she borrowed mine, or took mine somehow. Quinn would have been unconscious because of the meds, and even if she wasn't, the way Rosarium died doesn't make sense because she can't get into the armory. It'd be hard for anyone to argue with that. Great. So that's Quinn. What about Barnamu's, though? The captain? You hear the realization that you've been so focused on proving Cassie's innocence, you've completely forgotten about Vanessa, and Vanessa had leveled other allegations against the captain. That's right. Lord accused her of being unavailable on purpose during the blackout, didn't she? Quinn, too. Ugh. Yeah, you're right. I bet even if we convince everyone that Cassie's innocent of killing the doctor, then Lord will focus on the sabotage. It's not like she's let the truth get in the way of her way so far. She's a slippery one. Hey, buck up, Empire. We got the stuff with Quinn and Rosarium figured out. All we gotta do is deal with this, then we can show everyone Lord's nothing but a liar. So don't start moping now. You're right. We need to convince everyone that the captain and Cassie didn't have anything to do with the sabotage and they weren't dodging their duties. What we know about them we can use. They were both unwell. So Vanessa's argument is that they're both traitors through inactivity, right? That it was a choice? Basically, yeah. but using the doctor's data pad, we can see that both of them were unwell at the time of the blackout happened. There was no choice about it. The doctor made note of what happened to the captain as well as all the scans and treatments he gave Cassie. Cassie's like constantly dodging her duties, but she didn't this time. He wouldn't have done that unless he found cause to. That proves there was a genuine medical need. The doctor may have had his quirks, but I don't think the crew will believe he was incompetent or a liar. Yeah, Rosarian wouldn't have done all those scans on Quinn unless she'd found something wrong. Captain too. He noted a condition and a treatment plan. I think you've got it, Lieutenant. That's it then. That's the captain and Cassie both in the clear. Took a while, but we got there. Hell, this would convince me. But something's bothering you. Even though we got that figured out, it leaves us with needing to find out who was actually responsible. If we can't show who the real culprit was, then Vanessa will just worm her way out of it, say that Captain and Cassie are still the most likely culprits. That's a good point. So then, do you got any ideas of who it was? I mean, it's someone else. I don't think it was anyone from the crew. No? If you think about it, when the blackout happened, no one was in any position to take advantage of it. We were all totally taken by surprise. It didn't seem like something that had happened from within the ship either, so you had to figure out. So you figured out what happened, what caused it otherwise. Yeah, I reviewed the diagnostics and all. There was some fluctuation in the main grid. That was. Plus, the same thing happened on the O'Brien. No, it's not. It's not Vanessa. She's a paranoid freak, but she's not a murderer. Well, not a murderer unless she has to get her power. But I don't think she would actually kill the guy. That'd be too proactive. It even needs you to find the real killer like Ace Attorney. It really is Ace Attorney. Plus, the same thing happened to the O'Brien. It wasn't just the power going off that affected the O'Brien either. Their doctor was also killed. What? Yeah, the doctor on board the O'Brien. I found her dead. Not like how Rosaria died. It looked more like she was killed by the physical force. But the sickbay was all smashed up. That was the same. Then we know that no one except myself had the means to kill the doctor in the way we can see he died. But even then, the entry logs for the sickbay showed that the bioscanner didn't pick up anyone from the crew going in. It is, yeah, exactly, Wobbler. I don't think Vanessa could. Just this no information. And we know when they first showed up. So you're saying that whoever was on board that thing when it arrived has done all this. It's the only way that makes any sense. It all makes sense. Maybe they tried to take out both the O'Brien and us, but we were able to get the ship back online. Now they're trying a different approach. I thought with that much compound covering there'd be no way that any pilot could get out. The machine didn't have any hatches, no surface details to indicate an access point, nothing on the exposed parts. You might be right, Lieutenant. No one on board has got all the skills needed to pull this off, even if they wanted to. Why'd they do it, though? That laser or whatever the machine has could have torn the gun dog to pieces. If it's an enemy pilot, why would they do all this? What are they getting out of this? None of these? Literally none of these. They're not after Cassie, or else they would have done something to Cassie while they were in there. They're not a spy. They're not pirates. I guess pirates the closest? Spirates. Whoa! It reminds me of the Yu-Gi-Oh archetype spiders with the Y. Or is it spiders with a Y, or is it just spiders and then one of them is spider? Spider, if I remember correctly. That deck is dog shit. I wish they would give it new support. I guess they're after Cassie's probably the closest thing. Right, this may sound crazy, Chief, but hear me out. Whoever this is, I think they're after Cassie. After Quinn, huh? I'm gonna need some explanation on that one. Well, there's a couple of things I might be wrong, but I think it's because she has a connection to them? You take a deep breath in. You weren't totally sure, but with everything you've noticed, all the odd happenings that you picked up on, it feels like it's the only explanation. Man, Von Conrad did it. That's right. That's right. He fucking did it. He framed us. You still couldn't quite form a full picture of what was going on in your head, but you knew you were close to figuring it out. You knew that what you'd seen was important. There have been things happening that haven't made sense. On their own, they didn't seem like anything to worry about. But now that we're here, they do. When I reactivated the Gundog's computers, I could hear the same signal that came over the bridge comms just before the whole ship shut down and Cassie collapsed. The whole thing went haywire. Everyone's crew reports were flashing up on the screen, but the only one that stayed was hers. Then the whole thing shut down. At the time, I thought the computer had been damaged by the signal loss of power, or the sudden loss of power, but now I have to wonder, what if the signal was coming from that machine that was when it was in the O'Brien? Why would it focus on Cassie's file? She blacked out when she heard that signal too. She was the only crew member who seemed to be affected by it. It's her. Things keep happening to her. After Quinn, huh? I can't explain what you've seen, Lieutenant. The central computer shouldn't display any files on a fresh boot. Any previous session would get lost when the power went off. Some of what you're saying, yeah, it does kind of look that way. Quinn's just a lieutenant commander, though. What makes you think someone would be after her? Well, there's just something special about her. There's just... You know what you're trying to get at? The point that can prove your theory. The piece of understanding that will let you see it all clearly. You feel the concepts in your head begin to crystallize in something substantial, but you're still moments away from being able to comprehend everything that's going on. There's just something special about her. I know there is. Something special that the edges of Chief's mouth twitch, beginning to draw back into a disapproving smear. You know you need to do better to explain what you mean if you want her to believe you. I know she's special because of how they left her alive. How they left her alive? That's right, in the sick bay, they didn't harm her. When I got there, the doctor was already dead. I didn't see anyone head down in the sick bay before I did, so they must have gone down there at least a few minutes ahead of me. They would have had plenty of time to kill her as well. But they didn't. They left her alive. You survived your encounter too, Lieutenant. Don't you think that maybe killing the doctor was an accident? But that's only because Hansen raised the alarm after he noticed them attack me. I was lucky that blow didn't kill me. It easily could have, and if Hansen hadn't pulled the alarm, they'd have been able to finish me off just like the doctor. So they kill the doctor, they attack me. Why was Cassie left unharmed? They wouldn't have left her alone unless they wanted her for something, right? The chief goes quiet as a pensive look crosses her face. Her eyes look downward before they start darting back and forth, a telltale sign she's deep in thought. This time, though, there's none of their usual mumbling. Instead, she's completely silent, although you notice her lip twitch ever so slightly. You trusted the chief. That was why you'd gone to her to help you through this. If you couldn't convince her about what you were thinking, or at least give her reason enough to have faith in you, there's no way you'd be able to get the rest of the crew on your side. She seemed to think you were right about the doctor's death and the sabotage, but could you convince her that Cassie was at the heart of this? There could be a lot of reasons they didn't kill her. The Empire, that she was unconscious, so wasn't a witness. You really think this is what it all comes down to? Yes, I am. How can you be sure? You don't think this is a big coincidence or something? How it's all tied together? I don't think so, Chief. After all, they could have destroyed the gun dog. Wait, I was wondering about this before. Why didn't they use their big fucking laser to destroy the gun dog? What about the fact that the gun dog is still in one piece? That craft, whatever it is, it ripped through the O'Brien like it was nothing and then made it all the way to the gun dog. Why didn't it just destroy the ship then and there? Hansen and I saw how powerful its beam is. It sliced through the O'Brien's armor with ease. If we'd been caught by the beam in our Juno, we'd have been vaporized in seconds. Why didn't it destroy the ship when it had every chance to? Why did it go dead at the exact moment it did, when we'd fly it right into our hangar? Why is the ship still online when that thing could knock it offline with a single signal? Why did all this happen, and why does everything keep coming back to Cassie? The chief stands silently in front of you, imposing and quiet. There was a passion and a fury in her amber eyes, something in her look that made you feel like you were being disassembled, like a machine being examined for faults. Had you gone too far in pushing your point? Was this the wrong direction to take? Had you missed something? I get it, Chief. I know it all sounds nuts with everything, but with everything I've seen, it really... You're onto something, Lieutenant. Chief, you think so? Gotta say, what you're putting forward, it tracks with everything that's happened, the timeline, what we've seen. With that all in mind, it seems like Quinn's definitely got herself caught up in something. Of course, that's what's going on then. They're not going to stop now that they're so close. Probably going to try something else. No time for messing around anymore, the Empire. We need to get the crew together. Screw Lord's games. Thanks, Chief. I'm glad you heard me out. I know it's a big risk, but hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You've done good. Now if we... Is that... Without thinking, you sprint away from the Chief and towards the entrance into the aft thoroughfare. Hey, get back here. Despite the Chief's call, you continue towards the sound of gunfire that tears through the air. Okay, that's gunfire. As a security officer, you know this was your duty, but beyond that, you had a terrible feeling. What if you realized everything too late? You dash out of engineering and down the length of the corridor, the sound of gunfire reverberating through the long hallway. A piercing staccato is beaten out in the distance as you drop to the floor as bullets punch the space around you. You scramble back to your feet, bolting towards the central hub as a flurry of shots answer the volleys you narrowly avoided. Another burst of gunfire cracks through the air just after you dive out of the thoroughfare, a clatter of bullets striking the wall behind you. More shots fly past as you scrabble along the floor, finally finding safety by pressing yourself against the wall adjacent to the four-side thoroughfare's entrance. Vampire, what the hell are you doing here? The two ensigns crouch on either side of the entryway. Hansen looks like at you in confusion as Haru leans around the corner, firing off another burst. Does it matter? What's going on? What does it look like? Damn it! Haru quickly ducks behind the corner just as another salvo pierces the space I stood in. Hansen responds in kind before returning to cover. Who is it? Friend of Quinn's, looks like. What? You lean around the corner, trying to catch a glimpse of the attacker as Haru takes the opportunity to fire back. Who? Wait! Almost out of sight, slouched against the wall leading to the crew quarters, is an unconscious Cassie. Cassie! Both of you, hold your fire. You might hit Cassie. We'll stop shooting when they do, Lieutenant. Ugh. As the lethal back and forth continues, the central hub fills with the stink of gunfire and hot metal. You've been right. Someone was after Cassie, but you'd realize it too late. What would you do now? If you let this carry on, it won't be long until Cassie is caught by a stray bullet. Despite there being two of them, the ensigns are on the back foot, constantly having to duck back and forth, getting to cover as the attacker returns fire. What could you do now? Say hello to my little friend, that's the achievement I just got. You draw the gun you stuff in your jacket and flick the safety off. Making sure to aim high as to not hit Cassie, you pivot around the corner. You see your opportunity, and you fire. You watch as your shots impact the attacker, running up her suit and striking your helmet. But you remain standing, totally unfazed. You begin to squeeze the trigger again when... What? Cassie? But how? You pivot back around the corner just in time to avoid a slew of shots. What? Is that... Quinn? It can't be. Whatever. Shifting his weight, Hansen prepares to fire around the corner, unperturbed by the latest development. No! Huh? You dive into Hansen, forcing his gun upwards, a trail of bullet holes marking the ceiling. Don't shoot! Get off me. Crest, they're moving. As Hansen shoves you off, you watch Cassie throw Cassie over her shoulder and disappear through the hangar entrance. Hey, stop! You spring up and sprint after the two of them, following through the open doors. You barge past the ensigns and leap down each set of stairs. As soon as the gravity begins to lessen, you vault a railing and drop down to the bottom. Stop right there! You yell as you burst into the hangar, guns drawn. Gun drawn, not guns. Stood in front of the huge mass of machine and foam, staring back at you as Cassie. Is what looks like Cassie. I prefer the nurse outfit. True! Despite her appearance, there's no recognition of you in her eyes. The usual joy that permeates her entire being is absent. The thing stood in front of you is a facade, nothing more. Who are you? What do you want? You glance to her side and see Cassie, your Cassie, slumped beside the silent imitator. Cassie! You raise your gun and level it at the duplicate, but your hand is shaking too much. Your hands are shaking too much as you stare down the sights at the face of your beloved. Just give her back and I won't shoot. A slight movement catches your eye, and you look past your target at the entombed craft behind her. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fragments of foam cut through the air around you as Machine's prison is vaporized in an instant. You're thrown back by the impact of its leg on the catwalk, only saving yourself from slamming into the hangar's rear wall by grabbing onto another nearby railing. Wait! Before you can recover, they grab Cassie, slip a mask over her face, and throw her over their shoulder before retreating up the machine's leg. Within seconds, the pair disappears inside a hatch atop the craft that closes as soon as they're through. You spring forward, kicking off the wall behind you, and you feel a sudden rush all around you, drawing you forward. You grab onto the catwalk's railing just in time. The hangar door is opening. You brace yourself against the air whipping past you, doing your best not to get dragged along with it into space. Empire, what the hell's going on? Look at our fucking pompadour. Yeah, let's go. You hear Hansen yell over the rush of oxygen and glance back to see him and Haru hanging on the hangar's entryway. Get back here. This whole place is depressurizing. They've taken Cassie. We've got to get her out of here. You shout back, the torrent of air continuing to rush out of the hangar, snatching the words from your mouth as soon as you say them. What are you talking about? Get over here. You feel the machine step reverberate around you as it stomps its way out of the hangar. Its engines ignite and a searing blast of heat hits your back as it soars away from the gun dog. Give it up, Empire. She's gone. Get back here. Cassie had been taken. Whatever that machine was, whoever its pilot was, she was with them now, hurtling away from the ship. Hansen and Haru remain clinging onto the doorway, gesturing for you to get out of there. Even if you could convince them to help Cassie, would Vanessa let them go in their armored frames? Maybe she was already ordering Dylan to fire that on the craft. It's up to me. I've got to. I must save Cassie. Let's get a save going. But we must save Cassie, of course. I must save her. I can't let her go. She needs me. But I'll have to. I need to save her. It's up to me. If I don't, no one else will. But to save her, I have to. Oh my god, it's doing an Undertale thing? I have to save her. She needs me. She's counting on me. This is it. I'm going to save Cassie. There's only one option. How polite were we supposed to be progression to wait for your dramatic moment? Yeah, it's very nice. I'm going to save Cassie. You turn and bring your light leg over the railing. The Empire, don't! The ensign lunges out to grab you, but he's too late. You throw yourself into the void of the hangar and are snatched away by the vacuum. You just about manage to grab onto the Juno as you fly past it, your arm nearly wrenched from its socket by the force. Despite the pain, you hang on and pull your way towards the access panel by the cockpit, fighting against the rush of air that continues to buffet against you as you input the series of commands to open the hatch. As soon as it's open, you clamber inside and grab an emergency oxygen mask, sealing it over your face as you activate the armored frame. Hitting the combination of switches and buttons required to start the machine, you feel a dull rumble followed by a swell of vibrations as the system moves through the cockpit. Systems throughout the cockpit are illuminated one by one. You grip the flight sticks and squeeze, breathing deeply and slowly. You can do this. As you push down on the pedals, the Juno walks forward and you direct it to grab the machine gun from the nearby rack of weapons before turning to face the open hangar door. You peer at the main monitor, trying to locate the enemy craft amongst the stars, but are distracted as a window opens on the screen to your left, and a shrill voice yells at you from the monitor's speakers. Oh my god. You, in the Juno, I haven't given anyone permission to launch. What? Lieutenant Empire? What are you doing in there? You're supposed to be locked to your quarters. Get back up there now. Sorry, Lord. I'm going after Cassie. You're what? You're not leaving this ship, you traitor. Get out of there and get to your quarters now. If you don't, I'll... You press a single button on the screen, cutting off Vanessa's transmission. You couldn't care less about what she said or how she threatened you. You were done worrying. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, we had to stop having helmeted duty for our pompadour. Everything you did now, you did for you. For Cassie. This is Lieutenant Ian Empire, Calic 5. Launching. Oh my god, Calic 5! Fuck! Let's go! You slam both flight sticks forward, just as you'd watched Hansen do during his duel against the machine, sending the Juno tearing through space towards what you were last seen the kidnapper's craft heading. There you are. You force the controls as far forward as they will go, demanding every last ounce of thrust available from the engines. The cockpit begins to judder around you, but you don't let up. As the gap between your armor frame and the machine closes, it quickly comes into visual range, and you notice it remaining still, almost as if it had been suspended in space. In front of it, you see a large shifting distortion, as though the space ahead of it had been torn open. You're not going anywhere. With a twist of the flight sticks, the Juno banks right, and you bring yourself around in a wide arc, building up speed until... Boom! Warning alert! Give her back! Your head is still ringing from the impact, and you taste blood in your mouth, but you manage to regain control of your armored frame, raising its machine gun towards the enemy. This tech is way beyond what we got. Yeah! Now! You're not able to get a shot off before the craft blasts away into space. Gritting your teeth, determined not to let it escape, you thrust the flight sticks forward again, and you're forced back against the seat as the Juno hurtles after the target. Even beat the shit they fucking wormholes. Yeah. You can hear the engines begin to whine and the main monitor is full of warnings and alerts, but you keep the controls where they are, not wanting to give the enemy a moment of reprieve. Slowly, you gain on the strange craft, and as soon as you're within range, you squeeze the trigger on the right stick, holding it down to empty the gun's magazine. Each round slams into the enemy, the sustained series of impact throwing it into a spin. There's more where that came from, you threaten, beginning the process of reloading your gun. With a grim grin, you focus the targeting reticle, lining up your next volley. Wait. In an instant, the enemy turns, its snout-like protrusion already glowing brightly with the telltale bolts of energy emanating from the light within its weapon. It's all you can do to draw the controls back and slam your feet down on the pedals, trying to halt the Juno before it's caught in the deadly beam. Ah. Through luck more than skill, you manage to prevent the blast of energy from cleaving your Juno clean in half, but now alarms fill the cockpit and your warnings clutter your monitors. You realize that Armored Frame's left arm has been sheared off. You struggle with the controls as your off-balance machine careens through space. Its flight calibration is now thrown off by the loss of the limb. Ad break incoming? Are you fucking kidding me? You manage to reorient yourself only to see the enemy cannon pulsing with energy as it prepares another devastating shot. No! Damn it! Surprised you lasted this long, Vampire. Hansen! Not a bad effort for your first flight. Gonna catch hell from the chief for losing that arm, though. Hansen, what are you doing out here? Saving your dumb ass. What does it look like? Why the hell did you chase this thing out here? I told you, it's taking Cassie. You're such a sap, Lieutenant. But you've got guts. Never thought I'd see the day where you stood up for yourself. If you wanted to rescue Quinn, get moving. I'll keep it here. Right. As soon as Hansen disappears from your monitor, his Juno's behind the enemy, grappling it. You waste no time in following him, struggling against the controls. Your ability to maneuver is limited, but you thrust over the craft, digging your frame's remaining hand into the gap between his armor. The actuators in the Juno's shoulders screech in protest as the enemy struggles against you, but you continue, not willing to stop now. Luckily, we're fine out in the emptiness of space. Oh, it's good, though. Fuck yeah, dude! Cassie! Ian! You pulled Cassie into the Juno's cockpit, closing the hatch behind her. As you float together in the enclosed space, arms wrapped around each other, you savor the moment. If it was possible, you never let Cassie go again. With a sigh, you release her, taking both her hands in yours. Yeah, exactly. Star Wars logic. Cassie, are you alright? I think so. You could tell from the look in her eye that she's still a bit dazed, but otherwise you can't see anything that worries you. Come on, I'm taking us back to the gun dog. You push off the cockpit ceiling and land on the pilot's seat, bringing her down with you. After the two of you are sat down, you strap yourself back in and take a firm grip with the flight sticks. Hold on tight, we'll be there in no time. You gently push forward on the controls, easing the Juno's engine back into life. Cassie wraps her arms around you, nuzzling as far into your neck as she can, given that you're both still wearing emergency masks. You breathe a sigh of relief. The gun dog grows larger on your screen as you slowly fly towards it. The enemy machine has been taken out. Cassie's back with you. Everything is alright again. There might still be some things to deal with when you get back to the ship, but at least Cassie is safe beside you. You let out another deep breath, unsure whether you want to laugh or cry. Instead, you relax, loosening your grip on the twin sticks and gently resting your head on Cassie's, bringing your right hand up to slowly stroke her hair. Your armored frame continues its slow flight towards the ship. The only noise in the cockpit is the dull hum of the engine's vibrations and both of you breathing softly. Ian. You sit up slightly and look down at Cassie, who's still burying her face in the crook of your neck. She spoke so softly you weren't even sure she'd actually said anything until she begins to speak again. What's going on, Ian? I remember getting taken to my quarters, and there was this woman, gunshots? Now I'm here. I think she wanted to take me somewhere. I could feel what she wanted. It was going to be somewhere really far away from you, from everyone. You continue to gently stroke her hair, your fingers working through the strands to gently run down her neck and back. What happened? You're silent for a few moments, but eventually take your free arm and bring it around her shoulders, drawing her in tighter. I don't know. I don't know how to find out either. Whatever happens, I'll be here with you. I won't let anyone take you away again. Okay, and with that, we're going to have to go ad break really quick. One last ad break. Fucking hell. See you in a sec. All right, ads are over. It's 4 a.m. Let's get this thing done. I promise. You can feel a gentle pull on the fabric of your shirt as Cassie balls her hands in the fist, clenching material between her fingers and palms. I love you, Ian. Aww. Cassie fan cam. Cassie fan cam. Oh, it's only one choice. I love you too. That's the first time you said that to me. Ah! Cassie draws her hands back from behind you and presses her palms against your chest, her face still hidden. You stare down at her, your heart full. As you gaze down on her, she begins to squirm and fidget, once again clasping the material of your shirt in her hands. She balls into them in the fists. I love you too. With her pressed against you, it's easy to feel Cassie tense up for a second before her whole body relaxes. It's so obvious that she's relieved that you can almost feel it too. After another brief stretch of silence, she sits up, looking you in the eyes, hers moist with tears. Ian. What the hell? Fucking hell, dude. No! No! Another one? Oh my god, they really are angels. What the fuck? Damn it! Before you can react, this new craft, identical to the one you just tore Cassie from, is upon you. The claws at the end of its leg-like limbs clasping tightly around the Juno's torso. You fight with the controls, causing the armored frame's engines to scream as you push them to their limits, attempting to escape the machine's grip. Hanson, Dalton, anyone help! With alarms blaring from the cockpit speakers and warnings filling your screens, it's almost impossible to make out what's happening. You're just about keeping you and Cassie out of the rift in front of you, but even that is straining the Juno's engines to the point where you know they can't take much more. Just go, Ian. What? Cassie, I can't leave you. It's me they want, I can feel it. The tears of joy that had filled the corner of her eyes now run down her cheeks, having turned to sadness. They're not going to stop until they have me. Take a rescue buoy and eject. Let me go. No, I'm not leaving you. More tears flow down her face as she grasps at your chest. You have to. They won't stop. You can't win. Just let me. I said no. You take a hold of Cassie by the shoulders, looking deep into her eyes. You know she's right. You can't win. But you're not giving up now. I told you no one was going to take you away from me. If they're taking you, they're taking me too. You grab Cassie with one arm and slam the flight stick forward, sending you speeding towards the shear in space. Fuck yeah, dude. With the roar, you all plunge into the rift. You don't know why it wants Cassie. You don't know where it's taking her. But you know one thing. She won't be alone. Holy fuck. Ian. Come on, wake up, Ian. That's it, wake up. You're alive. You're alive. Huh? What? I thought I'd lost you. Cassie? Oh, darling, thank God. Huh? Welcome back to the land of the living, Lieutenant. That's a whole carton of smoke you owe me, Cress. What's going on? What's... Yeah, whatever. Didn't think the lieutenant was going to be this tough. Guess you're full of surprises, huh, Empire? What's going on? Me and Cress had a bet on whether you're going to make it after we popped your cockpit hatch and found you slumped over the controls. He figured you'd used all your luck. Not me, though, Lieutenant. I knew you wouldn't let something like that take you out. You've been showing you've got serious guts recently. That's obviously not what they were asking about. Thank you, Cassie. As Cassie the ensign squabble, you try to marshal your thoughts and memories. Everything feels disconnected, jumbled. Simply thinking feels like they're trying to find something in a dark room with no gravity. I remember going out to save you. There was a rip in space or something. I went into it and you saved me. That's what happened. You sit up and place your hands in your face in your hands, massaging your temples with your thumbs and trying to get rid of the feeling that your thoughts might fall out at any moment. Hey, I think you mean I saved you. You're welcome, by the way. I saw you charge headfirst in one of those weird glowing things. Didn't know what was going to be in there, but knew you wouldn't survive if I left you to it. So like a good crewmate, I went in after you and dragged you and Quinn back out, brought you here. You do the same for me, right? You reach out and grab the nearby railing, pulling yourself up to your feet. As you do, the sensation of your head being floated with thoughts and memories intensifies. You steady yourself, but keeping your focus feels like trying to carry a glass full of water that's been filled to the brim without spilling any. Wasn't this? Take it slow, honey. Don't rush. You sure you're ready to be up and about, Lieutenant? Yeah, I'm fine. You push away from where you stood, but trip, falling and unceremoniously to the cotwalk and slamming your forearms and knees onto the walkway. Huh? Ian, are you okay? Alright, only so much of this I can watch. Not so fine. Come on, Quinn. I'll grab the Empire. Let's get them up to the mess hall. Maybe a coffee will sort them out. Right, thanks. Hansen comes over and brings your arm over his shoulder, hoisting you up without much delicacy. As you head towards the hangar's exit, Cassie follows close behind you, her hand resting tenderly on the small of your back. Once you're near the stairs, you move away from Hansen and begin to make your way up towards the four-side thoroughfare, each step becoming easier as you will yourself to walk unsupported. Yeah, try quarters, yeah. Cassie, what's happening on the ship? With Lord and... Hey, Ian, less talking, more walking. We'll fill you in later. Don't worry about that right now, honey. You look around the four-side thoroughfare, seeing everything looking shockingly normal. You didn't know what you were expecting to be out of ordinary, but seeing the thoroughfare as it had been always been, in the same liminal peacefulness, soundtracked by the gentle hum of the ship's systems ship's systems, made you feel reassured. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard for things to go back to how they were. Takes you longer than usual, but Cassie follows patiently behind you until you reach the mess hall. Alright, take a seat, you two. I'll grab some coffee. You sit down, still woozy, as Hansen orders 2 coffees from the Vendamate. Cassie sits beside you, gently rubbing your back as you try to get your head to stop spinning. My head's spinning! There you go. Take it easy and drink up. I'm sure Captain Bartomuse has a lot of questions for you. Captain Bartomuse? But what about... Ah, there you are, Lieutenant Commander Quinn, Lieutenant Empire. Ah, ma'am. Ma'am! At ease, you two. But, Captain, what are you doing here? What about the ensigns? I mean, they're right here. What about Lord? Lord. Ah, yes. Lieutenant Lord's little dalliance with command. Thanks to Chief Cathays has been dealt with. The Chief? Something I can help you with, Lieutenant? Captain Barnaby said you dealt with Lieutenant Lord? I resent being made to sound like an issue on the daily maintenance log, thank you very much. She's still here? We haven't killed her yet? Lord. You spring to your feet, your head snapping back between the 2 ensigns, trying to see who'd make a move first. What are you... Honestly, Lieutenant, don't make this so awkward. I'm here to... Come on now, Lieutenant. Let's hear you say it. Apologize. It seems that based on what happened in the four-side thoroughfare, your actions out in space, what I was told by the crew, I made a mistake. So I thought I'd apologize. Sorry, Captain Lieutenant Quinn, everyone. Oh, that's okay. I didn't even realize anything was going on. Thanks, Cassie! I've been so zonked down painkillers, I slept through almost everything. What's been going on? Well done, Lieutenant Lord. That was very big of you. Sorry for staging a mutiny and threatening to kill you all. Literally. So I'm sure we can all agree to put this matter behind us. Put this behind us? The sensation of being lost in a shoal of your own thought returns, and you barely grasp the situation. Was that it? After everything that happened, Vanessa apologizes, Captain agrees, moves on. Really? Are you alright, Lieutenant Empire? You're not looking very well. Captain... What is going on? This is also... I think you should calm down, Lieutenant. Whatever happened to you out in space seems to be still be having something of an effect. Is this not real? Dog, is this not real? Am I in a fantasy world created by the aliens that took us? Could probably do with eating something. Now there's an idea. Why don't we all sit down for a meal together as a crew? Chief Cathays, gather everyone up. Would you? I want it, ma'am. Alright then, who's first? A loud noise like the combination of a growl and a gurgle fills the room, causing everyone to look towards Cassie. Well, it has been a while since I ate anything. Any chance of a burger? Of course, Commander. Followed up by your favorite, a pineapple salad. Unless I'm mistaken? Oh wow, I didn't know you knew. That's perfect, Captain, thanks. You never thought you'd see the captain happily begin ordering meals for the crew from the Ven mate, but she does just that, listening to Cassie's instruction on the burger preferences. You slowly slide back into your chair, cautiously eyeing the two ensigns and Vanessa. There's no way she wasn't planning something. This had to all be... Hey, Lieutenant, good to see you. Oh, Dylan, hey. Pretty crazy watching you go toe-to-toe that thing out there. Fought almost as well as Hansen. No way. I mean, not bad for an amateur, but the Lieutenant's got nothing on me. Lieutenant Empire, Commander Quinn, you're safe. I was worried about you guys. That thing looked tough. God, thanks, Cadet. But you had nothing to worry about. My hero Ian was there to save me. There we are, Commander. Thanks, Captain. The noise of the entire crew's chatter filling the mess hall, you find it hard to think. Your thoughts remain difficult to line up, instead flowing like mercury. As you watch Cassie raise the burger to her mouth, a memory does bubble to the surface. Wait, Cassie, you can't... Huh? What do you mean? You're at stomach, remember? The doctor said... Fucking hell, dude. God damn it. Oh, fuck. There's so much more game. What the fuck is going on? There's nothing to worry about, Lieutenant Empire. I made a mistake in my diagnosis. The synthetic food was not the issue. Dr. Rosarium, thank you for joining us. I'm... Doctor? You once again pulled out of your seat in shock. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? You were dead. I saw you. We saw you. You can't be here. Ah, I understand. No one else on the ship is a qualified physician, Lieutenant. Therefore, no one was qualified to assess if I was really deceased. Fortunately, the injury was not as severe as had been assumed. But Hey, come on, Lieutenant, you're killing the mood. Doc's fine. Wouldn't be up and walking around if he wasn't, right? Yeah, take it easy, Vampire. Are you feeling okay, honey? Do you want to go to the sickbay for a lie down? Yeah, honey. You want to have a little nap? Be quiet, Ensign Cress. Your mind is a maelstrom at this point. Everything feels wrong. It's all happening. It's all right in front of you. How can you argue with that? Come on, honey. Have some fries. The mosaic transition is just a cyborg thing. Yeah. You shake your head at the offer, placing your head back in your hands. Cassie begins rubbing your back again, although quickly begins eating her fries with her spare hand. The crew eventually starts to chatter among themselves, whilst Captain Maris takes orders and retrieves meals from the Ven mate, serving them with a level of cheerfulness that continues to leave you disquieted. There, I believe that's everyone. Oh, before I get started with the meal, Commander, I was hoping you could help me out with one thing. Oh sure, Captain, what's up? Ship's emergency input codes, are they generated and adjusted regularly? Or is it specifically prior to departure? Why would she ask that? Come on, Captain, you know that. Are they targeting Cassie because she's the most likely to spill intel? You're the one that sets them, after all. Listen to the music, listen to the music, listen to the music. Well, it's initially prior to departure, then every 5 days on prior enemy encounter, whichever comes first. Of course. Thank you, Commander. Fuck! No problem. Since the captain asked Quinn, oh yes, Vanessa? At what distance do we typically start transmitting our security clearance prior to announcing we intend to dock at a colony? What are these questions? Oh, that's specific. I mean... Hey, what's being clear for approach? Is our docking confirmation signature specific to the ship, or does it depend on a combination of factors? Hey, you're just a cadet. I don't think you need to know that. What's the makeup of the Europa garrison force? Guys, I'd really like to finish my burger now if you don't mind. What's the target time for a colony defense force's mobilization? Well... You look up to see the whole crew staring at Cassandra, a look of malevolent intent in their eyes. Does the JUSCF implement a series of local data stores, or is it transmitted across a large-scale network? This Cassie's real. She's eating her burger. Guys, what frequencies are emergency requests transmitted on? What are you asking this for? Guys, how extensive are the JCF's nuclear capabilities? Oh my god, it's the scary face again. Leave her alone. Guys! Oh. She doesn't care, though, is the thing. She knows she's allergic, but she doesn't care. Another failure? Which incompetent calibrated this engram harvester? It's not subtle enough. Engram? Holy shit! Scientology reference! We've been having difficulty with ensuring that the harvesting process is suitably... I don't care what you're having difficulty with. Rewrite the program to be more congruent with the query context and run it again. Understood. We've had enough time to develop this. These failure rates are inexcusable. We've got these gather clones neural pathways mapped out. There should be simple. It's bad enough that the Unit 00's jump drive malfunction. Are you telling me we can't even get the information out of a gather reliably? Well, she'll keep for the time being. At least we'll have time to finesse the systems before we start receiving more. What about the other one? The other what? The other sample, the one the hunter captured alongside this gather. Oh, them. I'd hoped that having them in a simulation with the gather might help, since they seem to have some sort of relationship. Unfortunately, since their DNA isn't compatible with Mother AI, we can't run a specific engram harvester. Shouldn't we be able to run a linear review in real time? If you want to waste your time, be my guest. Hopefully going through recent events again from their perspective should uncover more information. You're certainly welcome to try. If you do find anything pertinent, notify me immediately. Understood. Oh, one more thing. Do we have the output of the engram harvest we carried out on the additional subject? Confirmed. It's been archived. Under which digital lobe? It's in the default mode network. Node? 104.433.528. Huh? What? Oh, okay. What the fuck? To reclaim what is right of the people in their home and her honor, in her name and her honor, we do what we... Huh. Excellent. Send me that reference. It might be useful for review later. Now run this one again. Once you've started her engram harvest, you can do the same with the others. Understood? See what happens to Cassandra. Planet Calendar 214, May 6. Europa Colony 01, Jovian Colony Fleet, 2nd Military Court. Now that we're all here, we could begin. As was decided yesterday, this will be the final day of the inquiry into events that happened aboard the JFS Gundog between April 24th and April 28th. Our finding today will dictate JCF's future actions around the matter, as well as what is to be done with the ship's crew. Guards, please bring Miss Maris Barnamew to the stand. Welcome back, Miss Barnamew. It's my pleasure, Admiral. Now, Miss Barnamew, we've gone over everything that happened aboard the Gundog following its departure from this colony on April 18th up to the 24th. The last task of this inquiry is to find out what happened following Miss Lord's adjustment to the command structure up until your return to Europa 1. I trust we'll have your full cooperation in this manner. Hasn't that already been demonstrated? A yes or no, Miss Barnamew? Yes, Commodore. Thank you. So we understand that the main effort to counter Miss Lord's mutiny was made by Chief Engineer Cathays and Lieutenant Empire. Is that right? That's the long and short of it. You said that the two of you have found enough information to prove that none of the accused had anything to do with any treasonous activities. What happened after that? We finally managed to get as much of it figured out as we could. We were going to take it to the rest of the crew, get them on the side, and go confront Lord. Before we could go anywhere, though, we heard gunshots. Lieutenant Empire went running off to see what was happening. Couldn't get close enough because of the bullets flying everywhere. Things calmed down for a second. I saw the lieutenant and instance running into the hangar, and whoever been shooting things up. From your position, could you tell why this attacker wasn't apprehended by security? It's like I told you already. Quinn's weird twin was packed with some serious firepower. Rumney and I were pinned down. We could barely get a shot in. And I know I got some shots in. My aim's good. But whatever body armor she was wearing, it's like she didn't even notice. I see. So after this, the lieutenant and the unidentified attacker, who you stated was carrying an unconscious Lieutenant Commander Quinn, they made their way to the hangar, whereupon they both launched into separate crafts. Yeah, that's right. Why were they allowed to launch? It wasn't my fault. I did everything I could to stop them from launching, but none of my controls were responding. They must have hacked the system to override my authority or something. It's the only explanation. I bet they did it ahead of time. There's no way I could have known. Even if you had lost control of the systems, we were under the impression that the hostile craft had been secured. Was this or was this not the case? The thing is that, Cadet Grange, can you answer the question? Why hadn't the craft been secured? That craft had been secured. Until it managed to break out, I had a bet on my life that nothing could get through Cadet Grange's compound. The stuff was almost impenetrable. I'd be surprised if the team working on the Gundog right now had got anywhere near removing the cargo crates that were stuck in it. If that stuff didn't stop it, then there was nothing else in the ship that could have. So the enemy craft was able to escape the restraining compound and leave the ship after the hangar controls were overridden. Considering the Lieutenant Empire was at the time supposed to be confined on the suspicion of treason, how are they allowed to board a Juno? Hey, we didn't know the lieutenant had gone anywhere until they came running down the hall in the middle of a firefight. How many pairs of glasses does Haru have? They made a jump for it before we could stop them. Crest tried to grab them, but the lieutenant was gone before they got anywhere near. Surprised the lieutenant didn't just get sucked into space, pulling a crazy stunt like that. What happened after the lieutenant made their way into space? I mean, I was able to track them and that weird thing after they launched, but they were moving so fast and so close together I couldn't get a good lock on either of them. Lord was ordering me to take them both out, but before I could line anything up, Crest was out there with a Gundog 01. Do you know who gave Crest permission to launch? Hey, no one gave me permission to launch. But do you think I'm going to hang around and watch an amateur like Lieutenant Empire get torn to pieces because they can't pilot worth a damn? No way. The Empire showed guts and I wasn't going to let them die after they finally grew a spine. I went out there to give the lieutenant a bit of help. Hey, Crest, as your lawyer, I encourage you to keep posting. So the two of you were able to defeat the same enemy craft together? Of course. Crest was able to take it out. What do you think we dragged back at the hangar for you guys? Might be in a few pieces, but those Techners love a challenge, right? But the lieutenant didn't return with you. Why not? Because they disappeared, that's why not. They sold out their friend and used them to cover their escape. The lieutenant and Quinn are probably off plotting against us right now. We're not here for speculation, Miss Lord. We're here for facts. You're confident they disappeared? They didn't disappear. Our records show that shortly after retrieving Lieutenant Commander Quinn, they were preparing to return to the Gundog when another enemy craft appeared. Gundog 01 was still busy with the original craft, and with the damaged Juno, the lieutenant was in no position to fight back. Then what happened? Where did they go? Well, I can't say for sure, but it was likely they were dragged off somewhere. Dragged off. That's what it looked like, but I think it may have been actually a boson jump. A what? A boson jump, Commander. If you think about how our HFDD works, by warping the space around the ship to allow it to move significant distance, then a boson jump does something similar but connects two different points in space, letting a craft move directly from one point to another. All theoretical, of course. The energy requirement alone would... Alright. Thank you, Chief Engineer Cathays. But if you were able to detect indications of a space warp, even if it was non-standard, why did the Gundog not head out in pursuit? Well, see, that's when the power went out again. It was like what happened on the 23rd with the Gundog and the O'Brien. If we'd been any closer, the electromagnetic pulse would have overloaded a key system. We'd all been fried. So the ship was immobilized? What did you do then? Guess I was lucky. Holding onto that trash machine must have shielded me or something. Once the lieutenant disappeared into the freaky light show, I dragged the wreckage back to the Gundog. We got the power back online and then slunk back here, tails between our legs. Who ordered to return to Europa 01? Miss Lord? No, that was my idea. How are you able to regain control from Miss Lord? Chief Engineer Cathays took the opportunity to free me from my quarters whilst the ensigns were distracted. I helped to reactivate the engine, and after that I met with the crew to inform them the original command structure was back in effect. After that, I had a polite discussion with Miss Lord where I informed her that I was resuming control of the ship. And was she receptive to this? Well, aside from her use of physical force, it was an abuse of power, plain and simple. I wasn't given the opportunity to state my case. There was no hearing. I was immediately confined to quarters. As soon as the inquiry is over, I want to open a grievance against Miss Maris Bartermuse. Her name is strange. It's probably Welsh, actually, so I probably shouldn't say mean things about it. Thank you, Miss Lord, but at the moment we just want to know if you're aware of what happened after you confined. I'm sure you must have all the information you need on that from the ship's logs, Commodore. For the benefit of the inquiry, Miss Bartermuse. From that point on, the Gundog's journey back to Europa 1 was uneventful and everything occurred as expected. We returned to the colony, immediately notified command of the craft in the hangar. I submitted my report on the events that had taken place shortly before since our departure, and here we are. Thank you, Miss Bartermuse. The inquiry will be adjourned while we go over our findings. You'll be notified as soon as we have come to an agreement on our verdict. Guards, please escort Miss Bartermuse back to the holding cells. With the exception of some spurious accusations from Miss Lord, it seems that the crew are all given relatively consistent testimonies. What do you think, Admiral? Losing someone like Cassandra Quinn is a catastrophe. She was only a lieutenant commander, but she's worked on a multitude of different ships, bases, and installations. In terms of her institutional process knowledge, if she was interrogated, there's no saving just how much the enemy would be able to learn from her. They might have already done that. We've been getting reports of attacks on various frontier outposts with similar patterns to what happened on the Gundog. Loss of power, sudden illness amongst the command structure, attackers appearing out of nowhere. The list of officers we lost is already too long. Female officers. Captain? Just something I noticed, Admiral. All the officers missing are women. Whatever's going on, we can't let it continue. The inquiry into the events aboard the JFS Gundog will now reconvene. Guards, please bring in Miss Bartermuse. Welcome back, Miss Bartermuse. It's once again a pleasure, Admiral. We'll be brief. After reviewing the testimony of you and the crew that served under you, as well as the ship logs and recordings, we come to our conclusion regarding your futures with the JCF. Maris Bartermuse, we appreciate the unusual circumstances, but it must be acknowledged you've lost control of your vessel. Because of this, we will not be reinstating your rank as captain. I see. But, due to your experience with the issues that the Gundog and her crew faced, you'll be acting as a special advisor on a newly formed task force aboard its lead ship, the Sylvestris. This rapid response unit will be responsible for handling an increase in similar events that impacted the JFS Gundog and JFS O'Brien. Stipulation of this position is that you will be partaking in mandatory psychotherapy with the ship's medical staff for the duration of your role. Understood, Admiral. Thank you. With regards to Hanson Chris, for participating in mutiny, you should be dishonorably discharged and face a minimum of 10 years in prison. I mean, it is Stories from Soul, other title. So it does seem like there might be sequels in this world in the future. However, due to your performance in combat and experience with these new enemy machines, you'll be serving as a pilot in a new task force. This role is non-negotiable. In addition, you'll be kept under supervision, and your time as part of the task force is in lieu of time served. This will also be the case for Haru Rumney. Hey, you won't see me complaining. As for Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays, you are to be transferred to the JFS Sylvestris, where you will act as its Chief Engineer. The Sylvestris will serve as the flagship of a new task force. Because of this, we are removing Cadet Dalton Grange from your instruction. But instead, Cadet Grange will be transferred to a JCF R&D department where you'll be receiving appropriate support to develop your new compound into a viable weapon. Thank you, ma'am. That's great. That's moving on to Warrant Officer Dylan Dees. We have reviewed the request and decided that it is in the JCF's best interest to give you a dishonorable discharge from the fleet. Good call, ma'am. Your stipend and freedom are, of course, dependent on your ensuring that you do not disclose any information about what happened, considering that this matter highly classified. Don't worry about that, ma'am. Not planning on thinking about this anytime soon. As for Miss Lord, typically a mutiny against your commanding officer would result in your execution, as it should. Killer. But I didn't. All the evidence is quiet, please, Miss Lord. However, we do understand that due to rapid development and the confusing nature of events, it did appear to the crew of the ship could have been involved in a conspiracy. No, it didn't. It did not. Had that been confirmed as the case, you would have followed the appropriate protocol by removing Captain Bartermuse from command. Given this, the inquiry has decided to be lenient. You will instead be placed under house arrest pending further investigation. Okay, fine. Understood. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I almost forgot. Dr. Cypher Rosarium. Due to his death in the line of duty, he'll be giving a posthumous 2-rank promotion. As we have been unable to contact any next of kin, the Doctor will receive a public service before his ashes are spread in the Europa Military Memorial Gardens. This judgment hereby concludes the inquiry into the events that happened on board the JFS Gundog between April 24th and April 28th. All decisions are effective immediately. You are... One question before I leave, ma'am. Oh, Bartermuse, go ahead. What is the plan regarding Lieutenant Thempire and Lieutenant Commander Quinn? I can assure you, Captain, finding those two is a top priority for us. I see. Thank you, Captain. As I was saying, you are dismissed. That's the game, folks. That's the video game. Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. I thought they were going to have, like, portraits for all the, Oh, they do have portraits for everyone. Yes! 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 Fuck yeah, dude. Portraits for everyone! Ooh, really good job on the music comp. So good. And the pixel sprite's awesome, too. Wow. Oh, that's cool. I might replay it on my own time, then. We'll see. Or maybe I'll just look them up, honestly. Wow. Fucking good game. Fucking good game. Wow, that's Matt Smith. Doctor Who worked on this? Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely. I don't care about spoilers at this point. I mean, I don't usually care about spoilers. I think there are vanishingly few things where spoilers will actually ruin the thing. One of them is, unfortunately, Clinical Trial. So I will probably give a spoiler warning before we play Clinical Trial. Yeah, generally I kind of am of the opinion that good art can't be spoiled. That's the general opinion I have. If you side with Vanessa's mutiny, she'll try to seduce you. You're so disgusted by how much of a bitch she is that you don't even have the option to agree. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. That's so fucking good. Oh, okay. Well, weird. Weird about the browser extension. I don't know why that would be the case. God. Good fucking game. Definitely give this a shot. Buy this game if you haven't already. Support these people so they can continue to make more games like this. I hope they do make a sequel. Or another game. I don't give a shit if they make a sequel. Honestly, like, it would be cool to get some resolution on that obvious sequel bait. But, like, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't even need... Like, it sure feels like sequel bait, but, like, what if that's just the ending? What if that's just the way they want the game to end, right? I don't know. Yeah, definitely want to see them make more games. I will be watching these developers with great interest. And you, I always love when credits say "and you." Thank you for playing. Also, it says "see you in the Gundog soon" or something. See you again on the Gundog soon. Team up with the captain and see your epilogue the way it's supposed to be. Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much for watching this way too long stream. Arcade Outbreak Girl, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate all the support, everyone. I'm going the fuck to bed. Exclamation point socials in the chat will get you the ability to find me wherever you want to find me. It gives you to my website. My website has all my links. They use it to find me. Oh shit! Andrea's playing a game. Andrea's streaming. I never get to raid Andrea. Let's raid Andrea. Playing Shadow the Hedgehog. Let's fucking go. All right. When you get over there, be kind and courteous. That's all I ask of you. And with that said, be kind to yourselves, be kind to others, and have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye, or morning at this point. Fuck. Holy shit. Bye.